Chapter 951. Drawing a card. By the time Leonard reacted, he saw numerous towering stone pillars, as well as a towering palace that looked like a giant's residence above the endless greyish-white fog that was being propped up by these stone pillars. His green eyes wore a blank look. After a second, Leonard found himself sitting on a high-back chair beside a long mottled bronze table at some point in time. Beside him and opposite him were high-back chairs that exuded solemnity. And at the end of the long mottled table, where the seat of honor was, a figure was shrouded in thick grey fog. The figure was leaning into his seat leisurely, as though he was overlooking everything. When this figure appeared in Leonard's eyes, he felt as though he was on a liner, seeing a bottomless abyss whose boundaries were nowhere to be seen. It also felt like he had left the city and was on the outskirts, looking up to see lofty mountains that tore through the clouds. Instantly, many thoughts flashed through Leonard's mind. He had a rough guess as to what he was experiencing. As a beyonder of the church, a believer who knew that deities truly exist, he wasn't able to resist his feelings. He subconsciously wished to leave his seat and prostrate before the existence before him. The might of a deity was boundless. Just as Leonard stood up, he was pressed down by an invisible force. A slow and calm voice resonated in his ears. "There's no need for such trouble. You can call me Mr. Fool." The Fool? Indeed. Leonard's fear of the unknown had settled immediately. Although he was still worried about what would happen next, he wasn't that perturbed any longer. He didn't sit uneasily with a dry mouth and parched lips. He got up halfway, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed. "Honorable Mr. Fool, why did you summon me here?" As an experienced Nighthawk and a Red Glove who had participated in major cases, Leonard knew how dangerous it was to establish a connection with a secret existence. He knew that he had slid down the edge of the abyss and had no chance of redemption. At that moment when he decided to chant the Fool's honorific name, he was able to foresee his tragic end. But for revenge, he had made the choice regardless. However, everyone had the instinct to survive. Recalling how Klein Moretti, who believed in the Fool, was still alive and had even become a demigod, Leonard couldn't help but hold out some hope and expectations. At this moment, he heard the fog-enshrouded Fool chuckle. "Since you prayed to me for help, then based on the principle of equivalent exchange, you definitely need to pay the price." Leonard's body trembled as he bowed his head lower. "What is it you wish?" After a brief pause, the Fool's voice sounded again. "There's no rush. Perhaps there will be something that requires you to provide help to certain people. Have a seat." Leonard slowly calmed himself down and sat down. He looked around and asked, Klein Moretti has been here like me?" The Fool said with a calm tone, in a different manner. Different manner? Indeed, Klein didn't enter because he chanted the honorific name. He had been introduced by that death consul named Azagegus before becoming one of Mr. Fool's faithful. Leonard couldn't help but survey the area, and he discovered that there were a total of 22 high-back chairs around the long mottled table. It corresponds to the 22 Beyonder pathways. There are also 22 tarot cards. The Fool. Just as Leonard came up with a theory, he heard Mr. Fool chuckle. "Other than you, there are other living beings that have been pulled in here for various reasons. They earnestly wished for me to convene a gathering to carry out the exchange of information and the transaction of materials and formulas. They also help each other. This allows them to rapidly advance, eventually becoming high-sequence Beyonders. This is a little different from the secret organization represented by tarot cards I had imagined. It's rather loosely organized. What motives does Mr. Fool have to agree to such a request?" After coming to the ancient palace above the grey fog, Leonard felt high-strung, causing his thought processes to be a lot more agile than usual. He came up with all kinds of questions. After successfully achieving revenge, he had been feeling low-spirited and empty for a moment, as though he had lost his goal in life. However, he quickly pulled himself together. This was because Daly's death told him that he wasn't strong enough. To reduce the number of casualties of his companions in future missions and so as to not lack the ability to save them, he needed to reach sequence 4 at the very least. He needed to become a demigod. Therefore, the Fool's words had stirred his heart. He felt that it was an opportunity. Meanwhile, he also believed that by joining the gathering, he could deeply understand the situation of the secret organization. It helped in maximally averting the danger that resulted from establishing contact with the Fool. After some deliberation, Leonard asked, "Klein Moretti is also a regular member of this gathering? Does he have a seat here?" The Fool replied without much concern, "Yes." Leonard fell silent for a second as he asked, "Honorable Mr. Fool, can I join this regular gathering?" Shrouded in the grey fog, the Fool said with a smile, "Sure. But when you return, remember to mention this to Pallas Zoroast about it. Do not attempt to hide it from him." Him. Old man really is an angel. It's no wonder the luck siphon charm is so magical. Although Leonard had already expected this, he still couldn't help but be alarmed after receiving confirmation from Mr. Fool. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Why must I tell Pallas Zoroast?" Although he had a good relationship with Pallas Zoroast and had established a certain level of trust, he still felt wary. The reason why he had made the request to join Mr. Fool's secret gathering was to balance the latent danger of the ancient parasite. He then heard Mr. Fool reply with a smile, "Many a time, striking fear is a lot more useful than conflict." Striking fear is a lot more useful than conflict. That's right, forcefully creating a balance might agitate old man regardless, the final battlefield will be in my body, and it would be extremely disadvantageous to me. By striking fear into him, I can get him to recognize the situation. Even if he has ill intent, he will think of another solution and take another path. Leonard bowed his head in enlightenment. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have no more questions." At the end of the long bronze table, the Fool conjured a deck of tarot cards and lifted up his hand and pointed at them. They have each selected a tarot card to represent their code name. You can also choose one. The deck has the cards of their respective owners taken away. They do use tarot cards as their code names. Leonard exhaled and couldn't help but ask again, "Which card is Klein Moretti?" "The world," the Fool said casually. "It's him, and also not him." "What does that mean?" Leonard didn't dare to ask further. He extended his right hand and pulled out a card from the deck of tarot cards. Flipping it over, he saw a goddess pouring holy water, with stars littering the background. The star card! This didn't match Leonard's taste, but since he had already completed the ritual under Mr. Fool's watch, he could only accept it. Return. The gathering happens every Monday at 3 in the afternoon, Backland time. Shrouded in the grey fog, the Fool raised his hand and made Leonard, who was rushing to bow, vanish from the ancient palace. The Fool Klein chuckled as he flipped all the tarot cards. All of them had the same picture with the same sky-filled stars. All of them were the star cards. After laughing for a while, Klein cast his gaze to the crimson star that represented Leonard. While attempting to pull the poet above the grey fog, he had made some careful observation and had discovered that there was a blob of light hiding in Leonard Mitchell's body. It seemed to be made of countless ringed worms, hidden deep inside his soul body. This made Klein confirm that Pallas Zoroast had only parasitized Leonard at a preliminary stage. He didn't control Leonard's body of heart and mind, astral projection, ether body, and physical body. And after advancing to become a demigod, Klein had gained a deeper control over the mysterious space above the grey fog, allowing him to pull in anyone he wanted, without targeting the soul. He could make a selection. Therefore, Klein decided to not touch Leonard's soul body, and only pulled his astral projection above the grey fog. This avoided agitating Pallas Zoroast or end up bringing him into the mysterious space. Of course, it was almost certain that the Sequence 1 angel of the Marauder pathway would notice it. And the ability to enter the dreams of others stemmed from the astral projection of Beyond Us of the Evernight pathway, so it didn't affect Leonard's ability to do what he was good at in this mysterious space. Let's hope that he can escape from Pallas Zoroast's parasitizing bit by bit. Klein suddenly sighed. The reason why he made Leonard join the Tarot Club was because he wished to help this former teammate grow stronger, allowing him to escape the claws of Pallas Zoroast. If that Marauder pathway angel didn't have any ill intent, he could get Leonard to help him hide from Amorn and aid his recovery. This would speed up his switching of parasitic targets. Retracting in his gaze, Klein thought for a moment. He threw the Hunter Pathway Sequence 6 Conspirer Potion formula to the point of light representing Danitz. He then instructed him to leave the southern continent and return to the Golden Dream. Black Hunting Spider's Composite Eye, Sphinx's Brain. Danitz recalled the content he had just seen in a daze as he stood up in delight. He planned to immediately bid farewell to Anderson and leave the dangerous southern continent. After coming to the door of the Fog Sea's strongest hunter, he knocked on the wooden door, only to see it open. Anderson hadn't locked the door. Danitz was puzzled as he cast his gaze inside and saw Anderson holding a knife and sliding it against his abdomen. Chapter 952. What a Small World. Danitz jumped in fright as he blurted out, "Sorry, I didn't see anything." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already pulled the door handle towards him. Bang! The door closed, emitting a sound that echoed through the corridor. At this point, Danitz finally came to a realization. What was I doing just now? What is Anderson doing? He instinctively removed the black boxing glove and thought bitterly with a frown. Finally, he decided to return to his room, pack his luggage, and leave. As for what Anderson was trying to do, he felt that something was amiss despite his curiosity. He had no plans on getting himself involved in it, lest he fell into a trap. Captain said that I should maintain fear and respect towards the unknown. So, I should distance myself from this? Just as Danitz turned around, he suddenly heard the door unlock before being opened. Anderson, whose buttons on the lower part of his shirt weren't buttoned up, walked out with a dull, pitch-black knife. He looked at Danitz with a mixed expression. "Aren't you going to try to stop me?" Danitz acutely noticed the chance to mock him as he sniggered. "That's your freedom. If you didn't leave a will, I'll be rich." Anderson rubbed his cheeks. "Aren't you curious about what I encountered?" Danitz glanced at him suspiciously. "I keep feeling as though you're up to something." Anderson roared with laughter. "Well, I had been captured some time ago and was soaked in strange blood with all kinds of ingredients. I was corroded by it for an extended period of time until a strange chrysalis was formed inside my body. This was to create the effect of having a certain level of attraction towards high sequence beyond us of the Hunter Pathway." As he spoke, he pointed at his abdomen. Danitz was taken aback. "I've never really heard of something like that. If you were another sex, I might have imagined that you're pregnant." He paused for a moment before asking, "That strange fellow in Revival Square was attracted by the baby, no, chrysalis in your stomach?" Anderson nodded as Danitz gestured with his hands. "You were trying to cut open your abdomen to extract the chrysalis?" Anderson replied honestly, "Yes, I'm worried about how it would affect me, or if it will continue attracting demigods. I have to make every second count to remove this latent problem." Danitz thought before asking in puzzlement, "Then why aren't you making the attempt? You forgot to set up a will, and you want me to be your witness." Anderson's facial muscles twitched as he chuckled. "Not bad. Your provoker potion should almost be digested." He then sighed. "After some careful analysis, I believe there's no direct way to extract it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have soaked me in blood and allowed the ingredients to seep into me. They could have just opened up my stomach and placed the chrysalis inside before sewing me up." Without waiting for Danitz's reply, he said in thought, "Don't you have the method to contact German Sparrow? He's been through so much and knows so much, so I would like to consult him on how to resolve this problem." In recent months, Danitz was extremely afraid of people raising the matter about him knowing German Sparrow, so he subconsciously retorted, "No. I haven't seen him since I left the Golden Dream." Anderson curled the corner of his lips and said, "When you were writing to German Sparrow, I was beside him and have met his messenger." Danitz's expression immediately froze. He forced a smile after a few seconds. "Then why don't you directly summon his messenger?" Anderson raised his hand again and touched his throat, chuckling. "I don't know the ritual for summoning his messenger." Danitz still suspected that Anderson was up to something, and was unwilling to confirm that he had been repeatedly communicating with German Sparrow. He then suggested, "Actually, you can always seek the help of our captain on such matters. She's very knowledgeable and good at research. She knows many secret techniques and can also seek the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom for help. She should be able to give you the solution for resolving the matter of the chrysalis in your stomach. Ha ha, if you're embarrassed, I can talk to her for you. Just as he said that, he saw Anderson's face beam. He quickly replied with a rushed tone, "All right, let's do that. I've already packed my luggage. When shall we set off?" Danitz fell into a daze for a few seconds, feeling that he had been tricked by Anderson. He returned to the room, drank his remaining beer, and threw all the miscellaneous items into his luggage bag, leaving behind a dried leaf with golden patterns. This was the token Danitz previously used to establish contact with the Northern States' dominant leader, General May Sanchez. Following German Sparrow's instructions, he left the leaf inside and allowed the person in charge to follow up. In the room that Danitz checked out of, a candle was suddenly lit as a 2-meter-tall scarlet flame burgeoned. Amidst the flames, a figure walked out. He was wearing a silk top hat, black formal suit, and had white sideburns. He looked outstanding with his deep, blue eyes and mature demeanor. He was none other than Klein as Dwayne Dantes. After picking up the leaf with golden patterns, Klein left the hotel, circling around the sealed-off Revival Square, and came to Kakawa's core region, White Feather Square. May Sanchez's residence was there, located beside a death cathedral that descended downwards. As a standard Lonese gentleman, Dantes looked out of place when walking through the city. Here, the foreigners were a minority, with most foreigners seen around the few major embassies located around Rejoice Square. The other places were filled with mostly locals from Balam. Their skin was slightly brown, and they had curly black hair. Their facial features were soft, and in the eyes of most people from the northern continent, people of the same sex all looked the same, aside from the differences in height and weight. These locals, be it male or female, enjoyed rolling dried tobacco leaves into Balam cigarettes. Along the way, Klein would see residents spewing out smoke alongside the road from time to time. In addition, many of them hung a fruit known as dalawa by their waists. This fruit was the size of 2 fists, with thick skin. After digging open a tiny hole and eating the flesh inside, one could use it to store water, alcohol, and other beverages. Based on Klein's observations, they mostly drank an orange-yellow guadar. It was sour with a hint of sweetness, good at quenching thirst and relieving heat. It was also great at keeping people awake. "I didn't have a chance to try it before," Klein mumbled as he found the guard manning the general's residence and sought to meet a man named Haggis. Due to his appearance as a Lonese person and a gentleman, the guard didn't deny his request or make it difficult for him. He got a person to head in to get a man in his 30s. The man's facial features and skin were that of a standard Balam native. However, his curly black hair had been pulled straight and neatly combed back as though he was trying to mimic members of high society in the various countries of the northern continent. He wore a white shirt and a black vest, matched with a very formal bow tie. Upon seeing Dwayne Dantes, he said in standard Lonese, "Good afternoon, I'm Haggis. Nice to meet you." His accent was a little odd, different from any borough in Lun. Klein had lived in high society for quite a period of time, so he wasn't too surprised. He said with a smile, "Good afternoon, I'm Dwayne Dantes. I never expected to meet a gentleman who's so good at using the accent of Lonese nobles." Haggis couldn't help but smile. Many children of noble birth from Lun have come to East and West Balam to seek out opportunities. I was fortunate to learn from them. Oh, I might know some of them. Klein wasn't in a rush to talk business as he began making small talk with Haggis like a gentleman. Haggis smiled. "My friend includes Colonel Alfred Hall, the second son of an earl." "Hall?" Klein let out a soft chuckle. "I once met Earl Hall at a charity party. He's a true noble. What a small world." Haggis nodded in agreement. Perhaps this is an arrangement of fate. Unfortunately, Alfred was transferred to East Balam last year. He didn't continue as he immediately invited Dwayne Dantes into the general's residence. When passing through the side door, Klein suddenly looked up, glancing at the embedded stained glass above. The glass shimmered like a rainbow under the illumination of sunlight, as though gazes were sweeping past. Chapter 953. Prophecy. Klein retracted his gaze in a natural manner, held his gold-inlaid cane, and followed closely behind Haggis before entering the general's residence. The architecture style was completely unlike those found in the southern continent. It didn't make any use of light manipulation to make the rooms appear dark and gloomy, nor did they boldly use some human bones as accessories to produce a strong visual impact. Instead, it was more in the style of the northern continent. Furthermore, there was an undeniable hint of Inti's influence. Every column was covered in segmented gold foil. The use of colors in the murals were warm, and there were sculptures embedded with gold. A beautiful spiral staircase descended from above, connecting all 4 stories before ending in the middle of the huge hall where it faced the entrance. It was extremely grand. I have to say that countries led by the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun are really at the forefront when it comes to gold artwork. It doesn't have the feeling of the gaudy nouveau riche. Klein swept his gaze to the palm-sized golden angels that extended out from the staircase's railings and mid-sections of the columns, holding back his urge to caress them. Looking at the guard standing by the 2 sides, he casually found a topic and said to Haggis, "Colonel Alfred Hall seems to have made some significant contributions in West Balam." Haggis nodded and used a Lonese noble accent to say, "He's a determined and brave man. He once led a special forces team of more than 30 men to raid an Inti's battalion with more than 1,000 people, completely crippling them. I heard that he had also made significant contributions in East Balam, therefore, becoming a colonel before the age of 30. Sounds impressive. Perhaps Miss Justice's brother has already become a Beyonder with quite a significantly high sequence. In every aristocratic family, every generation should have some members taking the Beyonder path. If this Mr. Alfred finally reaches his goal of becoming a Beyonder with a relatively high sequence and gaining the rank of Brigadier General or Major General through hardship, I wonder how sad would he be when he returns to Backland to realize that he's no match for his sister's dog." Having drank his medicine before heading out today, Klein used the act of lampooning to adjust his mental state. He didn't ask further about Alfred as he asked with a curious tone, "I realize that there are some differences in the traditions of East and West Balam. Here, in many houses, there are people with human bone decorations, but it's not present in East Balam. I've been here several times, but I've never been able to bring myself to get the answer to this question." Haggis stopped and pointed to the exaggerated spiral staircase. "Mr. Dantes, the general will be here in a few minutes." After informing him of this, he chuckled. It's actually not common to see human bone traditions. Only fiefs that came under the royal family of the Balam Empire still have this tradition. To us, the death of family members doesn't mean that our relationship has come to an end. After the burial, we will take a piece of their bones and place it at home as a decoration, as a way to indicate that the deceased continue being with the living. As for which bone to choose, it will be decided by the interring priest through a ritual. The best and most symbolic part is the skull. Some families will even make the skull into a vessel for drinking alcohol, using it only when entertaining the most honored guests. Mr. Dantes, if you close a deal this time, I wish to invite you home. I wish to offer finest wine in my grandfather's skull to show my respects to you." 2:11. Klein's expression nearly fell apart. He felt that he was incapable of accepting the local customs in this aspect. He laughed and was just about to be perfunctory when he saw a figure slowly walking down the golden railings of the staircase. The person didn't wear a hat. He was wearing a cut black military attire with shimmering gold buttons. The sash he wore was red like blood. He had light brown skin and a rather soft facial outline. His facial features looked scrunched up in the middle of his head, making his face appear abnormally big. Klein, who had obtained the relevant information from various channels, instantly recognized the man to be the dominant ruler of West Balam's northern state. He was May Sanchez, who declared himself as general. On the surface, he wavered between the factions of Lun, Intis, Fainapota, Faysac, and the resistance, maintaining a balance, but secretly, he had received the support of the numinous Episcopate's royal family faction. Meanwhile, Klein suspected that this native general had established a solid working relationship with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. As for May Sanchez's strength, be it Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina or Admiral of Stars Catlear, he he was noted to be a sequence 5. But the two ladies didn't mention which pathway he was from, as the powers this local general exhibited were mostly related to spirits, but he carried a mystical item from the death pathway. "Good afternoon, Your Excellency." Klein took off his hat, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed. At this moment, he sensed gazes locking onto him from some unknown location. They were like lights that flashed across the golden angel figures, the sunlight reflected from the stained glass or the lustrous glow from the smooth marble. "Hello there, Mr. Dantes," May Sanchez replied in Deutonese. Having grasped Deutonese through his marionette, Klein naturally was able to understand him. However, in the southern continent, the longer he stayed in East and West Balam, the more he felt the similarities between Deutonese and ancient Faisak. Although these two languages obviously followed different systems, making it much more difficult if he were to truly study Deutonese, certain details were shockingly similar, as it was as though they shared a common heritage. Klein could only be certain that the heritage wasn't Jotun. Pretending as though he hadn't noticed anything, he very naturally chatted with May Sanchez until the other party raised the topic of the arms deal. "How many goods do you have in total?" Klein laughed and replied, "It wouldn't be a problem equipping 3,000 to 4,000 people. In addition, there will be a few cannons." May Sanchez fell silent and said, "Name your price." Klein pretended to deliberate and said, "If you wish for me to send the goods to the northern state, the price would be £50,000. If you send your troops to retrieve the goods with me and be responsible for the subsequent transportation and safety, it will only cost £40,000. May Sanchez thought and said, "The latter. Take the down payment and go with my men. Once they see the goods and move it onto our carriages, my men will pay the rest." He paused for a moment and then added, "However, I do not have much Lun gold pounds. So you don't have enough foreign reserves." Klein surveyed the area and said with an unconcerned smile, "You can directly pay me in gold coins, or even gold bars or gold bricks." May Sanchez was rather decisive. He didn't waste any time to nod and say, "Deal. I'll get Haggis to bring my men and money to you tomorrow." "Not bad. I like doing business with people who don't haggle." Klein first heaved a sigh of relief before suspecting if his price was too low. After Klein left the general's residence, May Sanchez suddenly looked up and said to the person above, "Your Excellency Luca, is this the person you're waiting for?" One story above the beautiful staircase, a figure slowly appeared. He was an elder in a white robe with inlaid brass lines. His hair was completely white and neatly combed. His pair of grey-green eyes were so deep that they appeared bottomless. He replied with an unhurried tone, "There's no way to be certain. Although my prophecy tells me that I'll meet the person who can resolve my future predicament in the next 2 days here, that person was too ordinary. Besides being a beyonder, there's nothing worth taking note of. Of course, I can't tell the more profound truth. He might have an existence that's at least not weaker than me behind him." Having said that, he slowly walked down and, after a few seconds, said, "I'll attempt to use a dream to see if I can discover more. Do I need to prepare a special room for you?" May Sanchez asked reverently. Luca shook his head. "I'll use the activity room here." The best time will be 4 hours later. Don't disturb me before that happens." He then entered the room, sat down, and leaned against the sofa. He relaxed himself, closed his eyes, and fell silent. Only when it slowly turned dark did the old gentleman fall asleep. In the dream, he found himself standing in the hall of the general's residence, standing at the first floor of the beautiful staircase. By the side was May Sanchez and numerous guards. The middle-aged man named Dwayne Dantes was standing opposite him when he suddenly curled his lips into a smile, revealing an exaggerated smile. Flames soared up as poker cards fell from above. Luca's green eyes instantly darkened as Dwayne Dantes's body instantly fell into a strange darkness that appeared. The old white-robed gentleman immediately spread his arms open, revealing a dark vortex at his chest. The vortex expanded and devoured Dwayne Dantes. Before Luca could confirm the situation, he felt something. He turned to the side and saw May Sanchez's face squirming and turning tall before instantly becoming another Dwayne Dantes. Almost at the same time, Haggis and all the guards present turned into Dwayne Dantes. All of them were casting their gaze at Luca. Luca was jolted awake, and under the watch of May Sanchez, who had entered at some point in time, he faltered for 2 seconds and said heavily, "I have to personally meet that gentleman from before and see the demigod behind him." Before he finished his sentence, he subconsciously turned his head to look out the window. At this moment, the street lamps lit up. It was dark outside, and the crimson moon's moonlight was strangely tainted with a bloody color. Another blood moon. Thankfully there's Mr. Fool. I must say that there are way too many blood moons this year. It's only been 2 months since the last time. I didn't even have any time to prepare. Force, who sat up, wiped her cold sweat, and muttered silently. She had arrived at a town near Delaire Forest and had checked into a hotel. She shared a room with Zio, and they had made preparations to do some investigations of the abandoned castle early tomorrow morning. To Force's surprise, there was a blood moon just as she was preparing to get some rest. At this moment, she seemed to recall something as her body stiffly turned to the side. Zio, who had exhorted her to sleep early, had already woken up at some point in time. She was looking at her with her eyes open. Chapter 954. Strange Ancient Castle. Force's gaze met Zio's in midair as both parties remained silent. After a while, Force chuckled dryly. "Ha ha, you haven't fallen asleep." Zio frowned and said, "What happened to you?" "Nothing. Didn't I tell you before? Whenever the full moon happens, I won't be in a good state." "It's even worse during the blood moon," Force replied as though everything was normal. Zio sized her up and pulled her blanket. "I remember that you brought sleeping pills. There's no need for that. I'm fine now." Seeing that Zio wasn't pressing further, Force secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "Go back to sleep. We still have to head into the forest early tomorrow morning." Zio didn't say another word as she turned around, gripped the blanket, and closed her eyes. Before long, her breathing turned heavier and became more drawn out and uniform. Force stared blankly at the ceiling as her thoughts ran wild. At some point in time, she fell asleep as well. The next day at noon. In the core region of Delaire Forest, in front of a collapsed, ancient castle covered in green vines. Force wiped the perspiration on her forehead and exhaled. "We're finally here." Zio shot her a glance and said, "The boss at the hotel told me that we only need 2 hours to get here." They had set off before 6 in the morning, but they had spent nearly 7 hours to arrive. The corners of Force's lips twitched as she said, "Ideal conditions and reality are different. There weren't any trails for us to take towards the end. We needed to explore and forge a new path ourselves." Zio took out her triangular blade, nodded, and said, "You should have foreseen this from the beginning, but you refused to have a guide as suggested by the hotel's boss. As an astrologer, I don't believe such trivialities will cause any trouble. Look, aren't we there now? Besides, the time is perfect. The wraiths and ghosts are definitely in their weakest state." Having forced a smile, Force held Lemano's travels in one hand as she pointed with the other. "I didn't notice it before, but the more I think about it, the more puzzled I become." "About what?" Zio also cast her gaze to the ancient abandoned castle that was covered by vines. Force casually found an excuse. "Tell me, who would build a castle in the middle of a forest? Furthermore, they didn't open up a trail to it." Before she finished her sentence, she really found the matter a little odd. Zio thought and said, "Perhaps there was a trail, but after the castle was abandoned, whatever traces of it had been wiped out with time." Force stroked the hair by her ear and shook her head. "Then why would they abandon it? If they had considered safety back when building it, it would be more dangerous building it far from the town in an uninhabited castle. If it's just for vacations, with the way nobles do things, they wouldn't abandon it even if the maintenance and repairs are difficult." Zio blurted out, "Could it be because it's haunted?" Force thought for a few seconds. "Won't someone who can build such a huge castle hire beyond us to deal with the ghosts? I suspect that the 3 churches and the kingdom's government don't know of this ancient castle. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that they will leave the Beyonder ingredients inside. Upon saying that, she raised a possibility. An ancient castle of the Sanguine. Such extraordinary creatures enjoyed living in places with few people. Furthermore, they were usually connected to dark forests and ancient castles. In addition, information about this ancient castle came from the Sanguine to begin with. It's possible, Zio first agreed before disagreeing. Will the Sanguine be afraid of ghosts? They definitely have the means to deal with the ancient wraiths inside. Makes sense. Don't tell me those Sanguine don't like money and don't care about the search for Beyonder ingredients. Force recalled Mr. Moon's behavior and denied her hypothesis. In deliberation, she said, unless there's some problem that's not easy to resolve. That's what made the bigwigs choose to skirt around it. In that case, her operation would become more dangerous than she had anticipated. Zio tersely agreed. Let's do some preliminary investigations while the sun is still strong. All right. Force held Leymano's travels and approached the half-collapsed ancient castle one step at a time. The two soon arrived at the entrance, which was two-thirds blocked by rocks. They discovered that, beneath the green vines, the stone walls were mottled and heavily weathered as though it had been in existence for a very, very long period of time. Zio wasn't in a rush to enter. Calling out to Force, they circled around the castle slowly. When they returned to the entrance, she said in puzzlement, this castle's style is purely defensive. It doesn't seem to consider the problems needed for living in it. Besides, many of the peculiarities of the building are ones I haven't heard of before. It has probably existed in the late 4th epoch or even earlier. What's there to defend again? Beastmen? Treants? They've all gone extinct after the cataclysm. Don't tell me that it's a building from the 2nd or 3rd epoch. Force casually replied. She observed the terrain and left the entrance with Zio before arriving at a relatively complete wall. She reached out her palm and pressed on it. Although she lacked combat experience, she was rather skilled when it came to the various aspects before a battle. An illusory light appeared in front of her, allowing Force and Zio to instantly enter the abandoned castle. The first thing that they saw was a collapsed staircase and layers of remnant concrete from above. There were rays of pure sunlight shining in from above, as well as masonry and rotten wood. There weren't any animal or bird feces or any green weeds on the ground. With a whoosh, the wind seeped into their bones, chilling them despite it being noon. Force activated her spirit body and surveyed the area, but she failed to see any spirit bodies. However, she noticed that on the right of a remnant collapsed wall, there was a rather intact stone staircase. The staircase was mottled and scuffed as it extended downwards to an unknown location. Shall we head over there to take a look? Force shot a glance at Zio and made a suggestion. From her point of view, everything else in the castle could either be taken in at a glance or collapsed and stacked together. If they wished to do thorough investigations, it was certain that it would take a rather long amount of time. Therefore, it was better to gain a general understanding of the overall picture to assure themselves. Zio glanced around and nodded gently. The cold wind is gathering underground. I suspect that all the wraiths and ghosts are hidden in the area where the staircase leads to. Yeah. Force cautiously walked towards the mottled stone staircase and followed the steps, which were covered in gravel, down. The staircase was rather narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time. Furthermore, they spiraled down, leaving Force shaken. Tap! 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 As their footsteps echoed into the distance, the light that shone inside the staircase darkened. Zio lit the lantern in her hand as Force opened Leymano's travels, swiping a page with great familiarity. A bright and warm light burst out, illuminating the mottled stairs ahead of them. Tensed, Force and Zio walked down one level at a time. On the way, cold wind blew past them, making them overreact and nearly caused them to launch attacks at non-existent enemies. Tap! 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 In the narrow and silent environment, Force finally walked down the steps and stepped onto rather flat and solid ground. She had originally wanted to say being in a place like this for too long will really make one go mad, but due to the silent and heavy atmosphere around her, she didn't make a sound. She was afraid that breaking the silence would result in extremely terrible developments. Using the blob of light that was floating above her, Force cast her gaze forward in an attempt to see what was at the end of the staircase. It was a huge hall that was nearly 10 meters tall. There were black tiles laid on the ground with water droplets seeping out. There were signs of damage everywhere. Dozens of meters away, where the light nearly failed to illuminate the other end of the hall, there was a pair of double bronze doors sitting there silently. It went from the bottom to the top, and the rocks on the walls to its side had peeled off. The statues were in shambles, revealing the dark brown mud underneath. The surface of the door was engraved with dense symbols and strange patterns. They had a very mysterious and heavy feel, as though they were sealing something or blocking out something. Force finally couldn't help but say with a hushed tone, "Have you seen such large doors before?" Beside her, Zio shook her head. "No." Force immediately drew a gasp. "Say, what could be behind that door? Where does it lead to? See, could it be the reason for building this castle in the first place? To prevent the creatures behind the door from coming out?" Zio circled the area but didn't find any murals that could provide any information. All she found was that the closer she was to the bronze door, the more water seeped out from the ground. There were also more and more abandoned silver-black swords on the ground. During the 4th and 5th epoch, murals were very common in all castles and buildings. And before the cataclysm, it can be seen from various elvish ruins that supernatural creatures similarly like to use murals to praise their deities and to record their daily lives, Zio said slowly, using her experience and knowledge from being a bounty hunter. Force nodded slightly and said, "That's indeed the case. This ancient castle is more magical than I imagined." At this moment, she felt hesitant. She even had thoughts of leaving and seeking Mr. World's help. Having heard Little Sun describe so many horror stories when exploring abandoned ruins at the tarot gatherings, her mind couldn't help but wonder when placed in a similar situation. She was scaring herself. "Perhaps we can gather more clues by going closer." Zio boldly took a few steps forward and approached the heavy sealed door that seemed to lead somewhere. Force gripped Leymano's travels tightly and hurriedly chased after her. As she walked, she suddenly saw bright redness appear before her. What seeped out from the cracks of the black tiles was no longer water but staggering blood. This? Force immediately flipped open the notebook with a bronze-green cover and cast her sight on Zio through the corner of her eye. It was unknown when Zio had turned pale. Her eyes were dark green, and her lips were red. The area around her was dark and gloomy as her expression looked extremely distorted. Chapter 955. Ancient Wraith. Force's pupils dilated as though she was trying to absorb more light into her eyes to better see Zio's current circumstances. Meanwhile, the light in front of her suddenly exploded with a flash several times more blinding than old-school cameras, blanketing the surroundings with whiteness. Following that, her finger swiped on a page on Leymano's travels as black fog soared from her feet, enveloping her entire body. The thick black fog quickly transformed into palm-sized illusory bats as they flew in different directions of the underground hall. This was Wings of Darkness which the moon had recorded in Leymano's travels. Its original use was to enhance one's speed and bestow temporary flight capabilities while producing a horde of blood-sucking bats to attack the enemy. However, Force didn't use it for this purpose. Instead, she used it as a prop for her performance. After the illusory bats flew away, the space where Force stood was already empty. At some point in time, she had appeared more than 10 meters away. After subconsciously escaping and defending herself, Force could finally calm down as she hurriedly cast her gaze onto Zio, who had turned abnormal. However, Zio only appeared to have slightly disheveled blonde hair with malt-colored skin due to her continuous forays out in the sun. Besides looking somewhat blank as though she was surprised as to why her friend had such a huge reaction, she didn't show any signs of being influenced by wraiths or ghosts. SOR. As? What happened? Zio asked warily. Force narrowed her eyes without directly replying to her. Flipping through Leymano's travels' pages, she asked, "Zio, how tall are you?" Seemingly realizing something, Zio answered, 152. Isn't that so? Just as she said that, Force's fingers slid across the notebook's page, which was filled with symbols and magical labels. Silently, a holy light swirling with fire plummeted down from above. The unadulterated and bright light instantly enveloped Zio before rippling outward with sunlight. As the blazing light stabbed into Force's eyes, she saw the hall collapse and the surrounding space shatter like glass. This feeling was gone in a flash as Force realized that she was still in her original spot. She had yet to flee. That was an illusion? She hurriedly turned to the side and saw Zio looking at the damaged region of the heavy door. Force deliberated for a moment and asked, "Zio, how tall are you?" Zio glanced at her and angrily said, "Stop asking such inane questions." "Phew, she's real." Force heaved a sigh of relief as she quickly described her encounter to Zio. After a few seconds of thought, Zio used her lantern-wielding hand to nudge Force's arm. "Let's retreat. Perhaps the closer we are to that door, the easier it is to hallucinate." "Yes, that's possible." Force nodded in agreement as she quickly moved back a few steps. Following that, she surveyed the area and asked in puzzlement, "Why can't we find any wraiths or ghosts here? Such an environment should be something that they enjoy." Zio was perplexed as well. She then did a careful observation before landing her gaze on the blob of sunlight floating above Force's head. "Try extinguishing it," she suggested. Force came to a realization as she immediately dispelled the light. Silent darkness blanketed the area and ruled the underground hall once more. Only the lantern's faint yellow light put up a resistance against all of this. Then, Force saw two figures in her spirit vision. They were rather close to the bronze door. One was a female with coiled hair, wearing a knight's trousers and a garish shirt for ease of movement. The other was a man wearing silver-black armor as he held a sword that was almost snapping due to rust. The former's face was a blur as it kept wandering between the door and where Force and Zio arrived. The latter was loitering beside the door, muttering something. "These are the two ancient wraiths." Force nudged Zio and said with a suppressed voice, "I see spirit bodies. I see them as well. They aren't hiding at all." Zio curved her back as she readied herself for a fight. Force hurriedly nudged her. "Don't be hasty. We aren't sure that they're the targets." She attempted to take 3 steps forward, but the two relatively blurry figures didn't even look at her. Force thought and suddenly said, "What are you doing?" She had heard of stories in other mysticism circles that wraiths, shadows, and other higher-level spirit body creatures could be communicated with. However, she regretted it the moment she said that. This was because communication didn't allow her to achieve her goal. There was no way she could persuade the other party to kill themselves and hand over the cursed item and remnant spirituality of an ancient wraith. Just as Force was considering if she should launch a direct attack, the lady in the garish shirt and knight's trousers replied with a flat tone, "I'm searching for my husband. He's a guard here." Communication is really possible. Force pressed out of curiosity, "Where did he go?" At this moment, Zio approached as she wore a look of extreme vigilance. The blur-figured lady answered blankly, "He's a guard here. He told me that magical power seeps out from behind the door, corrupting his teammates. He got me to leave as quickly as possible with a messenger. He said that he would ensure that I escaped safely, but I don't wish for that. I want to leave with him. After sending off the messenger, I returned midway and returned underground. But I can't find him. With the age of this castle exceeding the present epoch, the last defender has definitely transformed into an ancient wraith. This lady's story has moved me. I really can't bear to attack her." Force mind whirled as she carefully took a few steps and circled around the ancient female wraith and approached the bronze door. This time, she and Zio didn't suffer any more hallucinations. This seemed to imply that her encounter was subconsciously created by the lady. A distance from the silver-black armored knight with a rusty sword, Force attempted to ask, "Sir, what are you doing?" The knight paused and said with a humming voice, "I'm guarding this door of blackness. I need to ensure that my wife has escaped safely. If you meet her, tell her that her knight will fight for her to the very last moment." "Ah. Door of blackness. It's clearly a bronze door. Wait, what did he say? He said that he's guarding the door to ensure that his wife can safely escape? Isn't this the other half of the woman's story which she described? This is her husband? Force was taken aback as she kept looking back and forth between the two ancient wraiths. The lady wearing a garish shirt and knight's trousers slowly approached the bronze door before returning to the middle of the hall repeatedly. As for the silver-black armored man, he was patrolling about the door with a rotting sword in hand. At times, they would pass by without noticing each other. Such a scene must have gone on for at least 1,500 years, or even longer. Force commented silently as she turned to glance at Zio. She realized that her friend's eyes were already welling with tears. What an easily touched person. Force couldn't help it as she shouted at the female wraith, "Look at the door. Your husband has been there all along." The lady slowed down her pace and first glanced at Force before casting her gaze at the heavy door. Her blank gaze penetrated the night, landing behind him. "Why can't I find him?" The wraith repeated her words and repeated her actions. Force felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow, and just as she was about to shout again, she saw the knight turn to look at her and Zio. He shouted, "Who are you?" Just as he said that, the female wraith cast her gaze at Zio and Force again. Force immediately felt her thoughts slow down as a coldness quickly formed inside her body and rippled out, freezing her flesh and joints. As for Zio, she too was suffering from the same condition. The area around the lantern dimmed significantly. At this moment, 2 bolts of lightning lit up in Zio's eyes. This made the wraith let out a painful cry as his body turned faint. Zio instantly escaped from her frozen state and threw out the triangular blade in her hand towards the female wraith. Bolts of illusory lightning swirled around the triangular blade's tip, stabbing straight into the lady. Psychic lashing! The female wraith screamed as her body turned faint. Force instantly snapped awake as she slid her fingers across the open Leymano's travels. Life seemed to immediately gather from the surrounding shadows, turning into a pitch-black chain that restrained the male wraith to the ground, sealing off his mouth. Abyss chains! Meanwhile, Zio rushed out, and with an illusory brand in hand, she stamped it on the female wraith. With her holding back the female wraith, Force actions became more composed. She flipped through Leymano's travels and slid her fingers. Silver lightning that branched out and blasted out of thin air, smiting the male wraith and turning the area into a lightning hellscape. Finally, a holy pillar of light that had flames swirling around it appeared. It enveloped the male wraith and completely purified him. With one enemy taken down, Force immediately turned and dealt with the female wraith with Zio. She didn't hold back on using powers from Leymano's travels. She came up with wise combinations of them, and using Zio's suppression, she switched between restrainment powers and offense from time to time. Soon, they finished off their target. Everything fell silent as Force heaved a sigh of relief. She then looked at the battlefield with a look of disbelief. Is that it? She originally imagined that 2 ancient wraiths had unique powers, and with their higher levels, they weren't something subsequent 5 Beyonders could deal with. However, she realized that everything happened rather smoothly. This made her truly realize how godly Leymano's travels was. She also began looking forward to the next sequence as a scribe. Zio was somewhat astonished as she thought for a few seconds. It's no wonder someone told me that, beneath the level of demigods, the number of Beyonders, their cooperation, and usage of powers are more important than the sequence. Just as she said that, she heard knocking sounds resonate. It broke the silence of the hall, and it came from behind the bronze door. Chapter 956. The things behind the door. Bang! 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 Behind the bronze door, the slamming sounds continued incessantly, echoing throughout the vast underground hall as though they came from an abnormally distant past. Force clamped up and couldn't help but tremble. Unable to help it, she suppressed her voice. What could be behind the door? I've no idea. Zio honestly shook her head, subconsciously gulping. Her right hand, which had just picked up her triangular blade, had her joints protruding out as her blood vessel surfaced. Clearly, she was gripping the triangular blade tightly. Bang! 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 The slamming sounds continued without any change in frequency. Each sound seemed to strike at Force and Zio's hearts, leaving their hair standing and scalps tingling. It likely won't be able to come out, right? If it could so easily come out, it wouldn't have waited until today. Force tried to console herself with parched lips. Zio nodded heavily and said, "We leave once the ingredients form." In such an environment and atmosphere, her curiosity had been completely overwhelmed by her innate fear. All right. As Force glanced at the spots where the two ancient wraiths had been cleansed, she blamed the moon for providing undetailed information. He hadn't mentioned that there was such a strange door beneath the ancient castle. At this moment, glowing dust was landing on the ground like shattered gems, forming into two piles as they gathered together. Around them, nearly formless remnant spirituality condensed into a seemingly ethereal crystal. Accompanied by the crystals and dust were two different items. One was ring-shaped and completely transparent as though it was a corroded ring. The other was an eye carved from crystal, with faint black gas swirling within. Upon seeing this scene, Force suddenly realized something. An ancient wraith was a ghost-like creature with a beyonder characteristic mixed in. The cursed item would be related to a particular item while they were still alive, fusing with the characteristic and turning into a foundation to which they relied on for their existence. It was precisely because of this that different ancient wraiths had different corresponding cursed items in shape and form. However, they were essentially the same. And the dust was another type of characteristic. It was the source of most of their strength, stemming from remnant spirituality, slightly equivalent to the blood and ingredients of monsters. Bang! 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 The entity striking behind the bronze door didn't let up at all. It kept testing Force and Zio's psyche. Being afraid and cautious, the duo's bodies trembled so much that they even imagined that the door was shaking slightly. Their racing hearts were in their throats. With them being able to head for the staircase at any moment, Force finally waited until the ancient wraith's powder and cursed items took form. As she signaled to Zio to be wary, she crouched down and took out 3 square metal boxes she had prepared. After some hesitation, Force looked up at Zio and said, "These two ancient wraiths have been waiting for each other for so long. I am thinking of separating a little of what they left behind and burying them together. In that case, I'll get a cursed item, and you'll get a pile of dust. We'll split the remaining spirituality, all right?" Zio didn't hesitate as she nodded. "All right." Force silently heaved a sigh of relief as she pursed her lips. Flipping through Leymano's travels, she slid her finger across a particular page. The 5 nails on her right hand immediately grew long and sharp, covering black patterns and symbols. This was the claw of corrosion from the sanguine. Upon seeing her palm transform, Force grabbed at the ground, easily digging a hole and leaving behind a corrosive mark. Right on the heels of that, she placed the crystal eyeball-like cursed item and a pile of dust into the hole before filling the hole with the gravel and soil she had dug up. She lightly grazed the flattened ground with her fingernails, writing an epitaph. "Returning for you, defending for you, together forever." After doing all of this, Force sighed when she heard the slamming behind the bronze turn louder. Bam! She jumped in fright and hurriedly placed the pile of dust, ring-shaped curse item, and remnant spirituality into the different square metal boxes. Then, she put the boxes away, stood up, and slowly walked to the spiraling and cramped staircase with Zio. Bang! 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 The slamming sounds behind the bronze door grew intense as Force and Zio subconsciously gritted their teeth, following the staircase and rapidly heading up. They increased their speed until they began running. They ignored the possibility of falling on the staircase and tumbling down like a wheel. Finally, Force and Zio saw sunlight. Sunlight beamed in from outside, shining upon the staircase ahead of them. It was bright, pure, and warm. At this moment, the slamming sounds from underground had come to a sudden stop without any follow-up. Force and Zio exchanged looks, slowed down their pace, and after a few large strides, returned to the top of the abandoned ancient castle. The duo didn't say a word and directly left the area, returning to the periphery of the forest. After walking for some time, Force calmed down and pursed her lips. It was really terrifying. Although the thing behind the bronze door didn't deal any harm to us, nor did it even show itself, I think it was more terrifying than the ancient wraiths. Compared to all my past experiences, it's far more terrifying. In those few minutes, I couldn't help but imagine all the different tragic deaths I might suffer. Each one was more terrifying than the last, but none of them were as terrifying as the slamming sounds. Zio turned her head and agreed with a nod. Yeah. I felt as though I was walking on the edge of a cliff. Force was about to continue when she saw 2 streams of bright red blood flowing down Zio's nose. Zio! Your nose is bleeding. Force hurriedly warned her friend. Zio was taken aback as her pupils dilated. You too? Force blankly reached out her hand and wiped her nose. It felt warm to the touch, wet and sticky. She was appalled as she hurriedly held her right hand in front of her and saw red blood smeared across it. It was bright and striking. A result from being overly anxious. Force muttered in puzzlement. At this moment, through the sunlight diffusing through the forest's canopy, she realized that faint black spots were quickly growing on her wrists at a discernible pace. The black spots rapidly spread, covering her arms and the back of her hands. Force subconsciously cried out as she hurriedly looked at Zio. She saw Zio's cheeks and neck covered with black spots. This isn't normal. Force blurted out. Zio sensed the abnormality happening to the both of them as she recalled and said, "Do you still remember what that female wraith said?" She said that the guards from before had been corrupted by the forces that seeped out from behind the bronze door. Could it be that we've been corrupted? Force was taken aback for a second before she nodded heavily. It's possible. She hurriedly took out the medicine that she had prepared, handing over some of it to Zio. Then, she twisted the lid off and downed 2 bottles. However, they didn't show any signs of recovering. The black spots grew in number, turning their vision blurry. Badump! Badump! Before long, Force, whose efforts to save herself were in vain, could hear her heartbeat and sense her body beginning to lose strength. Out of ideas, she quivered her lips, clenched her teeth, and turned her body around. She took a few steps to open up a distance from Zio. Then, she bowed her head and chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name. In about 10 seconds, she saw dark red light appear, engulfing her like the tide. The ravings and roaring vanished and Force saw the familiar mottled table and the 10 high-back chairs opposite her. She then realized that her dizziness and blurred vision had vanished. There weren't any more of the strange, accentuated black spots on her spirit body. Thank you for your help. Force hurriedly stood up and bowed at the figure shrouded in grey fog at the end of the long bronze table. Then, she heard Mr. Fool say in a calm tone, "Your spirit had been corrupted by some force. It should be fine now." Cleansed by Mr. Fool? Force's heart stirred. Just as she wanted to make a request to Mr. Fool regarding how Zio could be saved, the scene before turned red as light soared up. After a brief pause, she found herself in the real world, back in Delaire Forest. The black spots on the back of her hands and wrists were rapidly fading and receding. The blood that kept dripping from her nose had already come to a stop. Returning to her body, she saw Zio weakly slumped on a tree. Her face was covered in black spots, making her look terrifying. The muscles on both sides of her neck were tensed up as her mind spun. A few seconds later, she walked over quickly, pressed Zio on the shoulders and rapidly said, "I have a way to save you, but you need to follow my instructions. Use ancient Hermes to say this, the fool that doesn't belong to this era." Zio could hardly turn her swollen eyelids. Looking at Force for 2 seconds, she heavily chanted, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Just as she said that, Zio saw dark red starlight surge out from the void, sweeping over her. Indescribable roars continued for a second before vanishing from Zio's ears. She then saw herself seated in an ancient and majestic palace. She was sitting beside a mottled, bronze table. At her feet was a boundless greyish-white fog. In front of her was a lofty figure looking down upon her. This scene was both unfamiliar and familiar to her. She had once seen it in a dream, but she hadn't ever had it again after the exorcism ritual. That purification was actually useless. Zio suddenly had this thought as she stood up in deliberation, bowing at the figure enshrouded in grey fog. "You are the great king of yellow and black." She didn't appear too surprised or alarmed, as though she had already expected it. "You can call me Mr. Fool." "Have a seat," the figure with an epic aura replied calmly. Zio bowed again and sat down, confirming that she had escaped her unwell state. She looked to her sides and thought before asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, does Force Wall have a seat here?" Shrouded in the grey fog, the fool nodded gently and said, "Yes." Zio fell silent for a second and directly asked, "Can I join just like her?" The fool chuckled. "It's a gathering they organized on their own accord but is convened by me. There's still a seat available at present. You may join. Draw a card." They use one of the major arcana cards as their code name. Zio didn't ask or speak further. She immediately nodded. "Yes, Mr. Fool." On the bronze table in front of her, a deck of tarot cards immediately appeared. Zio reached out her right hand and solemnly cut the deck, pulled out one card, and flipped it over. Her card depicted an angel with a trumpet and the sleeping dead awaiting salvation, the Judgment card. Chapter 957. Getting to know each other. Looking at the Judgment card in hand, Zio was taken aback. "This greatly meets my expectations." Shrouded in the grey fog, the fool nodded and calmly said, "The gathering is held here at 3 in the afternoon on Mondays, Backland time. Be prepared. During the gathering, you can exchange information, ingredients, formulas, and knowledge. You can also pay a certain price to entrust missions to the other members." Zio recalled for a moment before nodding in enlightenment. "Yes, Mr. Fool." Believing that this was all for the day, she heard the voice coming from the end of the bronze table. "What did you do before being corrupted by that force?" "We really were corrupted." Zio composed herself and completely recounted her exploration of the ancient castle with force. She emphasized the bronze door which had been named the Door of Blackness, as well as the ancient castle's guard that had been reduced to a wraith due to the corruption. Then, she noticed Mr. Fool nod slightly as he said calmly, "Don't enter that ancient castle again before you reach Sequence 4. It's time for you to return." Zio then got up, and following the descriptions in the religious rituals, she bowed and said, "Your wish is my wish." Just as she said that, the dark red color surged in front of her. After everything dissipated, she was back in the real world and leaning against a thick tree. Subconsciously looking at the back of her hand, she realized that the black spots were rapidly turning faint. Zio looked up at Force, who was staring at her worriedly. As their gazes met, Force was first delighted before revealing a smile. She opened her mouth but was at a loss for words. Zio slowly exhaled and pointed ahead. "Let's first return to the town." "All right." Force answered without any hesitation. At this moment above the grey fog, the fool Klein was tapping on the edge of the mottle table as he considered Miss Magician and Miss Judgment's encounter. The object or power sealed behind the Door of Blackness could still corrupt the guards and explorers outside, even without escaping. Just the mere thought of it was terrifying. Furthermore, this corruption stemmed from the spirit body. To resolve it, Klein had only two solutions. One was to make the corrupted entity hold a complete secret deed ritual as he used the powers above the grey fog and the sun brooch to complete a purification. The other was to directly pull the spirit body over, using the grey fog to cleanse them. As he didn't have the luxury of time, he had chosen the latter. What could it be? The most corruptive power belongs to the Devil Pathway. That place connects to the Abyss? That's not impossible. Based on Little Sun's description, during the early and mid stages of the Second Epoch, devils often left the Abyss and were active over the land. It was only when the ancient sun god appeared, causing ancient gods to perish one after another, did they retreat into the Abyss and seal themselves in. Based on that, it's rather normal to have an underground ancient entrance in the northern continent to lead to the Abyss. It can also be imagined that a castle is built with men sent to watch over it. But the problem lies in the fact that it's been millennia. Why would there still be an existence slamming the door? Are the devils planning on returning? Klein made a preliminary guess. He temporarily had no plans on exploring the abandoned castle to verify his thoughts, because it was unlikely that there would be any changes anytime soon. After all, since it was news that came from the Sanguine, he could get the Moon Emlyn to do some gathering of information to figure out the history of the castle. Reining in this thought, Klein removed the topaz chain from his wrist and divined if the matter regarding the ancient castle was pressing. He received a negative answer. He immediately returned to the real world and waited for the local ruler, General May Sanchez, to send over the down payment. At 2 in the afternoon, Fainapot time, Haggis, with his hair combed backward while dressed as a Northern Continent gentleman, carried a black leather suitcase with a team of guards as he knocked on Dwayne Dantes' door. "Please come on in." A warm and elegant voice sounded from the inside. It was first Lonese in a Backland accent before it was changed to the local language of Jutanese. Haggis turned the doorknob and entered. He saw Dwayne Dantes with his white sideburns and deep, blue eyes stand up from his reclining chair while pressing down the ends of his black vest. "Good afternoon, my friend." This Lund gentleman with good looks and bearings took 2 steps forward and extended his right palm. This time, he switched to using Lonese. Haggis replied using the accent of a Lonese noble, "It's my honor to be your friend." After he shook hands with Dwayne Dantes, he surveyed the area and chuckled. "Is this your servant?" He pointed at a mixed-blood youth standing behind the arms dealer. In between the lines, he was asking if he was trustworthy. After all, Dwayne Dantes hadn't brought any servants back when he visited the general's residence yesterday. Yes, his greatest strength is the ability to keep secrets. Dwayne Dantes smiled as he pointed to the leather sofa across the reclining chair. With 2 guards following Haggis, he closed the door and sat down. He then said with a smile, "I've heard of an Intis proverb that's said to be from Emperor Razel. He said that dead men tell no tales." Dwayne Dantes said with a laugh. "Emperor Razel also said something else. Corpses can speak." "Is that so?" "This is my first time hearing of this." Haggis enjoyed conversing with a Northern Continent gentleman, so they continued their conversation for a while before he lifted up the leather suitcase beside him and opened it. At that instant, there seemed to be overflowing golden lustres. Under the illumination from the sunlight outside, the entire room seemed to brighten significantly. Haggis then looked at Dwayne Dantes and said, 5,000 Lund gold pounds, as well as 5,000 gold coins and gold bars. This is the down payment. I'll bring along the remaining 30,000 pounds in cash and gold the entire time, and will hand it over when the arms deal is completed. Dwayne Dantes scanned the stacks of cash, the gold coins, and gold bars in the leather suitcase before retracting his gaze and saying with a smile, "When do we set off?" Haggis closed the leather suitcase and handed it to Dwayne Dantes' servant and said simply, "Tomorrow morning." He paused for 2 seconds before saying, "Mr. Dantes, the general has a guest who would like to meet you." Dwayne Dantes' expression didn't change as he fell silent for a few seconds. "When?" "Now," Haggis said without daring to show any signs of being perfunctory. "He's downstairs." Dwayne Dantes nodded slightly. "Please invite him up." Haggis immediately heaved a sigh of relief and left with his guards. They followed the stairwell down. Before long, Luca, in a simple white robe with brass lines adorning it, walked up. His silver hair had been combed very neatly. When he arrived by Dwayne Dantes' door, he heard a voice from the inside just as he raised his hand. "Please come in." This time they spoke using ancient Faesac. Luca's expression didn't change as he naturally pushed open the door. He then saw the middle-aged gentleman who had rather good looks and qualities from yesterday standing beside a reclining chair facing him. And sitting on the reclining chair was a young man. He had black hair and brown eyes, with a thin, cut face. He had a cold temperament. Luca was taken aback as he took a step forward, entered the room, and closed the door. After he sat down on the sofa in a composed manner, his grey-green eyes clearly reflected the young man in front of him. "German Sparrow." Luca addressed him with a rhetorical question. German Sparrow curled the corners of his mouth. Directly addressing others by their full name is impolite. Luca nodded and said, "My apologies for my faux pas. I recall that you advanced to Sequence 5 less than half a year ago, or it might have only been 3 months. Yes, it should have been completed when you were in the ruins of the battlefield of gods. I never expected that you were already a demigod." It left me a little bewildered. German Sparrow smiled without giving any explanations. After a brief moment of silence, he said in an unhurried tone, "Why are you visiting me?" Luca calmly replied, "I don't know." The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned somewhat odd. German Sparrow seemed to forget that there was an elderly man sitting opposite him that needed him to speak again. Luca indiscernibly nodded and said, "This is the thing, I made a prophecy by chance not too long ago. In that prophecy, I will be in a rather thorny situation in the future. And one of the people I met with over these few days will help me deal with it. I'm not sure if it's you, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. So I decided to meet you and get to know each other. My name is Luca Brewster, a clergyman who serves the God of knowledge and wisdom. I'm presently in charge of various matters in West Balaam." German Sparrow nodded and said, "Not bad. I now know you. I don't believe I need to introduce myself, right?" "Of course," Luca thought and said. "You should be a Bizarro sorcerer. I recently received some intel that there has been some reshuffling among the secret order in Intis." He didn't see German Sparrow reveal any looks of shock. This powerful adventurer, who was famous across the 5 seas, said after a moment of silence, "Zaratul has returned." The look in Luca's eyes changed immediately before being restored to normal. Then, he stood up and nodded. "Since we've gotten to know each other, it's time we bid farewell." After saying this, he walked to the door, twisted the doorknob, and left the room. Sitting on the reclining chair, German Sparrow watched as his figure was concealed inch by the wooden door until he completely disappeared. Then, he chuckled. What a charlatan. Yes. Dwayne Dantes, who was standing beside the reclining chair, found a seat and sat down. Then, he picked up a cup of tea and sipped from it. With white sideburns and deep blue eyes, he and the thin, angular-faced German Sparrow exchanged looks and smiled in unison. On Monday afternoon, Dwayne Dantes took out his golden pocket watch, opened it, and said to Haggis opposite him, "We're almost arriving at our destination. I believe you and your men need some rest." An excellent suggestion. Haggis was rather agreeable. Dwayne Dantes pointed at the street ahead. "There's a hotel ahead. Let's rest there for half a day before we set off again tomorrow." Haggis didn't object to it as he turned to the front and instructed the carriage driver. After checking into the hotel, Dwayne Dantes declined Haggis's invitation for afternoon tea by using an afternoon nap as an excuse. Slightly more than half an hour later, above the boundless grey fog, Klein sat in the seat belonging to the Fool. Chapter 958. Labeling. Dark red beams shot up, materializing into different figures on both sides of the long bronze table. The unchanging silence above the grey fog was broken as the Eternal Palace seemed to have an additional, inexplicable sense of life to it. Just as Justice Audrey regained her senses of her surroundings, she prepared to stand up to greet the existence at the end of the long bronze table. At this moment, as a senior spectator, she acutely noticed a difference. There were 2 more members than last week. One of them was a man sitting to the right of Mr. Moon. The other was a lady sitting to the left of the Hermit. Audrey first felt happy that the Tarot Club was developing and becoming stronger, but then she kept to her professional instincts and quickly began observing. Due to where she sat, the man opposite her was much easier to observe compared to the lady 2 seats away from her. Therefore, she placed her attention on the man. Black hair. Green eyes. He doesn't wear a coat. A vest matched with a shirt. He sits a little oddly. He's not accustomed to sitting properly. He's probably about 180 centimeters tall. He has quite a desultory temperament. He's rather tense. At one glance, Justice Audrey had read plenty of information from the rather blurry figure. She then noticed something different. The man was quickly surveying his surroundings. Such an action wasn't a problem in itself. Anyone who came to this strange and secret location would definitely subconsciously size up the other members and attempt to grasp their traits and general situation so as to calm down. But the problem was that the man was moving his gaze too quickly. His gaze had swept past the moon, the hanged man, and the other members without pausing. To Audrey, this was a very clear phenomenon. It didn't mean that the man was observing his surroundings and studying the members, but that he was finding someone. He was looking for someone he had in mind. Audrey instantly felt a little excited, as she believed that this newcomer knew one of the members present. Who could it be? She observed for another second and realized that the man sitting diagonally opposite her had fixed his gaze on the World German Sparrow. Audrey was thrilled as though she had discovered a secret. She thought in enlightenment, the newcomer is a friend of Mr. World, or it's at least the case that they know each other in the real world. He also knows that he's a Tarot Club member. Or it could also be said that Mr. World had inducted him into the gathering. No, that's not very possible. If that were the case, the newcomer would be much more certain. He wouldn't be eagerly searching for someone he knows. He definitely would have placed his gaze on the other members for a longer period of time. Furthermore, such an action also proves that he's not a blessed of Mr. Fool. What is his relationship with Mr. World? Audrey held onto her thoughts of continuing to observe as she stood up and turned to face the seat of honor. During this process, she took the opportunity to sweep her gaze at the new member sitting beside Hermit. She's exchanging looks with Miss Magician. Her height. Zio has finally passed the test and joined the gathering? Upon identifying her, Audrey did a curtsy towards the figure shrouded in grey fog. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool Tilda? Just as she issued the brisk greeting, she realized something. Mr. Fool is a little different from before. This great existence seemed to be more one with the entire grey fog, palace, and space. His aura was lofty and mighty, like the sea or sky. This feeling isn't something that can be described with words. Mr. Fool has taken one more step to his awakening, allowing him to retrieve more of his authority over his divine kingdom? Audrey's eyes darted around, feeling curious and delighted, as well as a little sense of pride. At this moment, the hanged man Alger and the hermit Catlia had noticed the two new members. They noticed that the lady was a little short and was secretly exchanging signals with Miss Magician. She was both unfamiliar but also familiar with the tarot gathering. At the very least, she was unlike the man in the white shirt and black vest. He had frantically stood up only after everyone began bowing. In addition, they sensed that the new male member took special notice of the World German Sparrow, causing them to have many guesses. These thoughts resonated in their minds, but they didn't express them. The hanged man and the hermit completed the usual first steps of the gathering with Miss Justice. As for the son Derek, he was just happy because the Tarot Club had new members again. The Moon Emlyn had mixed feelings. On the one hand, he felt a sense of superiority being more senior compared to the newcomers, but on the other hand, he had a feeling that there were just too many messiahs for the apocalypse. After some searching, the Star Leonard determined that the one sitting at the bottom end of the long bronze table was Klein Moretti. This was because his physical characteristics were similar to that of German Sparrow's description. He's hiding his true identity. He doesn't relax even in such a secretive gathering, using 2 levels of disguises. I have to take note. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, Leonard saw the girl sitting to the left of Mr. Fool stand up. Then, she led everyone into bowing. He was taken aback, failing to react in time. He stood out when amongst all the standing members. After a second, Leonard snapped back to his senses and hurriedly stood up to deliver the greeting. Opposite him, Zio glanced at him, equating him to Force to a certain extent. Force shared the same thought, however, she had equated the man with Zio to a certain extent. This was because Zio had appeared rather unreliable when they first met. This is the Star, and this is Judgment. Take your seats and introduce yourself. The Fool Klein raised his right hand and casually pointed. The name the Star keeps making me think that it's the code name for a lady. As Leonard thought in exasperation, he focused and began labeling the members in the order of their introduction. Miss Justice. Seems like a young lady, but she might have donned 2 levels of disguise like Klein. She's rather optimistic and cheerful. Although I can't tell the details of her attire, it appears to be very classy. Mr. Hanged Man Burley, Restrained. He's likely to be a straightforward but rash person. Miss Magician. The way she looks at me is weird. From time to time, she will glance at Klein. I've no idea what's on her mind. She seems rather ordinary overall with nothing standing out. Mr. Sunday. He's very tall, but the way he speaks sounds like he's going through puberty. Although he's silent, he does seem rather friendly. Miss Hermita, Hermit. She exudes a mature and staid demeanor. She's likely a very experienced beyonder. Mr. Moon. Rather young and looks a little reserved. Makes me feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but I can't recall it. I'll continue observing. Miss Judgment. Very short with very obvious traits. However, I can't be sure if she has donned 2 levels of disguises. The World. Very, very gloomy. This is likely his disguise? Well, it might also be his true nature. He wasn't a demigod before, meaning that this gathering has no lack of mid-sequence beyond us. I wonder if I'm the weakest one. As Leonard was observing the other members, Judgment Zeodorica was also using her powers as a sheriff to extract the traits of the different members and keeping them in mind. A noble lady. Sailor or a crew member. Rather young and introverted, but it's not serious. Rather strong. The leader of at least a mid-sized team. Arrogant, of pretty good family background. Desultory, not staid. Gloomy, terrifying. Amidst their thoughts, the other members finished their self-introduction. The hermit Catlear looked towards the end of the long bronze table and said with a bow, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I didn't receive any new Roselle diary pages this time." Didn't receive. Does this mean that Queen Mystic didn't reply? I wonder what Bernadette is busy with. The fool Klein nodded and calmly replied, "Begin the transactions then." As he said that, Audrey noticed the reactions of the hermit and the hanged man. She realized that they had yet to notice Mr. Fool turning loftier and sublime. Was I the only one who noticed it? Audrey darted her eyes slightly in thought, feeling somewhat poignant and a little happy. Of course, she also knew that Hermit and Mr. Hanged Man didn't dare to look at Mr. Fool too much, especially the former. Most of the time, she only dared to look at the table edge in front of Mr. Fool. Table edge. Hey, there's an additional card of blasphemy. Audrey's gaze froze before she retracted it in pleasant surprise. With her intuition as a spectator, she was quite certain that the obtaining of the new card of blasphemy was likely to be the same matter as the World German Sparrow's mental problems but with different outcomes. She hesitated for a moment and observed the area. I have nothing I need. Catlear, Derek, Emlyn, and Force had already made preparations and were about to advance, therefore, they didn't have any requests. Likewise for Alger, who was still digesting his potion. Instead, it was Leonard who had the desire to purchase a mystical item. However, with no one showing him an example, he was momentarily unsure how to begin. All he could do was divert some attention to considering Mr. Fool's need for Roselle diaries. After selling Tinder, he wasn't lacking in money. Furthermore, having had the experience using creeping hunger, he realized that having a powerful mystical item was rather useful. At this point, Force looked at the silent Zeo before looking opposite her. Mr. Hanged Man, I have a material that I wish to be made into a mystical item by that artisan. She was referring to the ancient Wraith powder that Zeo had. Alger shook his head. That artisan has been controlled by some members of the Rose School of Thought who believe in the primordial moon. That's all I know. The subsequent matters have been left to Hermit to handle. Rose School of Thought? Primordial moon believers? Left to Hermit to handle. Leonard and Zeo looked around and suddenly realized that the gathering they were participating in wasn't as loose as they imagined. They were secretly traversing through the shadows of the world. Chapter 959. Even newcomers are different amongst themselves. Katlia turned her body slightly to the side and looked at the magician. It's a little complicated. I suggest that you wait for another 1 to 2 weeks. I'm unable to promise anything. All I can say is that there should be someone to help you create the mystical item when the time comes. Should be someone. It also means that it might not be the original artisan. Does this mean that she's planning on nurturing an artisan for herself? Or could it be that she's thinking of a way to turn the original artisan into a sealed artifact, using a machine to create machines? Hermit is indeed an experienced beyonder. Leonard listened quietly while doing some analysis. It was the first time he was this serious during a meeting. No problem. Force had the utmost confidence in Hermit. After all, she had already obtained the mythical creature's blood and was likely to undergo a qualitative change in time. At this moment, she heard the world say with a hoarse voice, "If this matter requires my help, you can get my help." Decline, the mother tree of Desire's abnormal interest in the grey fog, as well as Emperor Razel's warning to be careful of the moon, which made him, who was determined to figure out the secret of transmigration and the door of light, take note of matters involving the Rose School of Thought and the primordial moon believers more than ever before. Furthermore, the artisan was now involved in both matters. Katlia never expected the world to offer his help. After some silence, she nodded slightly. All right. If I'm unable to handle it, I'll seek your help through Mr. Fool. She had deliberately said through Mr. Fool to inform the 2 newcomers that the Tarot Club had a magical way of contacting one another. There was no need for them to be stumped or be in a dilemma in such aspects. It was something they would understand in due time. As the pirate admiral with the highest bounty across the 5 seas, and as a pirate crew leader of hundreds of subordinates, she wasn't doing this solely out of goodwill, nor was she worried that the 2 newcomers would affect the progress of the gathering because of excessive questions. Instead, it was a way to assert dominance in front of newcomers. Of course, unless time was of the essence, leaving Katlia no time to set up a ritual, she would in fact rather summon German Sparrow's messenger than trouble Mr. Fool. Seek help through Mr. Fool. Zio vaguely understood something and held back her urge to look at Force. Seek help through Mr. Fool? Leonard's thoughts raced quickly as he made a guess. Seeing that someone had begun, he relaxed a little and deliberated for a few seconds. Then, he said, I need a mystical item. What kind? Audrey answered at the perfect time to prevent an awkward atmosphere from descending upon the area. Leonard verbally showed his indecision and subconsciously replied, I don't know. He only had such a plan, but he hadn't thought carefully into the details. He only realized that there was this possibility after being pulled into the gathering. Doesn't know. Is he an idiot? The fool Klein, who knew Leonard's desultoriness and casualness, resisted the urge to laugh and criticized him inwardly. Seeing everyone's gaze fall on him with mixed expressions, Leonard immediately felt embarrassed as he hurriedly added, I mean there are no limits on the type. As long as it's geared towards offense, has rather stealth-oriented attributes, and lesser negative side effects, it would be fine by me. This was to boost his nightmare's control to its full extent. At times, he could control a target by himself while Pallas Zoroast controlled the mystical item, giving the dazed opponent a lethal strike. Once he became a spirit warlock, with a natural spirit or wraith or shadow sealed in his teeth to aid him, he could do 2 or even 3 things at a time. After Mr. Starr finished his explanation, Alger didn't harp over the details. He asked, roughly what level is needed? Somewhere around a grade 2 sealed artifact but slightly stronger. Corresponding to sequence 5 or 6. Leonard had habitually described the item using the parlance of an official beyonder before switching to more common terminology. At that instant, a thought flashed across the minds of Audrey, Katlia, Alger, and Zio. Mr. Starr is an official beyonder, or at least he once was. From their point of view, although beyonders that didn't belong to any official organization would at times use the concept of grades when describing sealed artifacts, they wouldn't consider using such a vague description when precision was needed in expressing their thoughts and requests. One would often choose a method of explanation that was more direct and easier to understand. Therefore, the conclusion easily appeared. This way, things turned way more interesting. Mr. World is actually very familiar with an official Beyonder. How did they get to know each other? Why would he rope in an official Beyonder into the Tarot Club? Audrey didn't say a word as she maintained her state as a spectator while enjoying herself. At this moment, Alger tersely acknowledged. A mystical item at sequence 5 costs at least £9,000. For one that matches your request, it can typically exceed £12,000. Very frank. Leonard nodded. I understand. After hearing his reply, Klein nearly facepalmed as he sighed inwardly. Aren't you showing your hidden card to Mr. Hangman by doing so? I dare bet that if he has something suitable, the price will definitely be above £12,000. Aside from the £7,000 from Tinder, Leonard still actually has other savings. With the guidance of a grandpa from the Marauder pathway, he has likely amassed quite a bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to purchase Tinder. I get it. He's not afraid of being fleeced because he still can purchase from the Hermits of Fate. He can compare the traits and prices from both sides. But the problem is that gathering happens once every half a year. It's totally not at the tarot gathering's pace. At this moment in time, Klein couldn't help but consider selling items to the dear poet that had repeated effects or were of little use after becoming a demigod. He then heard Mr. Hanged Man reply in a deep and calm manner, "All right. I'll keep an eye out for you." Okay. Catlear and the other members expressed their stance as well. Following that, there weren't any transactions, allowing the gathering to automatically enter the free exchange segment. Without waiting for Mr. Hangman to inquire, Derek raised his hand and said, "I'm already back in the City of Silver. The chief has informed me that we will begin another round of preliminary explorations of the Giant King's Court shortly. Does he mean that I should make use of this time to advance to become a priest of light?" Giant King's Court? Explorations of the Giant King's Court? Leonard cast his gaze to the pubescent youth 1 seat away from him in surprise. From what he knew, the Giant King's Court had already been destroyed long ago in the Second Epoch. Pallas Zoroast, as an angel, had already said that it had vanished from the rivers of time. To his surprise, the son of the Tarot Club was about to explore the area, but none of the members were astonished. Yes, not one of them. Leonard subconsciously looked at Miss Judgment, who was also a newcomer, but he realized that she was apparently aware of this and had remained rather calm. This Miss Magician has privately kept Miss Judgment up to speed. Only Leonard doesn't know anything. The fool Klein leaned into his seat and seriously analyzed himself. After he pulled Leonard above the grey fog and assigned him the star card, he had ignored him. He didn't even write to him or introduce the Tarot Club's general situation to him. Compared to women, men truly aren't meticulous with the details. Klein was just about to control the world German to explain to the star Leonard when he saw the Moon Emling glance at the poet beside him and say with a rather faint smile, "The Giant King's Court is in the forsaken land of the gods." After saying that, he ignored Leonard's reaction, and he said to the son, "Have you obtained the ingredients to Priest of Light?" He knew that someone had only received the formula just 1 to 2 weeks ago. "Yes, I've gotten it from Mr. World," Derek answered honestly, but he didn't go into the details of the transaction. At this moment, Leonard's mind was filled with the words "forsaken land of the gods" and "a Giant King's Court." He had a feeling like he had walked out of a fantasy or myth. He instinctively reassessed his knowledge of the Tarot Club, realizing the weight of the simple words of how the members come from different places. Even the churches of the 7 deities are unable to find the forsaken land of the gods, but the Tarot Club can do so. It has even roped in a member from there. Right, Isaac Eggers, who I believe wields the Death card, doesn't appear at the gathering. Apart from the members here, there are others that come directly under Mr. Fool. It's as I first imagined. It's a secret organization that might develop into an orthodox church. It's not much weaker than the Aurora Order or Rose School of Thought, and it might even be stronger in certain aspects. This is really a divine council. Amidst Leonard's thoughts, Alger agreed with Derek's guess. That's what it is. Exploring the Giant King's Court is a very dangerous matter. He wishes that you quickly grow stronger to resist that Elder Shepherd's level. Derek nodded in vague acknowledgement. I get it. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. He then shared information about what he saw at Noir City, leaving Leonard and Zio dumbfounded. They had no idea how such a strange state and atmosphere was generated. However, the fool Klein noticed something familiar. He felt that Noir City and the foggy town resembled each other to a certain degree. The walking crowd was suspected to be lifeless marionettes. Could it be that there's a higher sequence item of the seer pathway or some monster there? Klein didn't say a word as he silently took note of Noir City. At this moment, Zio glanced at the world and said, showcasing some goodwill, MI9 has recently been investigating German Sparrow's origins. Chapter 960. The Fool Sigh. Upon hearing the name German Sparrow, all the members on both sides of the long bronze table looked at the world. No one spoke or interjected. They more or less knew that the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, had once again done something huge such as killing Admiral Hell Ludwell. However, Audrey didn't believe that this was the main reason why he would suffer mental problems. And the way they acted made Leonard instantly realize a fact: everyone in the Tarot Club knew that the world was German Sparrow. Klein's disguise is really well done. However, why does he let the other members know of his identity as German Sparrow? Isn't it common sense to hide one's background at such gatherings? Amidst his puzzlement, Leonard heard the blur-figured the world reply with a hoarse voice, "What clues has MI9 obtained?" Zio showed no shame in betraying MI9 as she replied frankly, "They have confirmed that the identity German Sparrow is fabricated, and that it was sourced from Backland." Indeed, he was previously known as Sherlock Moriarty. He became German Sparrow after leaving Backland. However, Sherlock Moriarty isn't his real identity either. Leonard subconsciously surveyed the area and realized that, although the other members weren't surprised, they didn't seem to show any signs of realizing it. Hence, he believed that their knowledge of Klein was only at the uppermost surface. Under Klein's control, the world German Sparrow chuckled and answered Miss Judgment's information, "There's no need to bother about such matters." To him, to figure out who the fake identity of German Sparrow was given to, one had to first capture Queen Mystic Bernadette, or one had to obtain news of Sharon from her. Clearly, the level of difficulty made it nearly impossible. In comparison, if they did the same as Leonard, starting off from the events in which Detective Sherlock Moriarty was involved in, there was a chance of them figuring out more. However, since MI9 had chosen the wrong direction, Klein was happy to see them take the futile route. Mr. World is unperturbed and very confident. Zio retracted her gaze and didn't continue. At this moment, Audrey deliberated and asked, "Mr. World, will you be returning to Backland in the future? Will you still use the identity of Dwayne Dantes?" As a qualified psychiatrist, she obviously wasn't going to inform the mental problems of the world to the other members of the Tarot Club. She only wanted to confirm if he would still return to the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation. That way, she could be in closer contact to him in the real world, allowing for a better checkup. She didn't conceal the matter about Dwayne Dantes, since the original members already knew of it. As for Mr. Star, he was clearly familiar with Mr. World. As for Zio, she had forced to inform her ahead of time. Ah. Upon hearing Miss Justice's words, Leonard nearly couldn't believe his ears as he felt a little confused. Klein Moretti is equivalent to Dwayne Dantes? I've once asked Dwayne Dantes to his face about Klein Moretti. No, it's impossible. Dwayne Dantes is an undying creature who has lived since the Fourth Epoch. The way he acted is sufficient proof. Old Man said the same too. At that moment, Leonard was unable to control his tumultuous emotions. He instinctively rejected the fact that Miss Justice had conveyed. If what appeared here was his astral projection, he felt that his expressions would be rather obviously oscillating between red and white. Opposite Leonard, Zio looked up as well, looking at Mr. World with puzzlement. His Dwayne Dantes? Dwayne Dantes is German Sparrow? I even accepted his butler's mission. I even protected him before. I even pitied him. He can squash me to death with one hand. Zio then turned her head and glared at Force. I don't dare to say too much about Mr. World. I could only briefly mention a little. Force turned her eyes away in guilt as she mumbled silently. Alger and Catlear figured out something from the duo's reactions. Miss Magician and Miss Judgment knew each other in the real world. Miss Judgment had once interacted with Dwayne Dantes before, but she didn't know that he was German Sparrow. As a senior spectator, Audrey noticed the abnormalities of the Star and Judgment without a doubt. Immediately, she understood that she had made too many assumptions. "Audrey, you need to reflect on this," she said to herself in embarrassment and attempted to make up for it before Mr. World spoke. Dwayne Dantes is a public identity. At times, it will be Mr. World, and at other times, it will be the other blessed of Mr. Fool. So that's how it is. Makes sense. Leonard's mind stirred as he instantly accepted Miss Justice's explanation and figured out many different matters. The Dwayne Dantes that appeared during the period before the breaching of St. Samuel Cathedral's Channy's Gate was likely Klein. The periods before and after that was the other blessed of Mr. Fool. That Death Consul? Indeed, he's an undying creature who lived since the Fourth Epoch. Old man's old friend. Yes, it might be other blessed I'm not aware of, but their levels definitely aren't too low. Other blessed? Does that mean Klein is also considered Mr. Fool's blessed? It's no wonder Mr. Fool said that he comes here and participates in the gathering, but the experiences are different from mine. It's because he's a blessed and enjoys the benediction of Mr. Fool, so he also has the ancient aura. It's why old man doesn't realize that Dwayne Dantes is played by different people. This explains my previous question. As a blessed, German Sparrow doesn't need to keep his identity a secret. But to Judgment Zio, Dwayne Dantes being a public identity, or him being German Sparrow was not her concern. The reason why she overreacted was because, after realizing the truth, she felt embarrassed at all her various thoughts back then. Seeing the atmosphere return to normal, Klein heaved a sigh of relief inwardly and controlled the world German Sparrow to answer Miss Justice's question. Yes. When the time comes, there might be certain matters that need all of your help. When he finished the second half of his sentence, the world swept his gaze across Justice, the Magician, Judgment, the Star, and the Moon. He has plans for something in Backland? Audrey instantly understood what Mr. World was getting at. She momentarily felt excited but also a little worried. She was excited because she was about to participate in a secret operation that all the participants didn't seem to have any ties with, to the point of not even knowing each other. This was something she had always looked forward to. Her worry stemmed from whether the operation would have any threat to Backland's safety, or if it would bring harm to the innocent. As for danger to herself, she wasn't too worried. She believed that Mr. World would arrange for the mission to be held in the outskirts of the city, provide key information, or cause serious misdirection to the target, without needing any direct participation or fighting. Emlyn was the second person to read between the lines. And this was a result of his innate aversion towards troublesome matters. Will it be troublesome, he thought with a frown without saying a word. While the other members came to a realization, Alger took a deep look at the world German Sparrow and said, I recently received news that the traitor of the Church of Evernight, Archbishop Zangwill, was killed in West Balam. Before that, he had already become a demigod. As for the sealed artifact, 0-08, which he had stolen, it's unknown whose hands it's in. The only thing that can be certain is that the battlefield was cleared by the Church of Evernight. The Hanged Man is very updated on the news. It's only been a few days. The Church should have kept this strictly confidential. However, there might have been other factions arriving at the square that day. Leonard was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't provide more information. This was the first time Audrey and company were learning about the news. They could only determine that the matter was rather important from the words Archbishop, 0-08, and demigod. But since it had nothing to do with them and there wasn't any stimulus, they weren't too intrigued. As for Catlear, as she had a deep impression and understanding of Grade O sealed artifacts, she planned on seeking out information on this via Queen Mystic and the Mosa's ascetic order after she returned to the real world. Amidst a brief silence, the fool Klein suddenly extended his hand and rapped the table's surface. He felt that he needed to warn all the members. In the coming years, the waves of the times would come flooding in. Upon hearing that, all the members straightened their backs or made them even straighter before turning to the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Even the newly joined Leonard and Zio were no exception. It was almost instinctive. Then, they heard the profound and lofty figure chuckle amidst the grey fog. The times have changed as a result. The times have changed because of this? Zangwill's matter is key to something? Although it involves a Grade O sealed artifact. Alger, who had shared the news, never expected Mr. Fool to place so much emphasis on it. He was momentarily unsure what to make out of it. Leonard, who had participated in the matter regarding Zangwill, felt the same. He knew how important and terrifying the Grade O sealed artifact was, but he never expected that what happened that day would change the times. While Audrey and company wore blank looks, they focused fully. Even Derek couldn't help but take on an attentive posture. The Fool Klein surveyed the area and said with a laugh and sigh, "Adam is one step closer to being divine." Chapter 961. Warning by informing. Adam is one step closer to being divine. Such a simple sentence instantly sent tumultuous waves through every member of the Tarot Club. Other than Leonard, the other members, including Zio, who had been briefed of the important points by the magician, immediately recalled the information regarding Adam. Ancient sun god, City of Silver's creator's son, brother of blasphemer Amorn. Suspected to be one of the 8 kings of angels. And this mythical figure, who had existed before the cataclysm, had become active in the real world once again. And he was one step closer to being divine. This? To make Mr. Fool sigh, it means that Adam is probably just one step short of reaching the divine throne, sequence 0. There's a chance that he might make that step at any moment. Alger subconsciously came to a conclusion as he hurriedly clasped his hands and couldn't help but have thoughts run through his mind. A sequence O true god is about to be born. There are still births of true gods in the 5th epoch? This will be the first true god this epoch? With deities no longer able to descend upon the real world, it's unbelievable that a sequence O would still appear. Alger always found himself ambitious, with him now setting his sights on sequence 2, to become an angel. But after hearing about Adam, he still found it unacceptable. One had to know that the last one to become a sequence O true god was the former god of craftsmanship, the present god of steam and machinery. And that happened in the late 4th epoch. Since the 5th epoch, over 1300 years, there hadn't been any new existence reaching the divine throne. It's no wonder Mr. Fool said that the times will change as a result. Amidst Catlia's scattered thoughts, she suddenly came to a realization as though she could see the waves that marked the end of an epoch flooding over. Having already gathered the ingredients and being in the process of making preparations for the sequence for ritual, she believed she had the chance of attaining divinity in the near future to change her existence. She was still reeling in joy, anticipation, and unease. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a baffling sense of horror. All she wanted was to communicate with Queen Mystic face to face to confirm the future. Force, Zio, and the other members had a myriad of reactions. On the one hand, they were shocked that Adam was attempting to achieve divinity, never expecting such a matter to happen in the 5th epoch. On the other hand, they were worried for their present life. After all, be it Emlyn from the Sanguine, or Audrey who lived amongst the Lund Kingdom's upper class, all of them lived in the 5th epoch, living in a situation which had more than 1,000 years of history setting the foundation. They didn't dare have any sacrilegious thoughts towards true gods. Even when facing evil gods like the true creator, they still felt a deep sense of fear and awe, acknowledging their level and loftiness. Therefore, they couldn't believe that a god would soon appear. They couldn't imagine what would happen next. In their eyes, the Fool was a reawakened ancient god, an existence who originally sat at the throne of Sequence O. One step closer to being divine. Becoming a god. Derek was mostly excited, as though he could see hope and have a target to strive for. To him, only a Sequence O could save the City of Silver. Adam? Becoming a god. Although Leonard didn't know who Adam was, just the simple words of being one step closer to being divine was easy to understand. He connected it to that ordinary priest who had appeared after the battle ended and had picked up 0-08 in front of Klein. That's Adam? Or a subordinate of Adam? No, 0-08 is a Grade O sealed artifact. Only Adam, who's very close to the divine throne, can do it personally with great certainty. It's no wonder the battle with Instigation was easier than I expected. I thought the best outcome would be me and Klein dragging Instigation into hell together. Who's Adam? Why haven't I heard of him? Perhaps a result of being parasitized by an angel, allowing him to know some of the secrets and developments of the Fourth Epoch. Leonard had a deeper understanding of Adam's path to being divine. The impact he felt wasn't too great, with most of his feelings puzzlement and curiosity over Adam's true identity. And at this moment, the fool didn't speak again or give further explanations. It was as though he was simply warning the members to make preparations for the change of the times. Amidst the confusion and wandering thoughts, the world German Sparrow glanced at the star Leonard and simply said, Adam is the son of the ancient sun god, blasphemer Amon's brother. Leonard immediately jumped in fright and failed to control his expression. He had a deep impression of Amon, and he had a deep trauma for Amon because of Old Man's descriptions. And Adam was Amon's brother, so it was very possible that the level of horror was likely the same between the two brothers. The world ignored the star's reaction and continued, it can be confirmed now that Adam is one of the 8 kings of angels, titled Angel of Imagination. He is ranked on par with Angel of Time Amon. The reason for him targeting Instigation is to obtain 0-08 to make up any shortfalls for his path to being divine. And his plan succeeded. Angel of Imagination. Adam is a king of angels from the spectator pathway? Audrey instantly connected this to the Dragon King Anquelt's title, Dragon of Imagination. And she had long known that mind dragons represented the spectator pathway. As for Leonard, another comprehension obstacle appeared before him. He had been stumped by the concept of a king of angels, but he was too embarrassed to ask. He had planned on seeking Old Man's help when he'd awakened. Alger pondered over German Sparrow's words as his expression turned slightly odd. He probed, you seem to have witnessed the matter. Just as he said that, all of them heard a familiar, hoarse laughter. After German Sparrow finished laughing, he looked at the star and said as though it was nothing, the murder of Instigation was committed by me and my partner. Katlea's mind instantly went blank. She could accept that German Sparrow could easily finish off Admiral Hell, but she couldn't imagine that he would one day kill a real sequence for demigod. Katlea quickly calmed down because, with a king of angels involved in the battle, it was possible that a sequence 5 could kill off a heavily injured demigod due to various coincidences. Furthermore, he had a partner. Audrey read confidence from the world's tone. She couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Mr. World, have you already become a demigod? The world didn't give a direct answer as he chuckled. In the future, all of you can entrust matters involving demigods to me. Every member present figured out the meaning in between the lines. He had become a genuine sequence for demigod. Furthermore, he was the kind who had the ability to kill peers at his level. At that instant, Katlea became abnormally calm. She tried hard to recall everything that she had seen and heard regarding German Sparrow. She was very certain that he was only a sequence 6 before the visit to the ruins of the battlefield of gods. He relied on the glove to match a sequence 5. As for German Sparrow's search for mermaids without hunting any of them, it implied that it was a requirement of a ritual. This meant that he had indeed advanced to sequence 5 back then. His various performances after that proved this point. Today, it had only been about 3 months since German Sparrow stepped into the ruins of the battlefield of the gods, but he had already advanced to sequence 4, becoming a demigod existence. This overturned Katlea's understanding of the world. She wasn't too old, with her age being less than 30. But to reach sequence 5 and gain the title of Admiral of Stars, it took her about 7 to 8 years. It was only in the past 1 or 2 years did she have the confidence to attempt to breach the gate to become a demigod. With her starting to make preparations, she believed she was already far ahead of the pack. Mr. World is impressive. He became a demigod so quickly. Derek sincerely felt joy. His idolization for Mr. World grew more intense as he hoped that he could be like him, becoming a demigod at the fastest speed possible. Audrey was both alarmed and delighted. Following that, she gained an understanding towards the abnormality in German Sparrow's mental state. From the looks of it, his low spirits, gloomy, and depressed feelings happened after he became a demigod. These are the negative effects accumulated from potions. It's just like how I nearly lost control when I became a psychiatrist. Also, after becoming a sequence 4 and gaining godhood, he could naturally penetrate more of reality. He then realized that he had been sleeping for a very long time. His family had passed away, making him lose his goals. How pitiful. With his warm nature, he must have had deep feelings for his family and friends. However, I'm so envious. Does being Mr. Fool's blessed make one advance so quickly? I also wish to become a demigod early. Mr. Fool's mention that the times have changed as a result leaves me fretting. While Emlyn and the other members were still in shock, Alger, who also shared the same feelings and felt deep envy and jealousy towards German Sparrow, had other thoughts. As Mr. Fool's blessed, German Sparrow's embroilment with this King of Angels and 0-08 matter clearly isn't an accident. On the contrary, it might be more reasonable that it's a mutual plan between Angel of Imagination Adam and Mr. Fool. That will explain it. Two mythical figures that existed before the cataclysm. One is awakening, and the other is making an advancement, the two secretly coming together. Amidst his thoughts, Alger had another idea. Since Adam had obtained 0-08 and opened the door to the divine throne, what about Mr. Fool? What benefit did he get in this matter? Subconsciously, Alger turned his body and slightly bowed his head to look at the seat of honor. He didn't dare look directly, and could only look through the corner of his eye. Chapter 962. Being Known. Almost instantly, Alger discovered that Mr. Fool was somewhat different than before. In the past, although Mr. Fool was distant and profound, making him appear unfathomable, as though he was looking down upon everything from above, that was all. It wasn't like he was now. Even though he wasn't doing anything, he seemed to have fused with the entire space, a clear expression of him being the ruler at the pinnacle level. Sweeping his gaze, Alger saw the third card of blasphemy as he felt more certain of his guess. Indeed, Mr. Fool and the Angel of Imagination Adam had cooperated to machinate in Zangwill's demise. One of them obtained 0-08, making him take one step closer to being a god, while the other obtained the various benefits in a card of blasphemy and regained a substantial amount of his strength. The times will change as a result. At that instant, Alger had a deeper understanding of what Mr. Fool had just said. The other members undoubtedly noticed him turning his head, and they realized that he was looking at Mr. Fool. After a brief moment of surprise, they made a certain realization at different speeds. Mr. Fool was aware of Angel of Imagination Adam's plot against Zangwill from the very beginning and had sent his blessed to cooperate. He had even provided a certain level of help. If that weren't the case, how could a recently advanced demigod participate in a matter that involved a King of Angels and Grade O sealed artifact? If this weren't the case, the world wouldn't have been able to understand the situation that well, even if he had been embroiled due to all kinds of coincidences. The obtaining of the card of blasphemy, Mr. World's advancement, Zangwill's death, the meeting of Angel of Imagination Adam's goal, these all happened in 1 week. This means that the relationship between them is tightly intertwined. My previous intuition was right. The obtaining of a new card of blasphemy and the appearance of an abnormality in Mr. World's mental state were the different outcomes of the same matter. Audrey nodded very slightly as she confirmed her theory. Leonard was increasingly convinced that Zangwill's matter was more complicated than he had imagined. Apart from King of Angels Adam, there were likely other important figures of similar levels appearing back then. Otherwise, Amon's brother, the son of the ancient sun god, had no need to seek out Mr. Fool's help. After all, no matter how powerful or terrifying 0-08 was, it was incapable of comparing with the blasphemer as described by Old Man, as Adam and Amon were likely on par with each other. The evil spirit that Klein pulled into the underworld probably isn't simple. It's definitely not something that being from the Hunter pathway would be enough to describe it with. Klein's participation in the matter regarding Zangwill isn't solely for revenge, but is also due to Mr. Fool's orders. As Leonard sighed, he didn't generate any negative feelings. Instead, he was secretly relieved. From his point of view, this was a very ordinary situation. Mr. Fool's agreement in convening such a gathering to establish a corresponding organization while hosting it as a deity was definitely not because he'd solely wished to make the area more lively or being done out of goodwill. He definitely had his goals and needs that he'd wished blessed like Klein or members like him could complete. Therefore, seeking revenge on Int Zangwill and accepting Mr. Fool's mission wasn't in conflict. The latter didn't reduce the former's meaning and importance. As for why he was relieved, it was because Leonard believed that Mr. Fool's clear expression of his goals had made it better than having everything chaotic and unknown. He didn't need to guess or wait with trepidation. He originally had intense wariness for Pallas Zoroast precisely because he wasn't sure of his true motives. At this moment, the fool Klein didn't say a word. He didn't confirm or deny the members' guesses and theories. Controlling the world, he made him continue. Adam might have established a very secretive organization, and it has been secretly steering the development of the times. Many important figures you might never have expected are members of this organization. They would machinate one matter after another. Also, after leaving this place, do not say or write down Adam's name, including his title. Try not to think about such matters, because he has the trait of any mention of it will be known. The more you know about him, the more he might know about you. This is somewhat similar to 0-08. After hearing Mr. World's description, Audrey instantly recalled learning of the mysterious organization from Mr. Fool, the Twilight Hermit Order. This made her quickly come up with a corresponding theory. The King of Angels Adam was the leader of the Twilight Hermit Order. The Angel of Imagination was a member of the Spectator Pathway. Likewise for 0-08. Therefore, any mention of it will be known was a beyond a power of this pathway at higher sequences. Likewise for the more you know of it, the more it knows of you. Impressive. But won't this be rather noisy? Audrey momentarily looked forward to it with envy while also feeling worried and puzzled. Any mention of it will be known. So the organization behind the assassination of Duke Negan, the one backer behind Chilangos, was established by King of Angels Adam. Alger was first somewhat enlightened before his expression fell. He began to suspect that the primitive island that he had previously explored was related to this secret organization. This was because Chilangos had once ventured deep into it and discovered several items. Furthermore, the final disappearance of the island had resembled the powers of the Dragon of Imagination as described by the Sun. Putting the two together, Alger couldn't help but come up with such a theory as he made a deeper realization that Mr. Fool's cooperation with the Angel of Imagination had started when he and German Sparrow stepped into that primitive island. He was more convinced that it was the truth because after the existence in that island's ruin awakened, the only thing that happened was a sigh. He and German Sparrow weren't stopped from leaving. So that's how it is. The way important figures set up their ploys are truly well concealed. I didn't notice it at all back then. The games between gods are truly complicated. Perhaps only Sequence 1 Beyond Us or even King of Angels are qualified to participate. Alger sighed as he felt a baffling sense of desire. Force had already forgotten the mysterious organization which Mr. Fool had mentioned previously. Only when she heard any mention of it will be known did she recall that it was related to Duke Negan's assassination. However, she wasn't concerned about this problem but something else. Back when she was informing Zio about the general situation of the Tarot Club and the general knowledge, she had mentioned Adam's name. Adam has the trait of any mention will be known? This? Zio and I are known by him? Force instantly felt horrified as she couldn't help but turn her head and cast her gaze to Zio. She had learned that Adam was the son of the Creator from Hermit. Furthermore, she had never emphasized to not mention the King of Angels' name in the outside world. I've mentioned Adam in the real world, Force said with a clear stammer. Zio's nerves were taut as though a venomous snake had crawled into her clothes and was sliding across her back. Catlear tersely acknowledged. No need to worry. Although not many people. Chapter 963. Problem with intelligence. According to what Leonard knew, amongst the major noble families of the Fourth Epoch's Tudor Empire, the Abraham family was ranked first. It was even stronger than the Amorn family, who had the blasphemer. Of course, he couldn't be certain if the Amorn family didn't have any members, that it was all filled with the Son of God's avatars. Miss Magician is actually an important member of the Abraham family. Everyone here isn't to be trifled with. Is this what's called a gathering of protagonists? Leonard first sighed before he made a self-deprecating comment. Derek didn't say a word, nor did he make any connections. He seriously listened to Mr. World's description, as well as the conversation between the two ladies, the magician and the hermit, before keeping them to heart. To him, the other members were in the outside world. Regardless of what happened, it had little to do with him or the City of Silver. Only matters regarding the King of Angels were something to be concerned about. After all, be it the Angel of Fate Ouroboros, the Dark Angel Sasria, and Red Angel Medici, they had left traces around the City of Silver. As for the Angel of Time, Amorn, he had personally visited it before, bringing about inexplicable horror. After everyone quietened down, Derek couldn't help but consider certain matters. Any mention of it will be known. How should I inform the chief about such matters? Or is it fine not saying it for the time being? I'll just mention that Amorn is a son of the Creator, that he has another brother who's of the same pathway as the Dragon of Imagination. If the City of Silver were to encounter an overwhelming disaster, would Adam be able to hear it if I said his name? Can he enter the forsaken land of the gods? With this in mind, Derek instantly felt somewhat ashamed. This was because, in such situations, the honorific name he should chant was Mr. Fools. At this moment, the world spoke again. Although War Angel Medici has long perished, he isn't completely dead. The soul he's left behind has fused with the souls of the ancestors of the two major families of Sauron and Einhorn, forming an evil spirit. During the death of Ince Zangwill, there were traces of its appearance. Klein had specially brought up this point to firstly pass this information to the Church of Evernight via Leonard. Secondly, it was to remind the Hanged Man to take note. After all, he had been to Banzi twice, possibly embroiling himself with the Red Angel evil spirit's fate. That evil spirit was War Angel Medici? While Leonard was feeling alarmed, he was taken aback. He had just guessed that Adam wasn't the only bigwig who had been present. Later, setting off from the titles of War Angel and Angel of Imagination, he suspected that the evil spirit was a king of angels in its former life. And such an evil spirit had been sent to the underworld without putting up any resistance under the influence of the luck siphon charm. Old man's level is higher than I previously imagined. Yes, the evil spirit must have been weakened by Adam, and perhaps even by Mr. Fool, before Daly and I arrived. Otherwise, it's not an enemy we could have handled. Right, what was Adam doing back then? There wasn't any sign of him during the entire battle. Could it be that there was another figure at the level of a king of angels holding back Adam? Leonard felt tumultuous waves swishing through his heart as he forgot to observe the reactions of the other members. War Angel Medici. He perished and became an evil spirit. Banzi was the place his descendants lived. He was one of the founders of Rose Redemption. Alger quickly linked up the pieces of information and learned many new things. That mural I saw in the Banzi Harbour telegraph office must have been drawn by that evil spirit. The World German Sparrow had gotten me to head to Banzi Harbour to search for traces in order to grasp that terrifying evil spirit's location. It was to prevent his subsequent plans from being disrupted. Thankfully, I didn't destroy that mural. Otherwise, I might have caught the notice of the evil spirit. While Alger sighed in relief, he felt increasingly alert. He planned on getting the Blue Avenger to leave Banzi Harbour and head for the northern front of the Sonya Sea to investigate the matter Mr. Fool had previously given him. Audrey, Catlear, and the other members listened attentively as they kept it in mind without making too many connections. This was because the matter the world was describing contained information that mostly consisted of key and rich points. And lacking the additional experiences and knowledge, they were unable to expand on the matter. After sharing the information that everyone needed to take note of, the world chuckled hoarsely. That's about it. After a brief silence, Emlyn straightened his back and looked ahead. An important figure from my kind will arrive in Backland, and a meeting with me has been arranged. After a pause, and seeing how no one responded, he cleared his throat and asked, how should I deal with him? Him. Another angel. Leonard felt numb as he noticed something. Mr. Moon had mentioned the concept of his kind, and he had red eyes. Leonard was taken aback as he thought to himself, "He's a sanguine?" Sanguine? Don't tell me he's Emlyn White from the Harvest Church. He had been close to Klein's identity as a detective. Leonard couldn't help but look at the Moon side profile and figure a few more times. The more Leonard looked at him, the more familiar he appeared. He was almost certain. Without any doubts, Emlyn noticed the Star sizing him up, just as Audrey was surprised and excited to confirm that Mr. Star had suddenly realized he knew Mr. Moon. Did I say something wrong? That fellow, the Star, looked somewhat astonished. He knows me in the real world? Do I know him? A series of thoughts flashed through Emlyn's mind as he subconsciously sniffed, trying to catch the scent of the new member beside him. However, the grey fog ensured that he failed. As he surveyed the area and waited for the Hanged Man, the Hermit, and the world to provide him with an analysis and suggestion, he tried hard to recall if he had met someone like the Star. Gradually, he felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall who it was due to the superficial impression the person left on him. At this point, Audrey recalled another problem. Mr. World and Mr. Star know each other, and Mr. Star knows Mr. Moon. Then, does Mr. World know Mr. Moon? She subconsciously sized up the person at the lower end of the long bronze table, but she failed to read anything of use from the World German Sparrow. As for Alger, he turned to look at the Moon after a few seconds of thought. He said with some deliberation, Mr. Fool just mentioned that the times are changing. Although the important members of the Sanguine might not know of the ins and outs, at their level, they will more or less sense something and make preparations. The reason that this important figure wishes to meet you is both a probing action and surveillance. You just need to act as you usually do, but there will subsequently be some tests and missions. As I imagined. A second test and mission will begin. I wonder what revelation the ancestor has given. Emlyn nodded and said to the Hanged Man, thank you. With the question answered, Force, who had been holding back all this while, finally spoke. Mr. Moon, the intelligence you gave me regarding the abandoned ancient castle was highly problematic. There were 2 ancient wraiths, but in the underground area was a door. Sealed behind the door is a powerful corruptive power. As long as one enters the region where the ancient wraiths are, they will be corrupted. This? Emlyn frowned slightly. He wasn't enraged, and he instead felt that her description was completely right. If the person who had provided the intelligence knew that there were 2 ancient wraiths, he wouldn't have ignored that door. As a cultured and noble sanguine, Emlyn never wished for anyone to incur any losses or harm because of his mistakes or neglect. He was rather perturbed by this as he thought and solemnly said, I will investigate the source and provide you with an answer. As Force had returned safely, she didn't mind it too much. She tersely answered, indicating that she was awaiting the outcome. As for being saved by Mr. Fool, with it happening once a month or even twice a month, she had already lost count. She was prepared to do anything Mr. Fool instructed her to do in the future. After they finished their conversation, Audrey was somewhat concerned. She asked out of curiosity, do you know what brought about that corruptive force? Force shook her head. I don't know. With Mr. Fool not sharing any information, and how she didn't have any Rizal diary entries to exchange for the answer to the card of blasphemy, Audrey retracted her gaze and attentively listened to the conversation of the other members. After a while, the learning segment came to an end as the Tarot Club drew to a close. The members stood up and bowed at the existence at the end of the long bronze table to bid him farewell. This time, Leonard didn't appear too slow. The dark red light dissipated as he returned to the real world. In front of him was a red glove he hadn't worn. At this moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Whose dream did you enter a moment ago? Old man has woken up. Leonard was first delighted before he heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't immediately answer Pallas Zoroast as he deliberated over an answer. Say, it is possible that, at certain times, Dwayne Dantes is Azig Egus who's disguised using some particular item. After learning that Dwayne Dantes was a shared identity, he began doubting Old Man's original theory. This was because this parasite had came to a conclusion based on the different appearances and auras of Azig Egus and Dwayne Dantes. Furthermore, not every one of Mr. Fool's Blessed looked identical to Dwayne Dantes, nor were every one of them beyond us of the seer pathway. Therefore, since a shared identity was needed, it meant that they wielded a mystical item or sealed artifact that allowed them to transform into someone else. Together with the ancient aura of being a blessed causing some interference, it wasn't impossible for an angel to make an error in judgment. Pallas Zoroast fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "You reminded me. Azig Egus does have a mask that allows him to transform into anyone." Chapter 964. Medici's Cause of Death. As expected. After confirming his hypothesis, Leonard didn't harp on the matter as he returned to the topic at hand. "Old man, didn't you ask whose dream I entered?" "Yes, on the day we sought revenge against Zangwell, Amorn's brother and a king of angels appeared." In his mind, the slightly aged voice didn't immediately reply. After a few seconds, there was a sigh. "It's just as I expected. Matters related to 0-08 will often attract Adam. Thankfully, I chose to sleep ahead of time." Leonard didn't have the time to ponder over Pallas Zoroast's words as he instinctively cried out, "Old man, why you said his name?" Adam's gaze was about to be cast over, or might have already landed on them. The slightly aged voice chuckled. "You actually know about Adam's trait. However, me mentioning him doesn't matter. He will only imagine that someone else is talking about him. Of course, there's no need for you to know too much. That will definitely make you occasionally think of it. Once that happens too frequently or at a close physical distance, Adam will also know of it, just like 0-08. Furthermore, 0-08's influence is limited to a huge city, while Adam's is the entire world. As horrifying as Amorn. Another form of horror? Leonard composed himself and forced himself to stop thinking about Adam as he ruminated over what Pallas Zoroast had said. Suddenly, he nearly blurted out without suppressing his voice. "Old man, did you sleep not because you were weak, but because you were afraid of encountering Amorn's brother?" "A whom?" Pallas cleared his throat. "It was a result of both reasons, but they don't contradict one another. After giving you the 2 worms of time, my condition deteriorated again. Under such circumstances, how am I to deal with a king of angels and conceal my existence? I'm already old and feeble. There's no need for such developments, so it's almost necessary for me to hide." Leonard was momentarily at a loss for words and said after a few seconds, "Amorn and his brother should be older than you. The ancient sun god is an ancient god before the cataclysm." Without waiting for Pallas Zoroast's reply, he heaved a sigh of relief. "That is to say that, because of your act of sealing yourself and sleeping, that king of angels didn't discover a problem with me." Pallas chuckled. "No, it was discovered." Leonard's expression sank as he nearly looked around frantically. He suspected that Adam was sitting in some corner, silently listening to his conversation with Old Man. At this moment, Pallas Zoroast added, "You were very close to him. Do you think you can hide from a king of angels who has accommodated the spectator pathway's uniqueness? Besides, you likely cried out Old Man impolitely at the most critical moment." Leonard was taken aback as he subconsciously answered, "Why, you heard it." He suspected that Old Man had heard him but had deliberately chosen to ignore him for fear of being discovered by Adam. "No," Pallas' slightly aged voice teased, "I don't have to hear it to know what you would do. How can I not be aware of what kind of person you are?" Amidst Leonard's embarrassment, Pallas Zoroast continued, "Adam definitely knows that you've been parasitized, but as I'd sealed myself and was asleep, he didn't discover who was parasitizing you. The demigods with such abilities aren't many, but it's also not a very tiny number." "Is that so?" Leonard instantly heaved a sigh of relief. He was most worried about having Adam see Old Man before returning to inform Blasphemer Amorn. With this in mind, Leonard raised a question he had been wondering all this while. "Old Man, what's a king of angels?" Pallas Zoroast didn't ask where Leonard had learned of this concept, as he'd simply explained, those that exceed sequence 1 but have yet to become a deity. If we are specifically talking about the 8 kings of angels, apart from those that meet the previous definition, they're the ones who served the ancient sun god before the cataclysm. What does it mean to exceed sequence 1 but have yet to become a deity? How is that achieved? By accommodating the so-called uniqueness? Leonard had the intention of asking, but he suspected that Old Man wouldn't answer in detail. He gradually decided to first talk about other matters before finding an opportunity to raise this issue again. He deliberated for a moment and said with a suppressed voice, "During the battle for revenge within Zangwell, I faced immense adversity, to the point of not being able to look at my enemy head-on, much less use the luck siphon charm. When seeking your help failed, I chose to chant Mr. Fool's honorific name and had received a response. After everything ended, I found myself heading for an ancient palace as though I was dreaming. It was above the boundless grey fog." Before Leonard finished his description, Pallas, who had been listening quietly, cut him off. "You met the fool." "Yes, his aura is vastly deeper than the sea, loftier than the mountains. His figure was cloaked in the grey fog, preventing anyone from seeing it clearly." Leonard recalled his encounter and described in a poetic manner. "He established an organization, holding a divine council, a true one, every Monday afternoon. I'm already one of the members." Pallas fell silent once again and didn't say a word for quite some time. Only after a while did he say, "The fool allowed you to tell me this?" "Yes." Sitting there, Leonard nodded and let out a suppressed voice into the air as he said, "Old Man, do you know him?" Pallas Zoroast sighed and said, "No, but I can roughly guess of his origins." "You don't have to ask what it is because I won't tell you. This might be an opportunity for you. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to become a demigod." Leonard turned agape before closing his mouth. He stopped mentioning the tarot gathering because Mr. Fool hadn't given him permission to go into the details of other matters. He thought and said, "Old Man, is there another king of angels named Medici, known as the War Angel?" Pallas tersely acknowledged. "You can also address him as Red Angel. However, he has long perished. You were even close to where he died." "Where?" Leonard was surprised, but he had no impression of that happening. Pallas scoffed. "Are the memories of you people from the Evernite pathway so terrible? I recall that your goddess wasn't like that. Do you still remember the ruin found beneath Backland? The Tudor Trunsoist United Empire? The place where Alistair Tudor became Blood Emperor?" Leonard asked in enlightenment. Pallas Zoroast's slightly aged voice resounded once again. "That's right." As Leonard tried to figure out the logic embedded in this matter, he informed Old Man of the evil spirit. The remnant soul of Medici fused with the 2 angels of the Sauron and Einhorn family, becoming a brand new evil spirit. Pallas repeated Leonard's words in disbelief. Following that, he couldn't hide his amusement and said, "The 3 of them are absolute archenemies, the kind that can't stand each other's existence. To think that they are together in death, fused as one, is truly it must be quite lively." Leonard didn't know what Old Man was laughing about as he subconsciously asked, "They are archenemies?" Pallas held back his laughter as he said, "Yes, the reason why Medici failed and was captured was because he was dealing with the Sauron ancestor who had fallen into his trap. It wasn't that he wasn't prepared, but that was mainly focused on the primordial demonist side. Surprisingly, Alistair Tudor suddenly went mad. On this matter, Amorn and Adam had played a rather important role. That evil spirit is an enemy of Adam. Why would the Blood Emperor want to capture Medici and the 2 angels of Sauron and Einhorn? The place they perished was in the palace where Alistair Tudor was trying to become Blood Emperor. They were the ritual materials needed to become a true god? According to Mr. Fool, Adam is 1 step closer to divinity after obtaining 0-08. Is this also considered a gathering of materials? Amorn is dealing with Old Man because of similar reasons? Leonard had some theories and had the urge to ask, but he ultimately held back. He was afraid that he touched on highly secretive matters, causing Old Man to react negatively. He planned on finding an opportunity at the Tarot Club to ask about such matters. After a brief silence, Leonard looked at the closed door and said with a suppressed voice, "Has Mr. Fool and the church reached a certain degree of tacit cooperation?" "That's the implication if no one is investigating you," Pallas Zoroast answered in a rather direct manner. Leonard nodded indiscernibly. "What will they arrange me to do next?" "Arrangement?" "Reward you for the services rendered and allow you to advance to Sequence 5 after you finish digesting the potion. Then, you will be allocated a Red Gloves team, and you'll be sent to complete missions. Otherwise, they might send you to a large diocese like Backland to be a deacon in charge of certain matters," Pallas said without much concern. "Back to Backland. Klein seems to be planning something in Backland." Leonard's thoughts were suddenly liberated. He didn't converse with Old Man again as he slumped against the wall and cradled his head with his hands, sitting rather leisurely. Late at night, in the border town of East and West Balaam, outside a row of warehouses. Dressed in a formal suit, Dwayne Dantes, with his white sideburns, was holding a gold-inlaid cane. After exchanging signals and countersigns with the officer on duty, he watched as the officer opened the door to the warehouse and heard him say in a relaxed manner, "It's everything inside. Check the goods and move it yourself. Also, pay me the remaining amount before leaving." Dwayne Dantes nodded slightly and weighed the suitcase in hand. In it was £5,000 in cash entirely from May Sanchez's down payment. At this moment, two figures were silently watching this develop 2 warehouses away in a 3-story building. Chapter 965. Brief Crisis. On the top floor of a small building, a black-haired, brown-eyed man donning dark-colored clothes was looking down at the arms deal not far away. This man, who looked about 28, couldn't help but say, "He actually got May Sanchez? Oh, holy Lord of Storms, Alfred, if I had known it would turn out this way, we might as well have done the mission ourselves. Even if all the expenses are deducted, we should still earn at least £20,000. The man beside him was a young man in a black trench coat. He looked about 24 and had a head of resplendent blonde hair and blue eyes that resembled a lake. He had pretty good looks. Being addressed as Alfred, he shook his head and said, "No, that would be too noticeable. May Sanchez's allegiance has always been unclear." Before figuring out his take on matters, rashly discussing an arms deal with him is extremely dangerous. Dwayne Dantes is able to earn £20,000 because he dares to take the risk. The black-haired and brown-eyed man immediately scoffed. To think that Alfred Hall, who has led a few dozen men to assault a battalion with over 1,000 troops, would claim that he doesn't dare take risks. Alfred shot a glance at him and said, "Pagani, this isn't the same thing. That happened because I was confident of wiping out their command center. And once there's a lack of leadership, 1,000 scattered troops might not be as formidable as 1,000 pigs. In addition, the transaction this time is solely a test. It's to establish communications and to set up a channel. If it's done by us, who are we to seek out the next time? And the subsequent ones? If we keep at it, we will ultimately expose ourselves. Once that happens, it will be a diplomatic matter. Furthermore, with the deals deepening and broadening, who knows if this would incur the notice of the demigods of other factions? That would spell danger." "Ha ha," Pagani said with a smile. "How can demigods be that free to pay notice to such small-scale arm deals? Every faction has a limited number of demigods. There are too many matters awaiting them." "I know. I'm only raising an example," Alfred replied in a staid manner. Pagani didn't harp on the matter and turned his gaze back to Dwayne Dantes, who stood outside the warehouse. "This gentleman is said to be very generous. He donated stocks worth more than £10,000 to the Church of Evernight shortly after he arrived in Backland. Is this the early-stage investments that you often speak of? Also, he seems to be working at the same charity foundation with your sister. TSK, such men are very welcome with the young ladies. He's good-looking and has an outstanding demeanor. He's smart, experienced, and has the artifice. He has seen all kinds of women, and he's at the age to settle down. Alfred, you have to warn Audrey that a playboy will always be one and that one's moral character is a flaw that can never be corrected. You can't let the most dazzling jewel of Backland be taken by this fellow. Alfred turned his head to glare at Pagani. There's no need for you to show any concern about such matters. Audrey isn't a young and clueless lady. Her knowledge of the world is far more mature than you imagine. Besides, my father and mother are in Backland. They have the ability to prevent any nasty things from happening. Upon saying that, Alfred looked at the nearby arms warehouse and paused. May Sanchez actually sent Haggis. I'll go greet him. This isn't the best time to meet, right? Just as Pagani was about to say a word, Alfred had already turned to walk down the stairs. Klein, in the form of Dwayne Dantes, didn't bring any servants. He held his golden-laid cane and stood with May Sanchez's representative, Haggis, outside the warehouse. They watched as crates of munitions were carried out and loaded onto carriages. At this moment, he half-turned his body upon sensing something and looked elsewhere. The person that was reflected in his eyes was a young man wearing a trench coat without a hat. His blonde hair was combed into a slick back, and his blue eyes looked like a lake under a bright clear sky. He was tall with a good build. His every move exuded an indescribable sense of dignity. Even without any troops surrounding him, the authority he wielded was obvious. Alfred! Haggis noticed the man as well when he cried out in delighted surprise. Alfred! Miss Justice's second elder brother? This feeling resembles that of the Arbiter pathway. Klein raised his right hand and took off his top hat to press it against his chest as a form of greeting. After Alfred Hall greeted Haggis, he turned to look at Dwayne Dantes. Your character is widely spread across Backland. Even I've heard of you, despite being in East Balam. Character? A character at making arms deals? Klein lampooned as he chuckled. I'm only doing things that I believe need to be done. Alfred nodded. I believe there's no need for any self-introductions. Haggis should have mentioned me to you. Yes, Colonel Hall, Klein replied with a smile. I only learned that Miss Audrey has another brother here in the southern continent after I arrived, that he served in the military and has rendered impressive services. Alfred cast his gaze on Dwayne Dantes's face and changed the topic. I thought you would take the opportunity to work at the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation, but you surprised me by choosing to come to the southern continent. Klein maintained his smile from before. For an outsider to truly enter a pre-existing circle is quite impossible just by giving donations, doing charity, and hosting balls and banquets. Alfred tersely answered, very wise. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he asked Haggis, did something happen in Kakawa? It seemed rather serious. Haggis squeezed a smile. I'm not too sure. I was hiding in an underground bunker at the general's residence. I later heard that there was a lightning storm at Revival Square. Lightning storm. Alfred's gaze turned towards Dwayne Dantes again. Klein nodded and said, indeed. The hotel I was staying at isn't too far from Revival Square. I did see continuous bolts of lightning striking that area. All of that happened in the day. Alfred's gaze turned towards Haggis again. What happened to the scene in the end? Most of the area was in shambles. There were marks of lightning strikes. Haggis didn't hide the truth at all. Alfred nodded gently and pointed to the side before saying to Haggis and Dwayne Dantes, I still have other matters to tend to. We can chat again when the opportunity arises. See you again, Klein politely replied. It made them appear to be at a social gathering instead of being outside a munitions warehouse. He was watching Alfred Hall leave when his body trembled. His head made an abrupt turn to the side. In the primitive forests that covered East and West Balam, a figure was slowly outlined with his back bent. He had a fleshy face with slightly brown skin. His clothes were baggy, and he had a rapier by his waist. In his hand was a silver mask. Looking to his sides, this figure straightened his body. He was none other than Admiral Hel Ludwell, who had previously entered the underworld. However, at this moment, 2 clumps of blood-red flames were burning in his eye sockets. He looked completely different from before. I'm starving. Ludwell opened his mouth, letting out a sigh that seemed to come from his chest. He then cast his gaze in a different direction, muttering, the owner of this marionette is over there. Fate has brought us together again. He has a hunter pathway item on him. It's perfect for replenishing myself. Just as he said that, a bloody mouth appeared on the left cheek of Ludwell's face. It opened and closed as it said, "Medici, what we need to deal with first is our survival." After this marionette loses its connection to its owner, it's no different from the dead. The remnant spirit will quickly return to the underworld and not be able to maintain the body. And without the underworld inside him, we will inevitably be weakened until we dissipate. Yes, the most pressing matter now is to find another gatekeeper. Another mouth appeared on Ludwell's right cheek. Red Angel Medici immediately scoffed. "Sauron, Einhorn, were the two of you women in the past? Your nature as angels has been left in the dumps because of you." That fellow was able to resist 0-08's arrangement several times, implying that he's definitely not simple. With a chance to lock onto him, how can we give it up? Once this marionette completely dies, things wouldn't be that simple again. Besides, the hunter pathway item on him can effectively extend our existence. Once we finish him, it wouldn't be too late finding a gatekeeper. The bloody crack on Ludwell's left cheek immediately scoffed. "Medici, have you sacrificed your brain to the true creator? That fellow has clearly advanced. In our current condition, defeating a Bizarro sorcerer isn't difficult, but killing him is nearly impossible." Medici wasn't frustrated, and instead, he laughed deeply. "This isn't something unresolvable. As long as you allow me to chant my lord's honorific name, helpers will immediately arrive. A gatekeeper might even be automatically brought here." The mouth on Ludwell's right cheek immediately opened and closed. "Sauron, let's work together to stop him and search for a gatekeeper." "All right." The mouth on Ludwell's left cheek didn't hesitate to reply. Upon seeing this, Red Angel Medici laughed. "The two of you have fallen for it. My goal has been met. I can confirm that the two of you were previously women." The two mouths on Ludwell's cheeks roared, "Shut up. Humph, we've been merged together for 2,000 years. Would we not know what tricks you're up to? There's no need to struggle again." As they spoke, the colors around Admiral Hell Ludwell instantly saturated and stacked upon one another. He had entered the spirit world and began traversing it. Outside the munitions warehouse, Klein finally retracted his gaze as his premonition for danger vanished. For that one moment, he had a baffling feeling, but he was unable to project the corresponding scene in his mind. What happened? Klein muttered to himself. Without waiting any further, he threw the suitcase in his hand to the officer who was in charge of handing and taking over. Then, he said to Haggis, "The rest is yours. You can give me the rest of the payment." He was referring to the heavy case filled with gold bars and coins. Haggis had planned on having drinks with Dwayne Dantes after the completion of the deal to celebrate its success, and to discuss any future deals. He never expected Dwayne Dantes to be in such a hurry to leave. "All right. It's on the carriage," he pointed and said. Alfred, who had already walked quite a distance, turned his head to look over, perplexed. He wasn't sure why Dwayne Dantes wasn't following the pre-designated procedure. Chapter 966. Train. Seeing Alfred look over, Klein returned with a smile and nodded gently. "I suddenly sensed some danger." With that said, he calmly turned around and headed for the carriage which Haggis had pointed out. "Danger," Alfred repeated the word softly as he warily surveyed his surroundings but failed to find anything odd. He slowed down his pace, constantly taking note of his surroundings before returning to the nearby 3-story building with out-of-the-ordinary vigilance. Pagani glanced at the heavy expression wearing Alfred and asked, feeling somewhat puzzled, what happened? He was quite a distance from the arms deal, so he hadn't heard their conversation. Alfred walked to the window and looked down at the convoy that was prepared to leave after loading the munitions. He deliberated and said, Dwayne Dantes suddenly left, saying that he had sensed danger. Danger. Pagani didn't dismiss it as he warily looked around. He didn't notice anything amiss even when May Sanchez's men left the region and vanished into the darkness. He then laughed. Ha ha, Alfred, I think you're too sensitive. I believe it's solely because Dwayne Dantes is a coward and was unwilling to stay here for too long. Alfred retracted his gaze and frowned. Perhaps. After returning to his hotel, Klein made Enzo, who had turned into a mixed-blood lad, open the suitcase in his hand. He took out the gold coins and bars one by one and did the count. It was valued at a total of 30,000 Lund gold pounds. Thankfully my previous agreement with Miss Messenger is 10,000 Lund gold coins. I don't need to make any additional conversions. Sitting leisurely in the reclining chair, Klein drank the sweet and sour but refreshing Guedar as he monitored his marionette's work. After Enzo separated the items, he took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Rionette Tinker walked out of the void with the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. It was as though she was constantly nearby. Her 8 eyes turned towards the pile of gold coins and gold bars that had been separated. After a few seconds, the 4 heads in Rionette Tinker's hand said, "Very good, in the future, missions will cost more." What's the logic behind this? Why are you raising the price after the mission despite me paying you so quickly? Klein was taken aback as he asked with a straightened back, what? Rionette Tinker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads nodded seriously. Mission, price, depends on your ability to earn money. I never expected that. Klein turned agape, but he was unable to retort. After all, such matters were solely decided by the helper. Furthermore, with him advancing to Sequence 4 and becoming a demigod, the missions that he needed her help with in the future was likely to increase in difficulty and danger. It was seemingly reasonable to increase the price. After Rionette Tinker swallowed the gold coins and vanished from the room, Klein reined in his thoughts and began doing calculations regarding his current wealth. My expenses have been quite significant recently. I'm left with £17,275 in cash and 65 gold coins. This pile of gold bars is worth £25,000. That makes for a total of more than £40,000. It's not something to dismiss in all of the Lund Kingdom. I can already buy a manor and some land for farming. Arms dealing sure is profitable. Rionette Tinker needed gold coins, so whatever was left were gold bars. Standing up and sending the gold bars above the grey fog, Klein walked to the window and cast his gaze to the north. With the matter coming to a close, he was poised to return to Backland. Looking at the horizon, Klein suddenly sighed silently. Backland. North Borough, Backland University of Technology. Audrey was touring the campus with a few staff members of the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation. She was dressed in a simple, light green dress. By her waist was a white, unadorned leather belt. Her blonde hair had a veiled hat with ribboned flowers that showed off her playful side. She didn't wear any other accessories other than a silver bangle on her left wrist. She looked no different from a female student that came from a family that could only be considered middle class. Over the past few days, she had been to public primary schools that bordered East Borough, and she had visited the technical schools in the area around Backland Bridge. She already knew the appropriate clothes needed for the occasion, not treating charity work as another social scene. Her green, limpid eyes darted around slightly as she wore a faint smile as she observed the students that came and went. Backland University of Technology had recently sent out its acceptance letters, and it was matriculation day for the new class of students. Matriculation should have happened in late August or early September, but as a newly restructured university, Backland University of Technology's entrance examinations were later than the other universities. That also delayed the results, which also meant that students that applied to the school had also participated in the examinations of other universities or might have already been accepted. Therefore, they had brought forward the registration work to confirm the matriculated numbers before deciding how many more students needed to be accepted. Due to this, Audrey and the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation staff came to help the first batch of approved applicants to complete their matriculation procedure. Wherever she could see, she discovered that the students on campus wore a beaming expression, and every action they made exuded obvious confidence. Their words and actions had an indescribable vigor, one that seemed to have immense hope for the future that allowed them to see light. And this feeling was completely different from the few public primary schools that Audrey had experienced in the past. The students there were either boorish and noisy or silent and gloomy. A common trait of theirs was being uneasy and confused. Whenever they encountered strangers of status, they would be filled with trepidation. Their eyes were dull, lacking the spirit that youths ought to have. I really wish those kids will have a chance of receiving higher education and be like the students here where they can work hard for a better future. As Audrey sighed silently, she swept her gaze to a male-female duo who were likely siblings. The elder brother had clearly stepped into society and started working. He wore a silk hat and wore a rather thin black formal suit. He appeared to be in his 30s and had the air resembling a civil servant. He had borrowed a rather old camera from somewhere and had placed it on a tripod. He gestured for his younger sister to move and adjust her pose as he searched for the best angle. The sister was about 17 or 18, and her black hair simply cascaded down. Her brown eyes had a look of exasperation, but she didn't say a word as she seriously listened to her brother's instructions. Such combinations were everywhere on campus. Some of them had parents and their child, while others were groups of friends. What a beautiful scene! Audrey looked away and continued proceeding forward. It was a square, and in the middle of it was a decommissioned steam locomotive. Its massive body was standing there proudly, adding industrial vibes to the Backlund University of Technology. Whoosh! The behemoth-like steam locomotive spewed out smoke as it hauled its long body into the platform before slowing down a stop. A mixed-blood, 7- or 8-year-old girl who looked like a doll, held her mother's hand as she waited in a long line. She asked her father, who was similarly mixed-blood with Lun and Balaam heritage, about Desi Bay. Amidst her shuffling, she saw a gentleman with white sideburns and a top hat holding a gold-inlaid cane. He had a servant with brown skin as he walked towards first class. The servant looked around curiously and said, "Sir, the recent situation is different from what I had imagined. I thought the people from Balaam would lead tough and difficult lives, with squalid, chaotic, poor, and repressed surroundings. But there was none of them. We even drank Guedar and smoked East Balaam cigarettes. There were even some people who could afford bikes. As you know, although I have Balaam blood in me, I was born in Backlund. I've never been to the southern continent. Of course, my Jutanese is still not too bad." The very noble middle-aged gentleman chuckled and waved his cane. "That's because we only went to the cities and regions that aren't too bad. The saddest people of Balaam are in the villages, in the plantations. The rest take up residence around the factories, creating slums. We never had a chance to see them." As though sensing the girl's notice, the gentleman with his deep blue eyes and his servant looked over and gave a warm smile. The corners of their lips clearly curled up, revealing 8 teeth before they nodded gently, looked away, and continued on their way. Before long, the girl and her parents boarded the steam locomotive and found their seats. When the whistle sounded again, the girl saw a man with dark brown skin, soft facial features, and red lumps on his cheek walk over with his head bowed. His hand pressed on his hat as he quickly walked down the aisle and headed for the head of the train. The man knocked on the partition before quickly entering the operator's compartment and said to the train driver, "All the train attendants have been swapped with our men. The bridge ahead is where the sacrifice will be held." With a thick mustache, the train driver nodded and said, "May God be satisfied with the sacrificial items on this train. Let's hope we can gain eternal life in the kingdom." Whoosh! The steam locomotive drove under a bridge before cruising past a huge bridge. After a long trip, it finally arrived at its destination, the pier. The doll-like, mixed-blood girl was somewhat sleepy and was no longer as lively as before. Under her parents' lead, she followed the crowd and inched towards the door. There were a few attendants at the door who were helping some of the passengers remove their luggage. When the girl and her parents walked past, these attendants curled the corners of their lips and revealed 8 teeth, showcasing a warm smile. After the girl jumped onto the platform, she looked back at them subconsciously. She saw figures standing outside the door, discussing something. Among them was the train conductor, as well as the man with the lumps on his cheek. A second later, these people turned their heads over and curled the corners of their lips, revealing 8 teeth. The girl retracted her gaze and skipped along as she left the platform with her parents. Chapter 967. Revelation. Cold winds blew across the platform at night, causing the hanging gas lamps to sway. The light of dusk stretched and shortened from time to time in this scene, allowing the steam locomotive that was silently parked on the tracks to oscillate between being cloaked in shadows or escaping the darkness. It had an indescribable sense of gloom and death. At this moment, a squad of black and white checkered policemen entered the platform. Under the lead of the railway company's duty manager, they walked to the huge train that appeared old. For some reason, after the passengers disembarked, all the train staff, including the train driver, returned to the carriage and never came out again. I sent people to look for them and get them out to have some rest, but they quickly ran out looking like that had been inflicted with a disease. All they could do was hysterically shout, "They're all dead, they're all dead." The railway duty manager in a blue coat held a lamp, walking as he briefed the police about the situation. From his stammering and trembling body, the police could easily tell the extreme horror in him. It was as though a sudden tap on his shoulder would literally cause him to jump and abandon everything to rush for the exit. His emotions infected the police. All of them held their hands to their waists as they pressed onto their holsters. Tap! 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 The leather shoes hitting the solid, hard ground left reverberating echoes. The police followed the duty manager and warily entered the front carriage. Inside the carriage, there were 2 people sitting in each row. They were distributed to the left and right, and they stood away from the windows. At that moment, they were leaning against the backs of their seats, motionless. Through the illumination of the gas lamps outside and lanterns in their hands, the inspectors leading them very quickly recognized the scene before him. Here were the staff of the steam locomotive. They were wearing blue uniforms that differed for men and women, and they were sitting in different seats in silence. Their faces were pale and their eyes wide open. Although there wasn't any sounds of breathing, the corners of their lips were curved up, revealing 8 teeth. Everyone present felt their hair stand up upon seeing the uniform smiles as they subconsciously held their breaths. This was an extremely bizarre and terrifying scene. All they wished was to turn around and leave, beginning investigations only when it was bright. The leading inspector drew 2 deep gasps before he instructed the constables beside him. "Go confirm if they are dead." Upon saying that, he glanced at the duty manager. "Follow him and see if there's anyone missing or excess people included." "All right, officer," the duty manager said with a trembling voice. As he and the constables ventured deeper into the carriage, the other policemen drew their revolvers and remained on high alert. In an unbearable silence, time slowly ticked by until, finally, one of the constables stopped at the end of the carriage, turned around, and shouted, "It's confirmed. All of them are dead." The railway manager stuttered immediately after him, "There are 2 missing. The train driver and the train conductor." The inspector calmed down significantly when he realized that nothing had happened all this time. He thought and said to all the constables, "Maintain the corpse's present state and await an autopsy. Meanwhile, split into 2 teams. One team is to head to the other carriages to search for the train conductor and driver while the other team is to check the scene for clues and relevant information. Once the sun rises, we will begin investigation starting with the train personnel and the passengers who were previously on board. We will search for any commonalities and peculiarities." Although many passengers didn't present their identification documents when purchasing tickets, the inspector believed that it was possible to find people who had registered themselves and learn from them of any abnormalities on the train or passengers worth paying attention to. Just as he said that, a biting cold wind stirred, blowing through the carriage. When all of this came to an end, the inspector was about to emphasize his orders when he suddenly noticed something amiss. The steam locomotive staff members who were in their seats still had their eyes open with their whites showing and their faces pale. However, their mouths had closed at some point in time and were no longer showing their 8 teeth. Inside a luxurious hotel room, the wall lamps shone brightly onto the carpeted region where a desk stood. Klein had transformed into German Sparrow and was sitting on a single-seater. He had his left leg crossed over his right. Beside him was Enzo, who looked like a native. In front of him stood a row of cultist marionettes. They were the people involved in attempting to make a sacrifice on the steam locomotive, the man with the lumpy cheek, the train conductor and the train driver. They had circled from different streets donning different looks to gather here. "Who made you do the sacrifice?" Klein asked in a deep voice. After advancing to Sequence 4 and becoming a Bizarro sorcerer, not only was he able to read the thoughts of his marionette's superficial consciousness, he could also use the increased control of spirit body threads to do things similar to spirit channeling. Of course, the higher the level of the marionette, the poorer the effects of the spirit channeling. After a brief silence, the conductor, who was clearly Lun with rather thick body hair, said blankly, "It's a revelation from God." "Which God?" Klein received the porcelain teacup from Enzo and took a sip. The train conductor replied in a daze, "God is God. There are no others." Klein lowered his cup and asked, "How did he reveal his revelation? What was said exactly?" The conductor instantly turned reverent. "He gave a revelation through a divine item, requesting us to sacrifice many lives to pleasure him. In return, he will give us eternal life in his kingdom." Sacrifice many lives. Compared to the numinous episcopate, the Rose school of thought prefers doing such things. They have always been infamous for blood sacrifices. But to have eternal life in God's kingdom is closer to the numinous episcopate's beliefs. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that it was fabricated. Klein pondered for a moment and asked, "What divine item?" The train driver didn't reply as he glanced at the man with the red, lumpy cheek. The man then took out an item from an inner pocket. It was a cloth doll of shabby craftsmanship with curved eyes and mouth. "God will issue us commands at a specific time through it. I bought it at a flea market," the man with the lumpy cheek said slowly without any perturbation in his tone. "This?" Klein instantly thought of many possibilities before getting Enzo to take the cloth doll and scrutinize it carefully, but he didn't discover anything odd. With his experience, this meant that the problem wasn't with the doll. That meant that there were two possibilities. First, someone was using the doll as a decoy while acting as a deity nearby. Second, it was a truly secret existence who had specially labeled the item to send a revelation. If it's the former, the train attendant's death would have been discovered, and preparations would have been made. If it's the latter, perhaps nothing has been detected. Klein contemplated for a moment and made Enzo place the cloth door on the desk in front of the window. He then stood up and instantly transformed into another train attendant and stood with the row of cultists. Similar changes happened when Enzo returned. After an unknown period of time, the night grew deeper. Suddenly, on the desk bathed in crimson moonlight, the cloth doll with curved eyes and mouth moved its limbs and slowly stood up. Chapter 968. Descending Saint. The cloth doll turned its lifeless eyes before its body stood up straight. It looked towards the area that the crimson moonlight failed to illuminate. There, the man with the lumpy cheek and the other cultists had been standing quietly, but at this moment, they bowed their heads, raising their arms as though they were praying, piously listening to the revelation. About 2 to 3 seconds later, the cloth doll finally stood up straight. Just as it was about to open its tongueless mouth and produce a voice that didn't belong to the body it was in, all its movements suddenly turned sluggish, as though it was a highly rusted robot. Hidden amongst the cultists, Klein had seen a strange spirituality thread extend from the cloth doll. Without any hesitation, he began controlling it. Inside the wall lamp-illuminated room, the lights dimmed instantly. The doll with curved eyes and mouth instantly lost the support that seemed to arise from having a skeleton before slumping to the table, motionless. Amidst the flickering street lights that were more than 1,000 meters away, Klein lost control over the blob of spirit body threads. The power that descended with the help of the doll took less than 2 seconds to escape out of his range. Whoosh! A biting cold wind swept up inside the room as the rug with tables and chairs above was suddenly tugged, sending the man with the lumpy cheek and most of the other cultists tumbling. Only the disguised Klein had jumped up in time to avoid the accident. Of course, winner Enzo stood perfectly fine at the border of the rug, completely unaffected. Whoosh! Amidst the cold wind, the rug rolled up and bound the few cultists and covered their noses and mouth tightly, gripping their throats. Meanwhile, the fountain pens on the table had their caps removed autonomously before shooting forward, stabbing into the neck of the man with the lumpy cheek. They left no gaps in the dense array of pens. A wooden chair exploded as its splinters swept over without sparing any of the remaining cultists. Near the wall, the pipe of a wall lamp cracked, causing the gas inside to whistle out. The cloth that draped the sofa rose up, tied itself into a robe, and wrapped around the train conductor's throat. A few of the floor tiles flew up, stabbing a few cultists from below. Instantly, all the items in the room were filled with offensive capability as though they were attempting to kill all signs of life inside. Klein tried to dodge, but his shirt, pants, belt, coat, and hat seemed to have a life of their own. They forcefully locked him down on the spot. He hurriedly opened his mouth and let out a sound, "Pah!" He had mimicked the sound of snapping fingers. Scarlet flame surged out from his clothes, instantly blanketing his body and removing the restraints. At this moment, the cloth on another sofa rose up as though it was draped over someone. This strange scene reflected in Klein's eyes immediately as he trembled and turned stiff. He had been possessed by an evil spirit. The flames that soared up from before hadn't extinguished. They were burning away his clothes and flesh, only to reduce him to a pitch-black paper figurine. Behind this paper figurine was a pattern covered with feathers. It was a surreal and illusory feeling. This was the mutated paper figurine that had been tainted with artificial death's aura. Klein knew that there were only two situations that were possible for the doll to mutate. One was that the entity disguising as a god was nearby and had sensed the deaths of the cultists, hence, preparations were made via a deliberate descent, laying a trap for the antagonist. Another was that the one using the doll was indeed some secret existence. He wasn't aware that the sacrificial ritual had been foiled and descended at the predetermined time to give the next round of revelations. And regardless of which situation it was, it meant danger. Therefore, how could Klein perform unprepared? Based on the characteristics of a descent or the possession of the doll, he had already placed the paper figurine, which had mutated because of the corruption of artificial death's aura, in the iron cigar case. He had also maintained the level of his marionette at the level of an ordinary person in order to lure the target into possessing him. At this point, the possession target of the god that the cultists worshipped had gone from Klein to the death paper figurine. As the scarlet flame swept about, the pitch-black paper figurine ignited as a pale white color spread abruptly, tinged with a slightly dark green color. A rather painful grunt sounded as a transparent after-image flashed across a window tinted with the crimson moonlight. Almost at the same instant, the items that came alive inside the room fell to the ground, returning to their lifeless state. As for Enzo, flames were swirling around him. At this moment, in the port city north of the southern continent, the residents were enjoying the comfort and warmth of their home and family at night. They didn't notice that their glass windows and the surfaces of the wall lamps would dim before quickly returning to normal. Alongside this dimming environment, the flames in the fireplace either intensified or dwindled. The remnants in the kitchen were ignited and snuffed out. During this process, the glass windows in that room dimmed the most, and the fluctuations in the flames kept happening. However, the believers in the room were praying to the primordial moon, paying no notice to what was happening. After an unknown period of time, the crimson moonlight brightened a little, as though covering the entire city in a light veil. Such brightness quickly returned to normal as a scarlet-red flame flared up on a silver candle on a dining table. Enzo walked out of it as his body and face rapidly changed into German Sparrow. Just moments ago, at the instant when the crimson moon brightened, he had lost his target. Not only possessing the Beyonder powers of a high-sequence Beyonder of the Wraith pathway, but they can also borrow the power of the crimson moon. Regarding these two aspects, one of them is only possible with a sealed artifact or mystical item. Klein muttered silently and came to a preliminary judgment. After the demigod who possessed the doll had been corrupted by the death paper figurine, he had believed that he had the chance to take his opponent down. To his surprise, the enemy's strength and means available to them were more varied and potent than he imagined. The only thing he could confirm was that it wasn't an angel, as the strength and level were far inferior to one. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Klein left the dining room and entered the activity room. There were a few believers praying to the primordial moon. Unlike the cultists on the steam locomotive, they knew who they were praying to, as though they were more formal members of the parish. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Klein entered the room in an unhurried pace before they turned their heads when they noticed him. With the powerful illusion power of a Bizarro sorcerer, they treated German Sparrow as an oracle that had descended upon them. They saw a bright moon halo at his head. The believers plopped to their knees in devout prostration. Klein didn't beat about the bush as he asked in a deep voice, "Who was the saint you met previously?" Although one of the believers was puzzled, he still respectfully answered, "Oracle, it was Shaman King Klarman." Shaman King Klarman. That's a familiar name. Right, the author of that book of secrets. Isn't he long dead? He was alive in a time over a millennium ago. Sense of non-special pathways have no way of living that long. He joined the Rose School of Thought but still believes in the primordial moon. Through some means, he has extended his life? Or could it be that his sequence alone affords him a long life? Klein's mind whirred and recalled the origins of the name Klarman. A sailboat was docked by the pier as the faint moonlight illuminated the cabin's interior. A figure with frizzled black hair with white streaks in them walked out of a mirror. He wore a back robe with crimson patterns. He had wrinkles that were neither too deep or shallow on his face. His eyes were bloodshot. At this moment, on the skin he exposed, such as the back of his hand, his pores had expanded, producing white feathers that were stained with pale yellow oil. This elder's expression was somewhat warped as if he was enduring pain. He quickly sat on the bedside, bowed his head, clasped his hands, and silently chanted. In his jarring voice, his forehead slowly cracked apart, revealing a red full moon that seemed to be embedded in it. The moonlight dispersed and cloaked the elder, causing the white feathers on him to contract and recede into nothingness. But at this moment, his abdomen bloated up as though it was filled with liquid. Finally, his clothes, together with his skin, tore apart as a blob of flesh and blood covered in white feathers flew out onto the deck. After squirming for quite a while, it rotted and died. Phew! The elder looked up and slowly exhaled. His bloodshot eyes were filled with puzzlement. He muttered softly, "Death's blessed? But death is no more." Early in the morning, the Church of Storms mandated punishers, who had taken over the case of the mysterious deaths of the steam locomotive staff, had received new intelligence. The missing conductor and driver, as well as a few suspicious passengers, had been found. Before long, this mandated punisher team followed the clues and found their targets. They were silently hung outside a building in a row. "This is a provocation," the mandated punisher's captain growled through clenched teeth. But after they lowered the corpses and carried out their investigations inside the room, they saw that these people had been piously praying to the primordial moon in the activity room, holding a rather diabolical ritual. "Apprehend all of them." The mandated punisher captain issued a command after a second of surprise. The believers of the primordial moon seemed to regain their reason as they tried to resist. However, they were quickly suppressed, either dying or being injured in the process. The mandated punisher captain surveyed the area and inexplicably said to his peers, they didn't notice the row of corpses hanging at their doorstep. A member of the reader pathway thought and said, "Those corpses might have been left there to guide us to investigate the area." The mandated punisher captain calmed himself down and nodded in thought, which church's demigod passed by. Chapter 969. Duke. Backland, Westborough, within the Odora family's villa. Emlyn White, who had been summoned, took off his hat and coat and entered the activity room to wait. In this room, there were a few other Sanguine members who had been called by name to meet the important figure. After surveying the area, Emlyn picked a spot to sit in, right beside a man with a nose so high that it almost seemed deformed. Adorning his cut face was brown hair and red eyes. He held a comic in his hand, reading through it aimlessly. He was none other than the Sanguine who had provided Emlyn with the information about the ancient, abandoned castle in Delaire Forest. His name was Ernst Boyar, a Viscount. Emlyn had planned on visiting this Viscount in the next couple of days, but he never expected to bump into him here. After some careful consideration, he said in deliberation, "Your Lordship, I would like to know where you obtained the intel regarding the ancient abandoned castle in Delaire Forest." "Why? Did your client say that there weren't any ancient wraiths?" Ernst Boyar moved his gaze away from his comic and shot Emlyn a glance. No, not at all. Emlyn didn't provide an explanation as he stubbornly emphasized his question again. I'm just very curious of the source. It doesn't seem that simple. Ernst Boyar closed his comic and nodded slightly. It's not a secret. I learned of it from Lord Nibs. To be frank, I've never heard of this before. I find it hard to imagine that there's such an ancient castle in Delaire Forest. Lord Nibs. Emlyn instinctively had some thoughts arise in him. It's another test. But isn't such a test too dangerous? It even needed Mr. Fool to resolve it. Emlyn frowned slightly as he recalled the details he had contemplated previously. He probed, Your Lordship, then why didn't you explore that ancient castle? I remember you being an archaeologist. And during this process, you'll be able to obtain the corresponding beyonder ingredients of an ancient wraith. Lord Nibs told me that it's very dangerous. One shouldn't approach it unless they're at the level of Earl. Emlyn's mouth gaped as his expression fell into a daze. He then held back his anger and asked with a suppressed voice, Then why didn't you warn me? Ernst laughed. Isn't it obvious? How can a location with beyonder creatures present, one that's known by us sanguine, still exist if not for special reasons? Emlyn fell into a daze as Ernst added, Normal reasoning should be like this, ancient wraiths might exist in some place in Delaire Forest. People have encountered it before, but they were unable to find their origins. This means that finding those ancient wraiths is a very difficult and troublesome affair. The time cost exceeds their value, which allows them to live to this day. I thought you'd have easily discovered the problem with this reasoning. Likewise for your client. If they had chosen to take action, they must have had possessed the corresponding confidence. At that instant, Emlyn felt that Viscount Ernst made plenty of sense, and he could hardly rebut him. He believed that it was because he and Miss Magician were too foolish, resulting in her slamming headfirst into danger. It had nothing to do with him. The next instant, Emlyn felt embarrassed and frustrated, filled with anger towards himself. Finally, Emlyn figured out another problem. Regardless of whether the intel exposes any danger or not, Ernst Boyar should have clearly informed me of this point because figuring out the level of danger, the source of danger, and how the danger manifested itself. It held immense importance in the subsequent exploration, one that can't be missed. He did it on purpose. Emlyn came to a final conclusion as his scarlet eyes narrowed. He raised his chin and said, Indeed. It's easy to tell, but I'm more curious about the danger lurking in that ancient abandoned castle. Ernst picked up the black tea that nearly resembled the color of blood and sipped it. I'm not sure either. Lord Nibs didn't mention anything. Emlyn's expression sank. Just as he was about to make a derisive remark, he suddenly saw Adora Cosme walk into the activity room and look at him. Emlyn, it's time for the meeting. All right. Emlyn reined in his emotions and pressed onto the bottom half of his vest, standing up unhurriedly. Following him down the stairs underground, he finally couldn't help but softly ask, Baron Cosme, who am I actually meeting? How should I address him? Cosme, who looked like a middle-aged gentleman, didn't hide the truth. He replied with deep respect, Duke Ulmer. Duke Ulmer. Emlyn subconsciously straightened his back and cast his gaze to the lamps on the wall. He appeared to use the reflection of the metal surface to check on his appearance. He was one of the 3 dukes that held up the Sanguine, an ancient powerhouse who existed before the Cataclysm. His title was Round Moon, with an age exceeding 3,000 years. He had once followed in the footsteps of ancestor Lilith. Without a doubt, this was synonymous with the history and glory of the Sanguine. After passing several secret doors, Emlyn and Cosme arrived inside a metal-grey hall. The ground and walls were filled with green grass, flowers, and grain. Insects were crawling between the plants, making Emlyn feel as though he had left the city and arrived somewhere rural. He felt life thriving all around him. Such a scene didn't seem too odd, but on careful inspection, there were many strange points. The grass had mouth-like crevices with fibers flying out of them to capture the insects. The flowers used their leaves as hands to harvest pollen for themselves. The grains were heavy, occasionally emitting wailing from inside. There was a myriad spectrum of extraordinary insects. Some had snakes for heads, others birds. These things grew lusher the closer it was to the middle of the hall. Surrounding the area was a grave filled with exuberant spirits. Cosme faced the grave and reverently bowed. "Your Grace, Emlyn White is here." "Good afternoon, Your Grace." Emlyn didn't don his usual arrogance and was, in fact, a little flustered. Inside the grave, a mellow voice which didn't betray its owner's age chuckled. "A very outstanding young sanguine. Cosme, you may leave for now." "Yes, Your Grace." Cosme bowed in response and left the metal grey hall that was filled with freshness. Emlyn stood there, listening to the mellow voice from the grave. "In the morning, Nibs informed me that you obtained the artificial vampire beyond a characteristic that corresponds to the Viscount title." "Yes, but it has been corrupted and requires purification." Emlyn hadn't mentioned the need to remove the mental corruption in the Beyonder characteristics, because he believed that it was a trivial matter to the sanguine. At the very least, Baron Cosme had previously confirmed that it was possible. Olmer tersely acknowledged. "Very well. I'll personally purify that characteristic." He paused before saying, "Although the sanguine enjoy a long life, we will still mature and grow old. There will be new births and deaths. Regardless, nurturing young members is a necessity for any race. As for the excellent talent and outstanding abilities you have recently showcased, they have made you a target we place great importance on. Therefore, I personally came to meet you to give you some tests so as to expedite your growth." Excellent talent and outstanding abilities. Emlyn raised his chin slightly higher once again. He then sighed inwardly. Indeed, just as Mr. Hangman determined, there will be a test and mission, as well as an interview. Amidst his overflowing emotions, Emlyn replied reverently, "I'm always prepared." "Not bad," Olmer's mellow voice sounded from the grave. "Your next mission is to find the key members of the Rose School of Thought that are hiding in Backland. There are very few clues for this, and many situations will require you to carry out the investigation by yourself." "Rose School of Thought? They have a grudge with a sanguine? They seem to be taking in some believers of the primordial moon." Emlyn actually knew quite a bit about the Rose School of Thought via the Tarot Club, but he deliberately hid this without showcasing it. Apart from taking in believers of the primordial moon, they have in their possession one of the holy artifacts of a sanguine. It was something left by the ancestor. We need to retrieve it. There was a solemnity in Olmer's voice. Left by the ancestor? Holy artifact of the sanguine. Emlyn didn't hesitate to say, "Your Grace, I'll work hard to find the key members of the Rose School of Thought in Backland." Olmer's voice turned mellow. "Very good. Get some of the intel from Cosme in a while and seek out an incisive point." Emlyn was already eager to do so, but he still restrained himself, asking in deliberation, "Your Grace, do you know about the abandoned ancient castle in Delaire Forest?" "You wish to head there?" "It's very dangerous," Olmer said from inside the grave. Emlyn didn't explain as he directly asked, "What kind of danger?" Olmer chuckled. "That ancient castle might be older than me, even older than Delaire Forest. I do not know who built it. I only know that there's something sealed underground, and it hides an immense secret. Any creature that approaches it will be in danger of being corrupted by the force within. We once imagined that it has something to do with the abyss, but a devil suffered corruption after being thrown into the ancient castle as well, turning crazy and chaotic from his cold and cruel demeanor." "Then why didn't you attempt to open the seal to figure out the situation?" Emlyn mumbled inwardly but didn't say a word. Olmer didn't speak further as he ended the conversation and dismissed Emlyn. In the evening, Backland was covered with dark clouds as a drizzle began falling. Emlyn White wore a hat and walked under a sheltered veranda, his scarlet eyes locked onto Viscount Ernst Boyar, who was browsing some antique stores. He was upset that Ernst had given him incomplete intelligence, so he had subconsciously tailed him after leaving the Adora Villa. But after a while, he felt lost. He hadn't figured out how to deal with Ernst or how severe a lesson he should teach him. Chapter 970. Talent at Soliciting Donations. After blankly following Ernst Boyar for a distance, Emlyn White gradually abandoned his thoughts. He glanced at the area beyond the veranda as the downpour grew in intensity. He couldn't help but think, how should I punish Ernst? Although he had done so because he likely followed orders or a cue, it's still despicable. As for Lord Nibs, I presently do not have the ability. But wait, once I become a marquis or a duke, I'll definitely make him pay the price. Miss Magician has already completed her exploration of the ancient abandoned castle. I'm not sure if Lord Niggs had sent Sanguine to monitor the area. From her tone, description, and the feedback given by Mr. Fool, there was probably no monitors. Could it be that Lord Nibs didn't send any Sanguine to the vicinity of the ancient castle? But what's the point of such a test? Or could it be that they missed it because of some problems? Amidst his thoughts, Emlyn White felt that he needed to get someone to discuss the matter of punishing Ernst Boyar. He was severely lacking in such experience. Subconsciously, the first candidate of choice that came to him was the Hanged Man. This senior member of the Tarot Club was shown to be extremely experienced in various matters. He was extraordinarily reliable and had never left the other members disappointed. After hesitating for a few seconds, Emlyn struck down this choice. This was because this matter involved the Sanguine's internal test. To consult the Tarot Club members before he obtained an answer damaged his pride and overall image of the Sanguine. By the same reason, he eliminated the world as a choice. Of course, he believed he could guess the suggestion that the world would give, kill him. There's no need to go that far. Emlyn mumbled inwardly. As he aimlessly tailed Ernst Boyar, he began expanding the candidates to the real world. Then, he realized he didn't have anyone to choose from. He almost had 0 friends. Eliminating his parents who were Sanguine as well, he only had 2 or 3 people in mind. They were the Harvest Church's Father Utravsky and Detective Sherlock Moriarty, who had a mysterious background and a myriad of means at his disposal. Sherlock hasn't returned after leaving Backland. Sigh, I can only seek out Father Utravsky tomorrow. But I can't be that direct. Emlyn quickly made up his mind. He walked past Ernst Boyar, who entered a watch shop, and headed for the end of the veranda where there were several rental carriages. Getting in the carriage, he felt the wheels turning. He casually glanced out the window and saw more raindrops striking the glass, drawing out trails that streaked down. In his blurred vision, carriages drove past. Audrey retracted her gaze from the rainy scene outside the carriage and glanced at her lady's maid, Annie, before communicating with Susie silently. The look in her eyes, her expression, and her not obvious body language said, "We're almost home." "I'm a little nervous." On the ground, Susie shook her tail, raised her paw, and adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses hanging by her neck. Together with the changes in the colors of her ether body and body of heart and mind, she expressed herself. "Don't worry. That Miss Galante, who's a psychiatrist on the surface, is only a telepathist. She won't be able to see through your lies." Audrey nodded gently and watched her carriage enter the Hall family's luxurious villa and stop in front of the sheltered foyer. Ever since joining the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation, she had begun spending less time at home. She had originally planned on meeting Escalante from the Psychology Alchemists at 22, Phelps Street in North Borough, but since Mr. Dwayne Dantes had left for the southern continent and wasn't in the foundation, there was no need for that. In the study she called her own, Audrey met Miss Galante Osalika, who had black hair reaching her waist and a baby face. "I must apologize. I'd been busy meeting up with friends after returning to Backland. My subsequent joining of the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation has delayed my meeting with you until today." After leaving Susie outside, Audrey elegantly bowed to express her attitude. In fact, this has been deliberate. By dragging out their meeting for about a month, her digestion of the psychiatrist potion and advancement to hypnotist became rather reasonable. It was the progress one would expect from a genius and nothing else. Escalante returned the greeting without much thought. "I heard that you have been busy with children who desire knowledge. Your virtues are more dazzling than diamonds." As Audrey gestured for her to sit, she walked to a single-seater and tersely acknowledged, "Those children are in situations I've never seen before. There's often a voice inside me that's urging me to do something. Escalante, if you're free, you can join me and the staff of the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation to go visit the different schools. There, you will get to see what most children in the world are experiencing. Having said that, she chuckled as though being self-deprecatory. I apologize. I've recently been accustomed to kickstart such topics. It's because I wish for more nobles and the wealthy to involve themselves in such charities. I hope they can donate more to help even more children. After hearing Audrey, Escalante replied somewhat uncomfortably, I will do so. I'll also donate some money to the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation. No, I'm not forcing you to donate. This has to be an action that comes from the heart, and something voluntary. I only wish for you to take a look and then inform the people around you of these children's plight and their possible futures. This includes the members of the Psychology Alchemists. Audrey shook her head, rejecting Escalante's suggestion. All right. Escalante first nodded gently in agreement before feeling that there was something ridiculous in this matter. Miss Audrey's true motives were to solicit donations from the Psychology Alchemists. But this was a secret, extraordinary underground organization. This was no different from soliciting donations from the Aurora Order. Audrey didn't continue discussing matters related to the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation. Instead, she said, Miss Escalante, I have something I'd like to inform you of. What is it? Escalante read the solemnity, joy, and pride from her actions and emotions. Audrey smiled and said, I've already become a hypnotist. At that moment, Escalante suspected that Audrey had hypnotized her. Although she knew that Audrey had obtained the hypnotist potion formula previously, how long ago was that? You should be able to determine that I'm not lying, Audrey said with a smile. Only then did Escalante snap to her senses as she asked in surprise and doubt, you seem to have some extraordinary encounter. It's to have the courage to make use of matters, Audrey said things that couldn't be any true. Escalante frowned and said with some hesitation, you wish for the Sequence 5 potion formula. Yes. What do I need to do, or what price needs to be paid? Audrey didn't hide her motives. Escalante looked at the beautiful, blonde, and green-eyed lady in front of her and deliberated. This isn't something that's up to me to decide. I will report it and try to arrange for you to meet with Hilbert and Stephen. She was referring to psychologist and jewelry designer, Hilbert Alucard, and furniture merchant, Stephen Hamprez. Clearly, in this group of Psychology Alchemists members, Escalante was in a subordinate position. Audrey wasn't surprised by Escalante's reaction, but this didn't mean that her handling of matters wasn't without a problem. A Sequence 6 Beyonder who had the wish to advance was someone that required deep importance to be attached to in any secret organization. This was even the case with the Orthodox churches. They were people who were qualified to meet high-ranking members directly. This also meant that, after advancing to hypnotist, Audrey was already an elite in the middle-ranking members of the Psychology Alchemists. Her next goal was to become a quasi-high-ranking member. The person she needed to meet was a counselor of the Psychology Alchemists Council, and not Hilbert or Stephen. As her thoughts flashed across her mind, Audrey deliberately showed some of her displeasure. Escalante acutely noticed this and hurriedly explained, meeting Hilbert and Stephen is to confirm your condition before a counselor meets you. In fact, with your present level, you should be leading a team and recruiting new members. But with your identity, status, and daily environment, we have cancelled that plan, afraid that it would influence your normal day-to-day life. Counselor. I wonder how many counselors from the Psychology Alchemists there are in Backland. Could it be the royal family's consultant of Inrambais? Audrey nodded in thought and said, I can understand that and will await your arrangements. She then diverted the topic and asked with a curious look, Miss Escalante, do you know what's the name of the Sequence 5 potion of the Spectator Pathway? Seeing this blonde, green-eyed, young noble lady taking on such a demure pose, Escalante silently heaved a sigh of relief. I've once heard Hilbert mention that it's called Dreamwalker. Dreamwalker. This is somewhat different from what I imagined. Or it could be that dream is just an analogy. To be precise, it should be subconscious walker? Audrey didn't conceal her contemplation and analysis before directing her questions to psychology and various information. After having Escalante stay for dinner, she sent the lady to the door where she got on a carriage. At this moment, it was dark outside with gales roaring and rain pouring. Amidst the pouring rain, howling winds, and the dark night, a steam sailboat hybrid was cruising through the safe sea route in the Berserk Sea with tourists on board. Klein had already left the southern continent and had returned to Desi Bay as Dwayne Dantes. Amidst the shaking ship, he suddenly woke up, got out of bed, and headed to the window of his first-class cabin's living room to look outside. Amidst the downpour, 3 huge strange pure black sailboats were silently cruising over. Hanging on their sides were lanterns with 3 black sails on masts almost 100 meters long. And on its deck stood a mottled stone chair that was 2 to 3 meters high, its back facing the cabin. No one was sitting on it. It was the Black Emperor symbol of the King of the 5 Seas, Nast. Chapter 971. Restraint. On the observation deck of the liner, the bugle was sounded. It tore through the obstacles put up by the wind and rain, awakening all the passengers on board. Unable to dress up in time, they could only don a coat or their pajamas, rushing barefoot to the window to observe the situation outside. Half of the passengers quickly saw a gigantic sailboat that didn't adhere to common sense. They saw its 3 pitch-black sails and the blob of pale flickering yellow amidst the dark environment. Together with the howling winds, spattering rain, and the moonless and starless night sky, many passengers felt as though the ship was approaching them from hell, bringing with it an inexplicable sense of horror and dominance. After a brief pause and frenzy, a name surfaced in their minds: Black Emperor. Anyone who had been out at sea for some time, or people who lived in port cities in the various colonies, more or less knew the existence of such a pirate ship. Sigh, may the storm be with you and me. May the goddess watch over us. Holy Lord of Storms. As the passengers subconsciously made prayers, they were filled with horror and helplessness. These passengers knew very well that the owner of the Black Emperor had the highest bounty on the 5 seas. In a particular sense, he was the king of pirates, and was a powerful figure who could remain alive despite the campaigns of the various fleets from different nations. He was definitely not someone the cannons and crew of a liner could resist. This meant that they were about to fall into the hands of pirates. Many women couldn't help but imagine being raped by the pirates and being sold to unfamiliar lands. Some trembled while others collapsed to the ground. Some rummaged for daggers or revolvers. It was unknown if they wanted to resist, or if they were unwilling to face the worst outcome. Having failed to find weapons, some moved a clothes rack to their side. The men didn't react any better. Apart from a number of them drawing weapons in a bid to organize themselves to resist, the remaining froze in a daze or sought places to hide. Other cursed the darn liner and the King of the 5 Seas. Finally, the captain's voice boomed into the ears of every passenger via the broadcasting equipment or something else. Silence. Don't be afraid. The owner of the Black Emperor has his own code. He's not like other pirates. His subordinates can only plunder for items and wealth, nothing else. Such words were repeated a few times as the panicking passengers finally calmed down and no longer exhibited such horror. Compared to the outcomes they had imagined, being able to live and not be raped was an excellent outcome. Almost a minute late, a number of passengers were overwhelmed with sadness and cried upon realizing how their hard-earned savings would be wiped out. Some of them were doing business through loans. If they were unable to pay their loans, it was possible that their family would end up on the streets, relying on the workhouses for survival. Upon having this thought, they hurriedly took action and hid their wealth in all kinds of hidden compartments, hoping to keep as much as they could from the pirates. After doing this, they held their weapons tight, prepared to fight the pirates to the death at critical moments. Even feral beasts would fight back when cornered, why not humans? At this moment, many of the pirates on the Black Emperor were waiting by the broadside according to their orders. They were prepared to jump onto the prey once the distance was closed. Their second mate, Horror Viscount Bird Mustang, was holding a telescope as he observed the liner opposite him without much thought. He was inwardly calculating how much longer before the 2 ships met. This pirate, whose bounty had exceeded £10,000, wore an 80s-styled shirt with complicated patterns on his sleeves and collars. He donned a dark red captain's attire, as though he was awaiting the commencement of a ball, and not a pirate attack. Suddenly, his vision blurred and he could no longer see the liner. Bird Mustang hurriedly searched with his telescope, but regardless of the direction he aimed it at, there was nothing but stormy waves and red-headed sea eagles who enjoyed hunting fish during storms. Such a huge liner had vanished. The light in Bird Mustang's eyes flickered as he failed to make an accurate judgment. Where's the ship? Where did such a huge ship go? It was still around. The pirates on deck also noticed something amiss as they exclaimed. A ghost ship? No, there aren't any ghost ships with such a make. This is a steam and sail hybrid that got popular in recent decades. An illusion? Someone had hidden a liner with a large-scale illusion? An illusion at this scale has to have been done by a demigod. Bird Mustang's thoughts raced as he retracted his telescope and headed for the cabin. During this process, the distance he traveled seemed to distort. In about 8 steps, Bird Mustang covered quite a sizable distance and arrived in front of the captain's cabin. He reverently bowed and said, "Earl Nast, something abnormal has happened with the hunt." On the Black Emperor, King of the Five Seas, Nast continued having himself addressed as an earl, as it was a title conferred upon him by Emperor Hazel. Of course, he had publicly announced that it was a matter of time before he established a pirate's kingdom, becoming a duke, king, or even an emperor. After a brief silence, a solemn voice sounded from the captain's cabin. "Circle around it." "By your will." Bird Mustang didn't ask why as he directly accepted the order. Of course, he could imagine the reason. Be it an illusion or not, to make such a huge steam and sail hybrid liner vanish from the scrutiny of hundreds of pirates, it was definitely not something a low or mid-sequence beyonder could accomplish. The ship definitely had a demigod or a powerhouse wielding a demigod-level sealed artifact. And to clash with an unknown demigod for an ordinary liner was definitely an irrational act. Even if the Earl of White Maple Nast, as the King of the Five Seas, he wouldn't do such rash acts unless there was something worth fighting for. From this angle, the demigod was only hiding on the liner and had not launched any counterattack. This also implied that he didn't wish to clash with the Black Emperor and the King of the Five Seas. Therefore, he had only exhibited his existence for shock and awe purposes. Bird Mustang immediately got the sailors to leave the broadside and turn the Black Emperor around. At this point, a huge and heavy red-headed sea eagle suddenly flew out of its flock and headed for the Black Emperor, spiraling above the ghost ship. Amidst the pirates' confusion, the red-headed sea eagle looked down upon the deck and spoke deeply in a human's voice. "I wish to meet the Earl of White Maple." Bird Mustang was taken aback for a second before he cast his eyes at the cabin. King of the Five Seas Nast's solemn voice sounded again. Instead of directly answering the sea eagle, he instructed his subordinates, "Let him in." Bird Mustang immediately followed the order as the sea eagle swooped down in the storm. Its body gradually changed and turned into a humanoid form. When it landed on the deck, it was no longer a red-headed sea eagle, but a man with a tall top hat and tuxedo. His face wore a feathered mask. Bird Mustang's eyes dilated slightly as though he was trying to take in the figure clearer. But no matter how much he observed it, he was unable to discover anything abnormal about this exaggerated man. It was as though there wasn't a red-headed sea eagle from the very beginning. A few seconds later, Bird Mustang's pupils dilated even more because he saw the figure's side profile when it walked past him. This man, who appeared like he was an invitee at a banquet, was very thin. Chapter 972. Nast's Memories. With the pressure relieved, Klein casually pulled a chair over and placed it by the door, sitting opposite King of the Five Seas Nast with the entire hall separating them. Although the Pirate King was more than 1.9 meters tall and was sitting on a black platform, allowing him to look down in a domineering manner, Klein didn't play second fiddle in this encounter. He wore his tall top hat again. After a brief silence, Nast, who had the official title of Earl of White Maple, said with a solemn tone, "Give me a reason why I should answer your question." Klein's thin body casually leaned back as he said, "You will not need to hear the same request when you have something you need to trade with me in the future." The dark red light flickered in Nast's black eyes as he said, I basically know all the saints active in this world, but that doesn't include you. Klein caressed the feathered mask on his face and laughed. Without answering, he asked in return, have you met Zaratul? I've met him twice in Emperor Razel's palace. I'd also interacted with quite a number of Secret Order members, Nast replied with a calm and direct but extremely domineering tone. Quite a number of Secret Order members. You should introduce me to them when the opportunity arises. Klein couldn't help but quip. He then smiled and said, I've also met Zaratul. Nast raised his hand to stroke his short black beard. His already tall figure seemed to burgeon, making the mood in the captain's cabin even gloomier and repressed. After a few seconds, he stared at Klein from above and said, my impression of Emperor Razel is very simple. No one is more suitable than him to be the Black Emperor. He didn't explain what Black Emperor meant or pointed to, ignoring if the demigod opposite him understood or not. Is that so? From this King of the Five Seas' words, although the Emperor's diary implied that he made up his mind only in his later years to switch to the Black Emperor pathway and make preparations, he had long had such inclinations. He had unconsciously exhibited it and set up the situation ahead of time. Klein thought in enlightenment. He believed that Nast's impression of Emperor Razel was limited to that. After all, they had only met a few times. Hence, he switched topics. In the Emperor's later years, did he get you or your father to do something secret? Nast's crown shook a little as he replied, someone had once asked me the same question. Klein laughed and asked with a bold guess, Bernadette. Yes. Nast held the two sides of his black throne with his hands. Back then, she was very young and immature to ask such a question. With Emperor Razel's level in his later years, compared to handing something secret to me and my father, what could be kept more secret than doing it himself? This is implying that I'm as immature as Bernadette back then. Klein sighed and said, to people who are concerned about this, one wouldn't abandon even the slightest sliver of hope. This was also why he wished to meet the King of the Five Seas after concealing the liner. He was now trying to find clues to the door of light above the grey fog in the real world. Apart from confirming who the third transmigrator was, he had to delve deep into Emperor Razel's matters. This was a necessary decision. The dark red glow in Nast's eyes contracted and expanded. What's your relationship with Emperor Razel? Klein thought and said with a sigh, we can be considered old friends. After all, they had been above that mysterious door of light, and the cocoons they were in were neighbors with only a thin obstacle in between them. They had been hanging there for centuries or even millennia. This was a connection that stemmed from reality, and psychologically, having read so many of the Emperor's diaries, Klein had long treated the Emperor as a fellow countryman. He shared the same feelings for home and sense of identity with him. Nast stared at the thin demigod who sat by the door before he retracted his gaze and solemnly said, any more questions? The passengers and crew watched blankly and realized the reality of the situation only a few minutes later. The Black Emperor was gone. He hadn't attempted to plunder them. A number of passengers cheered while others had tears stream down their faces. A few collapsed to the ground and relaxed. Only a few maintained their lucidity, feeling puzzled as to everything that had happened. However, they were unable to find an answer that agreed with the situation at hand. All they could do was console themselves. The Black Emperor must have completed a plunder already. Since this is a liner and not a cargo ship, it didn't catch its eye. As the euphoria spread across the ship, Klein, donning the appearance of Dwayne Dantes, cast his gaze to the north. Compared to King of the Five Seas Nast, who had only met Razel a few times, there was another person who knew the Emperor even better, Queen Mystic Bernadette. Being an equal peer to Nast, she had recently been in Backland. After I return to Backland, I'll get Admiral of Stars to contact Queen Mystic and try to meet her as soon as possible. Klein retracted his gaze, drew the curtains, and went to bed. In the Rorsted Archipelago waters, on the future. Admiral of Stars Catlia finally received a letter from Queen Mystic Bernadette. She had no idea when the invisible messenger arrived, but this didn't stop her from effusing her joy. Tearing open the envelope and spreading open the letter, Catlia eagerly read the first line below the salutation. That's indeed Sigh's descendant. That artisan is really Emperor Rozel's direct descendant. I can't allow him to mix with the believers of the primordial moon. I have to bring him on board the future. As Catlia thought, she nodded indiscernibly. After making up her mind, she thought of artisan Sea Elf's character and morals that only spelled trouble. She felt that she had the responsibility and duty to discipline him. Amidst her deliberation, she walked to the window of the captain's cabin and cast her gaze outside. After some searching, her gaze fell onto the shipboard where Frank Lee was munching on mushrooms. "Frank," Catlia shouted out with her normal tone. Frank, who had his sleeves rolled up, snapped out of his deep thought. "Captain, is there something?" Catlia said seriously, "I'll get you an assistant for your experiments." Frank was taken aback before he revealed a pure smile. "All right." Chapter 973. New Angel. Upon seeing Frank's smile, Catlia had mixed feelings. She then retracted her gaze and turned it to the nearby fishing village where the future was docked. No one expected this place to be an important base of the Moses ascetic order. To avoid the pursuit of the Aurora Order, Catlia and her crew had been docked here recently. She wasn't in a rush to set sail but was prepared to go ashore. She planned on using the equipment in the fishing village to make contact with her subordinates who were monitoring artisan Sea Elf in Byam. Through that, she could confirm the situation and make plans. Only with this in place could the future set sail again, headed for the capital of the Rorsted archipelago, Byam, that was several days away. In Backland, the sky brightened especially early in July, but the overall temperature wasn't considered hot. It didn't even exceed 30 degrees Celsius. Emlyn wore a top hat to shelter him from the sunlight that penetrated the clouds as he disembarked a carriage and walked into the Harvest Church. Looking over, he saw the mountain-like Father Utravsky, who wore a brown priest robe and a clergyman's bonnet. He was standing in front of the sacred emblem of life, preaching to the few believers that came to pray in the morning. Emlyn didn't take a second look as he walked straight to the back of the cathedral. He arrived in a room that he called his, and he familiarly changed into his priest robes. As he wiped the candle stands, he waited for the believers to leave. About 20 minutes later, he finally found an opportunity to sit beside Bishop Utravsky and muttered to himself while looking at the sacred emblem of life, "Father, I have a question I would like to consult you about." The thin-browed, light blue-eyed Bishop Utravsky with some clear wrinkles replied with a smile, "Go ahead." Emlyn held his breath and verbalized the words he had been thinking over the entire night. If, and I'm saying, if there's a distant relative who fools you, making you and your friend fall into danger and almost lose your life, and this matter isn't suitable in court, how would you punish him? Despite sitting down, Utravsky remained like a hill. He said in a deep but gentle voice, "First, you have to confirm if the relative had made a mistake due to negligence, or if he had deliberately fooled you and lead you into a trap. If it's the former, you need to warn him, remind him, and teach him, instead of thinking of punishing him. If it's the latter, you still need to confirm if this is the way he usually does things. If it is, then you need to eliminate him. Otherwise, he will definitely bring more harm to others, bringing harm to innocents. By ending his life and sending him back to the land, it will restart the cycle of life. It's a type of compassion and a type of purification. Elimination. Father speaks of murder in a way that's more natural, mellow, and calmer than the world." Emlyn's facial muscles twitched as he hurriedly interrupted Utravsky's reply. "No, he usually doesn't act this way. It's just that due to various reasons, he had targeted me this once. I don't wish to kill him because of this." Just as he said that, Emlyn froze. He had apparently, probably, most likely, just expressed the fact that he was the victim, expressing that this matter was a sanguine internal matter. Utravsky turned to look at him and revealed a smile. "Not bad. You already understand how precious life is." Emlyn forced a smile. "Then, how should he be punished?" Utravsky looked at the sacred emblem of life in front of him. "I do not advocate appealing to violence. You can bring him here and have him listen to my preaching and reading the Bible. He will understand the value of life and experience the compassion of Earth Mother. He will serve to redeem his sins. Isn't this what I experienced? Emlyn was taken aback before realizing that this method was in line with his intentions. This neither caused Ernst Boyar's death, nor was it comparable to simply beating him up and demanding compensation. More importantly, this wouldn't escalate to a conflict that would cause strife among the Sanguine. Of course, every method had its flaws. To Emlyn, the biggest problem was: how was he to bring Ernst Boyar to the Harvest Church? From the moment he began doing volunteer work here, all the Sanguine in Backland knew to avoid this region. Ernst Boyar was no exception. It was impossible to trick him into coming in. And if he resorted to violence, Emlyn believed that, with the ring bestowed to him by Ancestor Lilith, as well as Miss Magician's powerful spellbook that could be rented, defeating Ernst Boyar wasn't a difficult endeavor. However, to control him wasn't simple. After all, he was a Sanguine Viscount, equivalent to that of a Sequence 5 Beyonder. In addition, although Ernst Boyar wasn't too old, he had quite a collection. Under such circumstances, the extent of which to directly taking action was hard to gauge. It could easily lead to death, and Emlyn would be blamed for. Perhaps I need some help. In Backland, there are many members of the Tarot Club. If we work together, we should be able to easily control Ernst. I can't expose my identity because of this. The cooperation should be done in stages, so that we don't have to meet. Amidst his thoughts, Emlyn had made his decision. He planned on assigning a mission during the tarot gathering next week in search for help. He nodded gently in response to Father Utravsky's suggestion. It sounds pretty good. I plan on making a decision a few days later after calming down. Father Utravsky nodded and smiled. Fruits are obtained from planting them. It's a long process that requires patience. From the looks of it, you have understood this point. Of course, it's such a simple principle. Emlyn raised his chin slightly as he habitually clasped his hands and prayed to the sacred emblem of life. 22, Phelps Street, Lund Charity Bursary Foundation. Audrey placed a document in hand on the table and looked up at the wall clock in the director's office. She could hardly relax. She had already made an appointment with Escalante to head over to Stephen Hampers's residence in the afternoon. Clearly, this meant a test. If the Psychology Alchemists' team was careful enough, they would have already reported the news, and there might be a counselor secretly observing everything. Based on her current level and abilities, although Audrey was unable to determine how terrifying a high-sequence spectator was, she could imagine the kinds of performance they had in certain domains. This made her uncontrollably nervous, afraid that she would be seen through. In fact, I should have delayed it a little more. Although the time and the emotions I showed are in line with logic in psychology, delaying a meeting would definitely incur suspicion. But compared to a little bit of suspicion, it's more important to wait for Mr. World to return from the southern continent. That way, I can directly arrange for them to meet at the Foundation. I don't have to worry about a high-sequence spectator discovering anything. Sigh, Audrey, your plans weren't well thought enough. Audrey sighed silently and cast placate on herself to calm her emotions. After the afternoon, she wasn't in a rush to leave the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation. Sitting inside her office, she bowed her head, clasped her hands together, and softly prayed to Mr. Fool. After completing this, she got onto her carriage with Annie and Susie, heading for the residence of the furniture merchant, Stephen Hampres. Just as the carriage began moving, Audrey suddenly saw a gorgeous beam of light appear. Amidst the beam of light, a 12-winged angel bathed with golden light descended. The wings, which were made of flames, had wrapped her in layers before they dissipated layer after layer. Audrey's vision quickly recovered as she swept her gaze past Annie and Susie through the corner of her eye in an unnoticeable manner. She realized that they hadn't noticed anything that had happened. It's a little different from the previous angel. With Mr. Fool's greater reawakening, his angels have also recovered further. As the corners of her lips quivered, Audrey wiped the smile from her face, her inner heart becoming abnormally firm. In less than half an hour, her carriage had stopped by Stephen Hampers's door. After passing her hand to Annie, Audrey was helped down the carriage, and she walked straight to the door. She watched as her attendant pulled the doorbell. before long, Escalante came to open the door. Like before, she directly brought Audrey to the activity room on the first floor. Annie and Susie were brought to the living room by the servants. Upon arriving at the activity room, Escalante reached out to hold the doorknob as she gestured for Audrey to enter. This? Audrey had a guess, but she didn't show it. She slowly walked through the door which Escalante had opened. Escalante didn't enter as she closed the activity room's door. Audrey looked ahead and saw that on a single seater facing the activity room's door, there was an elder sitting there quietly. The elder wore a shirt, vest, and a jacket, matched with blue-gray trousers with lines adorning it, as well as a dark red bow tie. His hair was completely white but remained thick and lush. He had a warm and elegant bearing. He had a pair of blue eyes that seemed to hide wisdom and knowledge. Apart from the wrinkles on his forehead, he didn't have any wrinkles elsewhere. Audrey knew him. He was the royal family's consultant in Rambay's. Of course, Audrey had long known of this old gentleman's secret identity from the Tarot Club, a counselor of the psychology alchemists. She didn't disguise her surprise, because she truly was surprised. Although she had guessed at the possibility of Havin Rambay's appearance, she never expected him to appear directly. She imagined that he would observe her in secret, allowing Hilbert and Stephen to speak on his behalf. "You're very surprised?" Havin Rambay's asked with a faint smile. He then stood up and bowed. "A pleasure meeting you, Miss Audrey." Audrey deliberately opened her mouth before closing it again. Following that, she replied with a mixed smile, "I'm not sure how I should address you." Havin Rambay's chuckled. "Like always." He pointed to the sofa beside them. "Let's have a seat." Audrey took a deep breath, wore a smile, and unhurriedly walked over. Sitting by the sofa, she maintained an adequate distance from him. Chapter 974. Mind World. Havin Rambay's picked up the porcelain teacup and took a sip. Looking at Audrey, who sat in a flawless posture, he said genially, "There's no need to act so reserved. This isn't our first meeting. I still recall discussing Berman's philosophy of ethics and Kongsoka's pragmatism with you 2 years ago." Audrey smiled faintly and said, "I just find it difficult to put the idea of you and a psychology alchemist's counselor together." Havin Rambay's hadn't introduced himself, but it was a reasonable inference based on Audrey's knowledge of the psychology alchemists and the present situation. Havin crossed his right leg and said with a smile, "This isn't something worth paying attention to. Never forget that our psychology alchemists is an organization established with the goal of studying the psyche and to build knowledge. We are more about the academic side of things rather than handling matters. Since it's academic, you can always treat a counselor as a university's professor." If she hadn't learned from Mr. World that Havin Rambay's was behind Couron's suicide, Audrey would have been able to conclude that he was a knowledgeable, amiable, humorous, and humble scholar, regardless of the amount of observation that she did. However, since she was wary, Audrey wasn't someone who would so easily believe things that appeared on the surface. As she looked at him and organized her words, she prevented herself from focusing too much on one point. She kept her thoughts lively and scattered to prevent herself from being hypnotized. At this moment, her mind suddenly turned adrift. She seemed to see the 7 pure lights that contained infinite knowledge, and the dense, indescribable figures. She saw them blanketing everything from high above. This was the spirituality sky, the reflection of the spirituality in one's mind. And beneath the spirituality sky was a deep, dark sea. Every drop of water resembled a point of light as though they represented an imprint on each subconscious. Near this sea were several islands. One of them belonged to Audrey. She clearly knew that this was a manifestation of her consciousness. What was exposed above the sea was what she could detect, and the parts covered by the seawater were her deeper consciousness that she was usually unable to grasp or know. Floating above the island, Audrey looked to the bottom. She first noticed that the area was a solitary, quiet, grey blur. They screened out her vision, making her only capable of seeing the massive and dark black outlines of the subconscious, as well as the illusory and rippling sea of collective subconscious. She was unable to obtain much information from that. Audrey was puzzled as to how she had entered this strange state when she saw large swaths of grey split apart like the sea deep in the sea of subconscious at the island below. It revealed a stone platform that had appeared at some point in time. On the platform, a figure grew up rapidly in a fashion akin to blinking, entering Audrey's field of view almost instantly. His hair was completely white but remained thick and lush. He wore a standard three-piece suit, matched with blue-grey trousers with lines adorning it, as well as a dark red bow tie. This man with deep wrinkles on his forehead was none other than Havin Rambize. Compared to the Havin sitting on the sofa, he appeared more sinister. He didn't wear a smile, and his head was slightly bowed. It was as though he was observing Audrey's subconscious that lay behind. In a few steps, he walked into Audrey's island of consciousness through the sea of collective subconscious. Then, he went from the subconscious to the area exposed above the sea like a silent visitor who didn't knock on the door or receive any permission. After arriving on the island, Havin Rambize raised his head. His facial skin was already covered in greyish-white scales. His irises were gold and vertical, and it didn't show any hint of emotion. This? Floating in mid-air, Audrey observed this scene and fully understood the situation she was in. This was the world of the mind, a mind world formed by the spirituality sky, sea of collective subconscious, and the island of consciousness. Due to the blessings from Mr. Fool's angel, Havin Rambize's intrusion of my body of heart and mind and psyche through the sea of collective subconscious sounded alarms. That force has separated my most fundamental part of my self-conscious, allowing me to control everything on the island from the spirituality sky. Thus, I'm able to truly resist true forms of telepathy. How magical, no, how despicable of Havin Rambize. He's not polite at all. He intruded into my house without gaining any permission or providing any notification. Audrey grumbled in midair. After understanding her current situation, she secretly controlled the changes that were influencing the island while answering the casually seated Havin Rambize in the real world. I'm also very reserved when facing university professors. As she spoke, Audrey made her inner island mumble. This isn't a good analogy. As an elderly psychology alchemist's counselor, he should be a sequence for at least. This is a demigod, one that naturally makes one feel fear, awe, and reserved. On the sofa, Havin Rambize chuckled immediately. Then I won't be forcing you. I've heard about you from Hilbert. I heard that you've advanced from psychiatrist to hypnotist in a short few months. I'm very curious about how you did it. Oh, I've also heard of the answer you gave Escalante having the courage to make use of matters. However, I wish to hear something more detailed. At this moment, the Havin Rambize on Audrey's mind island was observing his surroundings with a deadpan expression, listening the resonating voice. Audrey was already prepared for this as she deliberately pretended to be organizing her words. After a few seconds, she said, "It's just the superficial meaning of her having courage to make use of matter." Ah? Let's put it this way. In my future plans, I've always had one of my options being a psychiatrist. Since I've acquired the corresponding Beyonder powers, I was definitely very happy to try it out and help the people around me resolve their mental and psychological problems. While saying that, she showed some signs of embarrassment towards such actions that bordered on childishness. Her mind island faithfully reflected this. After a pause, Audrey continued, "During this process, I discovered that my control over the potion's powers became better until, one day, I felt something in me shatter and fuse into my blood. It also allowed me to vaguely see illusory stars." Mr. Rambize, what does it represent? For some reason, I firmly decided to become a hypnotist from that day. This might also be a cue from my subconscious. After saying that, Audrey deliberately stuck out her tongue on her mind island like when she was little, doing things she usually wouldn't do. It was a way to prove that she was feeling a little embarrassed because playing psychiatrist was no different from playing princess when she was little. An embarrassment often meant the truth. Havin Rambize nodded gently and said, "Very talented. You seem to have figured out the acting method by yourself." Acting method. Audrey wore a surprised and blank look both inside and outside before coming to a realization. Havin Rambize said with a genial smile, "It's exactly as you think it is. By acting based on the potion's name, and concluding the corresponding principles, that will speed up the digestion of the potion. It is an effective method for reducing the negative influences. However, before Sequence 6, we do not teach it because we do not advocate members using this method to accelerate the digestion of their potions. Surprisingly, you have figured it out yourself. Why don't you advocate it? Audrey asked sincerely out of curiosity. Avin Rambai sighed and said, this will make the members not be themselves. Some might even be assimilated by the remnants of the potion. To put it simply, the first 3 sequences are for one to slowly grasp their powers and get used to being extraordinary. It allows one's subconscious to be deeper, become clearer, and turn more mature. It aids in resisting the subsequent problems that come from the acting method. Of course, I can only give my opinion on the spectator pathway. As for the other Beyonder pathways, I'm not too sure if they're the same. But clearly, pathways that focus on the domain of the mind would have some differences in the area of self-consciousness. Audrey was unable to determine the veracity of Avin Rambai's words. She felt that there was definitely some reason to it, but it was not entirely the truth. Little Son mentioned before that one key thing to remember regarding the acting method is remember that you're only acting. I find this more appropriate. Yes, I've been strictly abiding to it, and will keep doing so in the future. Audrey, you mustn't be careless. From this moment forth, you must put more emphasis on your self-consciousness. From Mr. Fool's point of view, this must be trivial and doesn't require additional emphasis since it's included in the statement of only acting. But to the ordinary person, perhaps it's relatively more important. As Audrey's thoughts raced, she asked, can you explain the acting method in more detail? Avin Rambai explained it to her in a relatively more detailed manner before saying, you are indeed talented and qualified to obtain the Sequence 5 Dreamwalker potion formula, but before that, I'll give you several missions. This is out of fairness and also a form of training for you. This is because once you achieve Sequence 5, you will be leading 2 to 3 psychological discussion groups. Your every judgment and choice will influence the future and even the lives of the members beneath you. Therefore, we mustn't allow people who deeply lack experience in handling matters to advance to Sequence 5. Understandable. Audrey didn't object to it. What's the first mission? Avin Rambai said with a smile, a simple but rather long-term mission. Every piece of feedback you provide will count towards your contributions. At this point, he sighed. The fracture between the new party and the Conservative Party is widening. The more conflict there is, the more divided the kingdom's internal politics will be. I wish that you can take note of the attitude of your father, Earl Hall. Inform me of some of his views towards various bills and matters. Don't worry, this will not cause him any harm. We only wish to mend the fractures. His final statement was, in fact, not supported by logic. It was solely a promise. But with Avin Rambai raising his right hand to his temples while on Audrey's mind island, Audrey felt that what he said was very reasonable and deeply relatable. Floating above her mind world, she immediately snapped to her senses and realized something was amiss. Chapter 975. A familiar feeling. How can you not cause harm to my father from knowing his trump cards? This will bring about negative impacts to matters that he's trying to push for or object to. Floating in the mind world, Audrey looked down at her island of consciousness. Her thoughts were so calm that it surprised her. Right on the heels of that, she suddenly realized why Avin Rambai had directed Kuaron's suicide. Audrey had always been concerned about this matter. Furthermore, she had obtained information from various sources, giving her a rather clear idea of the overall picture. However, she had ultimately been stumped about the mastermind's goal. This trap seemed to be targeted at the purse strings of the Conservative Party, Baron Syndras. As long as he failed to respond properly, this powerful banker would have his problems exposed and end up handled by the official Beyonder organizations. However, the actual process seemed to lack the panache of a high-sequence Beyonder of the spectator pathway. It was especially so when Dwayne Dantes reacted unexpectedly, causing the plan to immediately be foiled, yet there wasn't any mending of the plan. As a rather senior spectator, Audrey had long noticed the incongruity within this matter. However, it was only after hearing of Vin Rambise's words today that she realized the core of the matter. Vin Rambise didn't care if he had successfully taken down Baron Syndras, as he had already accomplished his goals. It was just as he had said, the new party and Conservative Party were fractured. Although Vin Rambise claimed to be trying to mend it, his true goal was to deepen the cracks and cause them to completely fall out with each other. Why is he doing this? Audrey controlled her mind island and didn't make it show any puzzled emotions. She then replied to Vin Rambise, I can understand your concern for the kingdom's political situation. I will work hard on this. Just as she said that, the gloomy Vin Rambise on the mind island lowered his right hand from his forehead. Vin Rambise, who was sitting on a sofa in the real world, said with a gladdened smile, you are indeed a young noble lady filled with compassion. With that said, the old gentleman lowered his right leg, which was covered by greyish-blue trousers with line patterns. He leaned forward slightly as his eyes grew darker. Due to your identity and daily environment, you shall forget about me. You will only remember Hilbert, Stephen, and Escalante. You will pass any information through them. When there are extremely pressing issues that need reporting, you will subconsciously visit me with the excuse of consulting me on some academic question. When you enter my room, your lost memories will recover. As Vin Rambise said those words, the him on Audrey's mind island opened his mouth and repeated the words. A rock took form and quickly plunged into the ground, sinking into the subconscious. At that moment, Audrey felt as though she had dissociated into two entities. One was a result of a mind island. She could no longer remember the appearance or name of the elder in front of her. She only knew that she had come to Stephen Hampers's residence and met a psychology alchemist's counselor, where she received the approbation of the Chacting method and received a new mission. Another her floated beneath the spirituality sky, acutely aware of everything that had happened. However, there wasn't much emotional changes. It was more optimistic than gloomy. Audrey was certain that the one in midair was her true self-conscious. Therefore, she didn't feel confounded. With her as the true self, she controlled her other self and got up in a muddle. Yes, sir. After answering him, she rapidly straightened her body, and like a puppet who was being controlled by invisible strings, she walked to the door and left. At the instant she closed the door, the her in the mind world sky and the her corresponding to the island of consciousness fused as one. There were no longer any differences. The two entities with certain memory discrepancies instantly fused together, giving Audrey a few seconds of confusion. However, with plenty of experience in treating people and hypnotizing others, she very quickly and skillfully identified the differences. She then reconstructed every detail from before. What powerful mind-reading and hypnosis! He directly entered my body of heart and mind and even my soul body to exert influence via the sea of collective subconscious. Although Audrey had the blessings of the Fool's Angel, she felt that her recollections were like viewing old photographs. They were yellowed and faded, as though they were matters that happened years ago. I'll be able to do the same in the future. The blessings of Mr. Fool's Angel is really impressive. Humph, I'll only inform you of Father's take on unimportant matters. As Audrey's mind whirled, her mood turned for the better. Whoosh! The steam locomotive that spewed out copious amounts of smoke dragged its carriages as it chugged into Backland. After traveling for days, Klein had finally returned to this capital of capitals. As Dwayne Dantes, Klein wore a top hat and a formal suit while holding a gold-inlaid cane. He slowly left the first-class cabin and firmly stood on the platform. Behind him was a man with mixed blood. He was about 1.75 meters tall, and he carried 2 luggage bags. He was none other than the marionette, Enzo. Of course, this winner had already changed his name to Inuni, which sounded more in line with the Southern Continent's traditions. In the future, he would be the go-to person to establish contact with the Southern Continent's clientele for the upstart tycoon and arms dealer, Dwayne Dantes. The non-crucial business would be handled by him, without needing Dwayne Dantes to personally head to East and West Balam. Of course, this was simply a disguise. In fact, Klein would be the one making the trip. He had decided to send believers to West Balam in the name of sea god Calvetua and get them to represent himself to complete some small-scale deals. After all, Danitz was an infamous pirate over the 5 seas, with a bounty exceeding £10,000. Furthermore, he had close ties with German Sparrow, and it easily incurred suspicion if he kept helping Dwayne Dantes. After leaving the station, Klein rode a carriage and returned to 160 Beauclun Street. It was already dark by then. The street lamps on both sides of the street had already lit up, likewise for Dwayne Dantes' residence. Butler Walter and housekeeper Tanager led the male and female servants, as well as the gardener and coachman, out. They stood on both sides to welcome their employer back. After he arrived in Desi Bay and bought the train tickets, Klein had sent a telegram back to Backland, informing his butler when he was returning. However, he had instructed him not to send the coachman to pick him up at the station. After all, this was an era when steam locomotives were often delayed. It wasn't impossible that its arrival would be delayed to the next morning. Glancing at his servants who stood with a standard, reverent pose, Klein secretly nodded and passed through them as he sighed inwardly. This does resemble the style of nobility. Even when the employer isn't around, the butler doesn't skive. When he arrived at the door, he nodded gently at Walter and Tanager before saying, "It must have been hard on you while I was away." "It's our duty," Walter and Tanager said with a bow. Klein then turned his gaze to his valet, Richardson. He realized that this good-looking mixed blood had a somewhat pale expression as he kept stealing glances at his employer's new valet, Inuni. Klein smirked inwardly as he nodded at him. "You did well. However, there's some business involving the southern continent that requires Inuni to handle it." "Oh yes, be Mr. Walter's assistant and help him in gathering information for a manor outside the city." "Assistant? Assistant butler?" Richardson was first taken aback before he replied in pleasant surprise, "Yes, sir." With this role, it meant that he had broken free from the constraints of being a valet. He had been promoted. Walter didn't ask about the manor in detail as he seriously arranged for his employers settling in, bath, and meals. After all of this was done, he and Inuni sent Dwayne Dantes back to the 3rd story before he asked, "Sir, do you plan on buying a manor in the suburbs of Backland? What requirements do you have?" "Something not too expensive. Who knows how long I can use this identity for?" Klein inwardly gave a self-deprecating comment before deliberating. "One with a vineyard and brewery." After completing the arms deal, he had already established himself in Backland's high society and had earned a huge sum of money. Therefore, it was necessary for him to own a manor. He couldn't afford to not be capable of inviting his friends on a vacation and hunt in the suburbs when autumn and winter came. This was a faux pas that could easily make him be viewed with scorn. Furthermore, the manors in Backland suburbs were rather expensive. One could purchase a huge manor with rubber trees in places like Desi Bay for £8,000 to £10,000, but here, all he wanted was a vineyard and grain farm, with facilities like a brewery. "I will gather the information as soon as possible," Walter replied respectfully. He knew his employer was exhausted from his traveling, so after briefly informing him of the recent developments, he left the 3rd story and busied himself on other matters. With the new valet's help, Klein changed his clothes and washed up. During this process, Klein, who had gotten accustomed to his guardhood, couldn't help but lampoon. "If it wasn't because a marionette cannot be more than 1,000 meters from me, would I have changed valets? Despite being a tycoon, I still have to serve myself." Sigh. Amidst his sighs, he dismissed Winner and Inuni to the adjoining room and walked to the window. He looked at the lamplit Backland, which resembled stars, as he allowed his thoughts to wander. "Next, my goal is MI9's Deputy Director, Brigadier General Conas Kilger. As for the Captain of the Royal Guards, Viscount Stratford, I can leave him to the Demoness, Trissy. She has vanished for quite some time. I wonder what he has been busy with. I wonder if she has come up with a way to approach that Viscount. I had previously informed her that I have other matters to tend to and wasn't free via the method she gave me. I'll later have to confirm that I'm free now and can continue our previous cooperation effort." After a while, Klein reined in his thoughts and got into bed. Without the help of cogitation, he fell deep asleep. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes and sensed that someone had entered 160 Beauclun Street. "Here it comes again." Klein couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his temples. On the first day of returning to Backland, he had been awakened in the middle of the night. Chapter 976. Zealot. Dressed in pajamas, Klein didn't move. In his spiritual perception, the intruder's spirit body threads appeared. This also meant that if he so wished, he could turn everyone in 160 Beauclund Street into his marionette without leaving the bed. Of course, to a demigod Bizarro sorcerer, the neighbors a few buildings away were within range. There are many spirit bodies around. One of them is helping him fly. He has landed on the opposite balcony. Is it a beyonder from the death pathway or the Evernight pathway? To be able to do this, he must at least be a sequence 6. Is here for Richardson? No, he's walking towards my bedroom. He has paused and has reached out his right hand to knock gently on my door. He's certain that I've detected him? Klein sat up with a slightly heavy expression. He had made the initial judgment via the spirit body threads, but subsequently, he did it via direct sight, a scene that formed in his mind. After Klein reached sequence 4, not only was his danger premonition as a clown enhanced, the amount of power he could stir and use from the mysterious space above the grey fog had experienced a qualitative boost. With the two combined, it wasn't difficult for him to use his intuition to have a projection of the intruder's figure and actions, despite the distance. In addition, due to his deepened control over the mysterious space, Klein could converge the augmentation effects the grey fog had on him in the real world. This prevented Beyondus of certain pathways from seeing anything. Based on his judgment, by being above the grey fog, augmenting himself with a card of blasphemy, and using the sea god scepter, the strength that the fool could direct at the real world was asymptotically closer to that of an angel. If that weren't the case, even if the grey fog and the paper figurine substitutes could allow others to maintain their lucidity in dreamlike states, Klein wouldn't have dared to allow Miss Justice to face a sequence 4 or even sequence 3 of the spectator pathway. Amidst his thoughts, he left his bed, wore his slippers, and straightened his pajamas. He walked to the reclining chair and leisurely sat down. "Please come in." The door to the master bedroom opened silently, but no cold wind blew in. All it did was spiral in the corridor. The visitor was a man about Dwayne Dantes' age, and of similar height. He had black hair and brown eyes. He had cut facial features, a classic example of a Lonese man. He wore a silk top hat and had a rather thin face. His demeanor was cold but wasn't one that left others feeling uncomfortable. Instead, it was a manifestation of the night view at a suburban cemetery. At this instant, Klein saw countless spirit bodies hugging a middle-aged gentleman. It made his surroundings dark and stacked, as though a world was hidden within. Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was a demigod. Why would there be a demigod coming to me moments after I arrive back in Backland? Apart from the Church of Evernight's Backland Archbishop, nothing has been exposed in regards to this identity as Dwayne Dantes. Having a headache, Klein looked at the door without an expression. It was unknown whether he was feeling angry or alarmed. After taking 2 steps, the demigod's right hand suddenly hung down straight. Together with his waist, it bent like a bow pulled to its limit. He had bowed deeply in a strange manner, his attitude extremely reverent. Meanwhile, a cold wind blew over, closing the door silently. Klein was nearly taken aback, feeling at a loss. His mind whirred as he came to a rough guess. At this moment, the demigod maintained his pose and said in a deep voice, in response to a revelation, "I, Patrick Bryan of the Newcomers Episcopate, am here to meet your excellency." Revelation. Klein controlled the twitching of his facial muscles. Together with his previous guess, he had a rough understanding of what was happening. The Evernight goddess had deepened her control of artificial death, in other words, the death pathway's uniqueness. She was able to give revelations to the high-ranking members of the Newcomers Episcopate's artificial death faction. Klein sighed as he chuckled. He pressed his right hand to his chest, but he didn't make any additional movements. What is God's revelation? Bryan slowly stood straight and looked at the gentleman with the white sideburn sitting at the reclining chair. He replied with some level of fervor, "We succeeded. God has finally awakened." He has requested me to listen to your commands from this day forth, and to follow your arrangements. Klein had already expected this, but he felt his face burn, unsure whether to laugh or cry. This is making me be a blessed of Evernight while also part-timing as a blessed of Artificial Death, so as to silently lead the numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction. Is this a bestowment of fate, or a price that had been exacted? Since the goddess didn't get the church's archbishops or high-ranking deacons to handle this matter, it means that she wishes it to be kept confidential. Klein instantly stood up and tried to appear pious in tone and expression. As God's revelation commands. God's wish is my wish. After expressing his devotion, he looked at the demigod standing straight in front of him and pointed to the sofa opposite him. Please have a seat. Oh, do introduce yourself. That's the most basic form of politeness, isn't it? Moments ago, as the thoughts ran through his mind, Klein had vaguely grasped the reason why the goddess had handed him leadership over the numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction. As German Sparrow, he had close connections with the Death Consul. Therefore, if anyone were to really discover anything amiss and begin investigating the numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction, they would realize that it had something to do with German Sparrow and be enlightened. They would believe that they had grasped the truth as to why Artificial Death was able to come to life and send a revelation. Due to this guess, Klein deliberately made Dantes use German Sparrow's usual speech. Patrick Bryan sat on the sofa and said after some thought, I'm Lonese. I once did business in East Balaam and nearly died because of a disease. I was rescued by members of the numinous Episcopate, and during that ritual, I received God's grace and survived. Later, I secretly changed my faith. The faction I'm in is always being vilified by the other members of the numinous Episcopate. They believe that we're engaging in sacrilege, that we're in a bid to create a new death. But that's not the case. We firmly believe that God didn't perish at the end of the fourth epoch. He is merely asleep and requires certain things to be done in order to awaken. The facts have proven that we were right. You are witness to this. The ancient chronicles I received didn't say so. Those high-ranking members of the numinous Episcopate are fully aware that they are emulating the matter of the hidden sage to create artificial death. Could it be that this gentleman in front of me isn't a core member of the numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction? And he also lacks sufficient knowledge regarding the uniqueness? But how can a demigod not be a core member? Even if the numinous Episcopate is a remnant of the Balaam royal family and Death's church, with copious amounts of knowledge and powerhouses, there's no way they will let a demigod go to waste. Even the 7 Orthodox churches wouldn't do such a thing. Klein was extremely puzzled hearing this as he asked, what about the other high-ranking members of your faction? Patrick Bryan said with a reverent look, when I joined the numinous Episcopate, God had already awakened a little. This is all the work of the saints of the past. They had sacrificed themselves over the numerous rituals. Currently, we have a total of 3 saints and an angel. They are in East Balaam while I'm in charge of Backland matters. That's not right. Based on the information provided by Leonard, the numinous Episcopate have their members split into many small teams in Backland. They aren't aware of each other, and they only make contact with a specific person in the southern continent. There's no overall person in charge. Klein's first reaction was that Patrick Bryan was lying, but he immediately dismissed it. This was because it was something easily verifiable for a blessed who had been the focus of a revelation. He thought for a moment before he asked, what's that angel's name? Where isn't he? Are there any other revelations? Patrick Bryan answered frankly, God made me not inform others, nor make inquiries to others about matters. Our leader's name is Hater, both a last name and first name. He was once the Archbishop of the Church, and later he became an angel thanks to God's grace. He has always been working hard to awaken the sleeping God, but he was severely corrupted in one of the rituals. Currently, he is unable to leave his mausoleum, otherwise, he would directly lose control. He is considered my teacher. This demigod that has existed since the Balaam Empire is clearly key in steering the Artificial Death project. Klein asked in thought, he and the other 2 demigods are Balamese purebloods. Yes. Patrick Bryan nodded. I roughly get what's happening. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He believed that Patrick Bryan wasn't an ordinary demigod, but a byproduct of the Artificial Death Project. Back then, Hater and the other members of the Numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction had no intention of saving Alones. Instead, they had planned on using him for a ritual sacrificial item or material. In the end, something unexpected happened during their attempt which they originally hadn't had high hopes of. Death's uniqueness gained some level of instinct or produced other changes. This led to Patrick Bryan's survival and his establishment of a certain connection with artificial death. His spirit and body became special. Upon witnessing this, Hater and the other high-ranking members began viewing Patrick Bryan as key to the success of the Artificial Death Project. They gave him potions and taught him, proselytizing him with the faith of death, thus fabricating a perfect excuse for themselves. And due to Bryan's specialness, he had advanced rapidly and became a demigod. Of course, no matter how key he was merely an experimental subject. Patrick Bryan had never been treated as one of the members of the Numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction. Later, he was sent to the Lund Kingdom's backland to lead 2 or 3 teams. He did various kinds of rituals in a bid to bring the uniqueness alive. Such a guess was in line with the situation which Klein was currently aware of. First, Leonard had mentioned that the Numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction had placed their experiments in Backland, planning to destroy the enemy's capital even if an accident happened. Second, many teams were independently connected to the southern continent and Backland and had no overall person in charge. Third, Patrick Bryan's knowledge of artificial death was very different from reality. This also meant that the people in the southern continent didn't care for Bryan's life and death, nor did they tell him the truth. Under such circumstances, there was no other explanation unless he was a byproduct of the Artificial Death Project. From the looks of it, the goddess's control of the uniqueness is still limited. She can only send revelations to one person who is directly connected to artificial death. She is unable to influence Hater and the other saints. Klein reined in his thoughts and asked, "What's your current sequence?" Patrick Bryan didn't hide the truth. "I'm an Undying." Chapter 977. First Sermon. Klein wasn't surprised at Patrick Bryan's answer. He nodded gently and said, "Which incarnation number are you at?" Based on what he knew, Undying died once every 60 years before reviving. They would then lose most of their memories, which needed to be slowly recollected. It was like the beginning of a new life. This was knowledge that came from the potion, so Patrick Bryan easily understood what the bless meant. He deliberated over his words and said, "I'm not 50 yet. I haven't been an Undying for more than 10 years. Klein then asked, "When did you switch faiths to our Lord?" Here, Lord referred to the Lord of the Underworld. Bryan recalled for 2 to 3 seconds before he said, "I had just celebrated my 30th birthday back then. Stepping into the world of mystery at 30 and becoming a Beyonder. Becoming a sequence for demigod before 40. This speed either means shocking talent or that he's a blessed." Indeed, his spirit and body had been influenced by the death pathway's uniqueness during that ritual. As Klein listened, he became more certain of his theories from before. Of course, compared to how he had only taken a year to go from an ordinary person to a sequence for demigod, Patrick Bryan's advancement speed was nothing. On this point, Klein didn't feel that there was anything to be poignant about, because he was truly the blessed. Furthermore, he had cheats far greater than one. The only problem was that he wasn't sure if everything that he had done was enough to exchange for something. After some thought, Klein asked, "What's your current public identity?" "I'm a businessman. I have 2 garment factories in Backland. On the surface, I believe in the Evernight goddess and am a supporter of the new party." Patrick Bryan introduced himself. Klein nearly let out a scoff as he continued, "How many Numinous Episcopate members do you have under you? What are they doing?" "Already prepared," Bryan answered eloquently. 2 teams, a total of 12 Beyonders. Some of them are working at my garment factory while others are in the watch and clock industry. All of them have their own formal occupations. Typically, they will be careful when proselytizing to the people around them. The progress on this is very slow, nor is it the main goal. We do not have more than 100 believers. Most of the time, they are searching for clues that God had left behind, as well as the different materials needed for the awakening ritual. With clues in hand, we will carry out operations. And once the materials are gathered, we will experiment in different awakening rituals and seek out the most effective one. I'm the main person behind this operation, and am also core to the rituals. You sound pretty proud of that. Klein asked about other matters and received detailed answers. Finally, he thought for a moment before saying with a stern expression, in accordance with the revelation from God, you are to heed my instructions from this moment forth. Patrick Bryan immediately got up and gave a solemn bow. Yes, Your Excellency. Klein nodded slightly and answered, first, stop all rituals and stop gathering materials. God has already partially awakened. He is in his recovery stage, so he isn't to be disturbed by noise. From Klein's point of view, regardless of the changes in Bryan's awakening rituals, they were ultimately pointed at artificial the death pathway's uniqueness. This would only increase its chances of coming to life, making it disadvantageous for the goddess to deepen her control over it. And regardless if Klein was happy for this to happen or not, since the Evernight goddess had assigned Bryan to him, he had to make such arrangements. Patrick Bryan had zero doubts toward his explanation, because death had indeed awoken, and awakening rituals were, in essence, a form of disturbance. This undying thought before asking, Your Excellency, what should we do next? Klein smiled with approbation. Continue seeking out clues for things that God left behind. This will aid in his recovery. Upon saying that, Klein originally had a second request, but he was worried that there were too few clues to it, making it possible for the Newcomers Episcopate members to stir up trouble with nothing to be done. He added, in addition, promote reading to all those around you and your subordinates, be it at the garment factory or elsewhere. Establish night schools or learning classes. Let the people around you extricate themselves from ignorance and savagery. To make it more convincing, Klein stretched out his right hand and pressed it to his chest. With abnormal piousness, he began preaching, God said one needs to understand the belief to believe. God said that to those who are lost, one has to first strengthen their body and arm his brain. This is because the kingdom he promises is one without ignorance and savagery. Patrick Bryan didn't doubt Dwayne Dantes' words, nor did he find it strange that such records weren't found in the Newcomers Episcopate's Bible. This was because this person before him was God's blessed, a representative appointed by God. He earnestly nodded. I will heed God's teachings. May every spirit gain eternal life in God's kingdom. As he said that, he used the praying gesture that the Newcomers Episcopate's artificial death faction used. It was to raise both hands high, thumbs facing each other as he held them at his forehead. In mysticism theory, this was the core to the underworld contained in every gatekeeper. It represented death's position. Klein returned with the same gesture and words before saying, second, orders from the southern continent no matter who it comes from, has to be handed to me first. They can be done only after I give permission. If no permission is given, you are not to do it in private. You can only give feedback based on what I say. This was because he was worried that Hater, the angel of the death domain, would still remain fervent about the artificial death plan, occasionally instructing Bryan and the others to make new attempts. Meanwhile, he also had to ensure that Hater and the other two saints wouldn't notice anything amiss before the goddess gained a deeper control over the death pathway's uniqueness. He needed to prevent them from doing anything excessive. Bryan had no objections on this matter. Yes, Your Excellency. After giving instructions on the two most important matters, Klein wore the same expression, but he inwardly felt relieved. He said after some deliberation, third, unless convened by me, do not seek me out. Our usual communications shall be completed via messengers. As you know, there are many existences in the astral world who do not wish to see God return. Patrick Bryan nodded heavily. I understand. My messenger's summoning incantation is spirit wandering above the world, absolutely friendly creature, Patrick Bryan's contract companion. Indeed, it's impossible for a demigod of the death pathway to not have a messenger. Normally, sequence 6 beyond us of this pathway should have one. Klein didn't hesitate as he answered in an unhurried tone, "Remember, my messenger's summoning incantation is the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to German Sparrow. Oh, be it receiving or sending mail, a gold coin needs to be paid to complete the transaction." Klein deliberately revealed that German Sparrow and Dwayne Dantes were related, in order to determine Brian's reaction. German Sparrow, Patrick Bryan repeated the name in puzzlement before coming to an enlightened state. He exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Your Excellency, Death Consul." Thankfully, although he's a byproduct of a ritual and is fervently zealous, he has normal intelligence. He can consciously seek out in Chapter 978. Gift. On a night with clear moonlight, in the garden of 160 Beauclun Street. A grey rat crawled out of its hole, running straight for the master bedroom's bed. As a tiny, black, glue-like blob object floated down, the rat held it over its head like an acrobatic act. It quickly turned around, ran out of 160 Beauclun Street, and headed for the sewer entrance. At this moment, the grey rat raised its torso up and reached out with two of its paws. They magically extended as blobs of flesh appeared on its forelimbs. Then, using its mutated front paws, it moved the manhole cover away without causing a sound. Without stopping at all, the grey rat headed straight down the sewers, going all the way to the spot where Demonis Trissy previously hid. It kept digging in a corner until it excavated a mirror fragment from the soil. Having done that, the grey rat threw the black, sticky object over its head to the side where it was relatively clean. It then retreated to a corner, allowing its body to stretch and turn into a middle-aged man wearing a dark red coat and a triangular hat. He was none other than Admiral of Blood, who had previously been active at sea. However, this seigneur, along with his clothes and body, was just a thin layer, akin to a figurine cut from paper. "This rat is quite fat," Admiral of Blood stroked his chin, but his paper figurine-like body nearly flew up as a result of the cold draft in the sewers. The person who spoke was none other than Klein. He was inside his master bedroom, turning a rat into his marionette by controlling its spirit body threads. He then made it carry the ritual materials and head down the sewers to contact Demonis Trissy. Seigneur, whose arms were flailing about due to the draft, bent down and picked up the sticky blob. This was the remains of Trissy's lock of hair after she burned it with black flames. It could be used for a communication ritual. Right on the heels of that, he wiped the mirror fragment clean and smeared the material onto it. After this step, Klein made his marionette take 2 steps back from the mirror. With a smacking sound, Seigneur was plastered to the mossy wall like an oil painting. East Borough. In a room with thick curtains that left it almost dark. Raven black, slimy tentacles coiled together, forming a huge sphere. And at the end of these tentacles, there were either eyes with clear blacks and whites embedded in them, or there were venomous snake heads attached there. The latter opened their mouths slightly as they shot out their tongues in a rather strange fashion. It was quite a harrowing scene. Suddenly, they flailed up or retracted as the sphere crumbled, layer after layer. Enveloped in the middle of a sphere was a curled-up girl. She had abnormally sweet looks, but her brows were tightly furrowed. Her expression looked slightly warped due to the pain, a look that stirred up one's sense of pity. The slimy and disgusting tentacles retracted and shrank, finally turning back into their original formed strands of raven black hair. The expression of the girl with soft, long hair soothed as she slowly got up and walked to the side of a tiny bed she had partitioned out. Picking up the sleeping gown that had fallen to the ground, she draped it over her. Then, she curled her black hair and came in front of the full-body mirror. Reaching out her right hand, she swiped across it. A black flame burst forth as it burned quietly in the air before being extinguished. It left behind a mirror that had turned dark and profound. In the mirror, lights drifted and rapidly presented the sewers filled with dirty slush. Thinly plastered to the wall was a middle-aged man with an old triangular hat and dark red coat. He was looking down on the girl across an unknown distance, like a famous painting. The girl with the round face and thin eyes watched in silence before laughing. As her smile bloomed, the dark room seemed to instantly brighten. She then lightly opened her mouth and said in jest, "Mr. German Sparrow, is this your craziness and cruelty as the strongest adventurer? Or is it the case where I'm only acquainted with a clown? Klein wasn't surprised that Trissy had recognized him as German Sparrow. After all, he had previously met her in the image of Admiral of Blood Seigneur, and this pirate admiral had long been hunted by German Sparrow. Back then, Trissy was hiding in the sewers due to an injury and was focused on revenge, preventing her from being kept abreast of the news at sea. It was rather unsurprising for her to be unaware of Admiral of Blood's demise, but things were different after she finished recuperating and left the area. She would have been a terrible assassin and instigator if she hadn't investigated her partner. Clearly, Trissy's past actions indicated that, despite being evil, it didn't discount her intelligence. Klein didn't argue as he controlled the paper figurine-like Seigneur to smile and simply reply, "Why can't clowns be crazy and cruel?" Without waiting for Trissy's answer, he said, "Any progress on your investigations into the captain of the Royal Guards?" Trissy's expression turned slightly gloomy as she said, "It will need another month at the very least for any results. It might even take 2. If you need help, you can seek me out," Klein emphasized again. Trissy scoffed and said, "In Backland, in this game, strength isn't able to resolve every problem. Of course, I've never wasted the opportunity to use others. Mr. German Sparrow, since there's no need to hide your identity, can you give me a more convenient method of contact? Why do I feel like I'm being asked to give my cell phone number?" Klein thought about it for a moment before informing her of the incantation to summoning Miss Messenger, as well as the important ritual ingredient of 1 gold coin. Trissy didn't speak further. Reaching out her right hand, she tapped on the mirror's surface. The black flames burst before disappearing, restoring the full-body mirror to normal. In the sewers, Seigneur buried the mirror fragment back into the soil and made his body shrink rapidly, turning back into a grey rat. It then ran deep into the sewers, allowing itself to be fed by carnivores. Back in 160 Beauclun Street, Klein drew his curtains and returned to the reclining chair. To be frank, he regretted cooperating with Trissy. He felt that she was burdened by some will of the primordial demoness and was reckless for revenge. She was like a ticking bomb that might explode at any moment. If Trissy were to mutate, it's highly possible that she would create a terrifying disaster. I shouldn't have spared her back then. Klein sighed and began setting up a ritual. He sent the black blob above the grey fog and attempted to divination Trissy's present location and recent condition. 20 to 30 seconds later, he was met with failure. This only worried him more because such an outcome implied that Trissy had become a blessed of the primordial demoness to a certain extent. The next afternoon, Klein, who had had breakfast, began instructing Butler Walter and the newly appointed butler assistant, Richardson, to deliver the gifts he had brought from the southern continent. This filled an entire luggage bag, of which included Fermo coffee beans, East Balam tobacco, River Valley's grape wine, and human bone sculptures. They were to be gifted to the different neighbors around the neighborhood as a sign of goodwill from Dwayne Dantes. It was also to announce his return to the social scene. Oh yes, remember to mention to Member of Parliament Marked or his wife that this bottle of River Valley grape wine is suitable for making cocktails. It's best matched with lemon juice, Klein exhorted Walter. Particular care was needed in gifting others. It had to take into account the receiver's preferences, and obviously, the most popular product of the southern continent at present, Donningsman Hair Tonic, wasn't suitable as a gift, as it would only appear to be a veiled attempt at ridicule. Walter solemnly nodded and said, "Yes, sir." After receiving no more instructions from his employer, Richardson glanced at the remaining pile of gifts and asked, "Where will they be sent to?" "This is for the staff of the Bursary Foundation." "I'll deliver it myself," Klein said with a smile. He then pointed at the golden amulet in his hand and said, "I missed the birth of Dr. Aaron's child, so I'll need to express my apologies in person. I'll head over in the afternoon and plan on gifting this amulet with southern continent characteristics to that child. Of course, as a baby, Will or Septin Series probably won't like it. Compared to this, I'll just call him he would rather have ice cream." Klein grumbled inwardly after answering Richardson. After the butler and Richardson left, bringing gifts and male servants to the different neighbors, Klein got into his carriage and headed straight for the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street. After alighting, he headed forward with his valet, Inuni, carrying plenty of gifts behind him. Along the way, he greeted and gifted any members of the staff he saw. Soon, Klein arrived at the second story and arrived at one of the director's office. He knocked gently on the door. "Please come in." Audrey Hall's gentle voice sounded. As a rather senior spectator, she had already noticed that Mr. Dwayne Dantes had come to the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation. She had been patiently waiting for him. Klein pushed the door and entered, taking out a small gift box from his inner pocket before saying with a warm smile, "I've returned from the southern continent. Well, my business went very smoothly. I brought some gifts for everyone, hoping to share my happiness with everyone." He had specially mentioned this to indicate to Miss Justice that he remembered her request. "You leave me no reason to decline it," Audrey said with an expectant smile. This didn't mean that she cared for the gift Mr. World gave, but more a result of being curious as to what Mr. World would give. After receiving the gift box, she tore open the wrapping in front of Dwayne Dantes and discovered an accessory with a white feather adorned with pale yellow patterns as its highlight. "This is a decorative ribbon," Klein explained. "People of certain social standing in East Balam will enjoy wearing items with such white feathers on various parts of their body. Out of all the places, it's considered most noble and meaningful to attach it to a hat. This is said to be a tradition from the worship of feathered serpents. Feathered serpents are symbols for death over there. And the feather he got a Southern Continent craftsman to craft into the hat was a byproduct of the artificial death project. It could be sacrificed. Klein had once obtained 3 of them. He had used one in Bayam by using the copper whistle messenger and summoning the mutated monster which was corrupted by artificial death. The other was sacrificed to artificial death in the Southern Continent, allowing him to receive the revelation of Int Zangwil being possessed by an evil spirit. This was the last feather. As the present artificial death was equivalent to the Evernite goddess to a certain extent, Klein, who was clearly a blessed, didn't need to carry out such acts in subsequent rituals. He could use other materials to replace the feather, so he decided to turn the remaining one into a gift for Miss Justice. After all, she was also a believer of Evernite, and she might be able to contact artificial death at some critical moment. Audrey held her present with a smile as she silently listened to Dwayne Dantes' description. For some baffling reason, an idea flashed in her mind. Don't tell me Mr. World really plucked a feathered serpent's feather for this hat. Chapter 979. Joy of Life. The traditions in the Southern Continent are really different from ours. Audrey looked down at the feathered cap in the gift box as she marveled, but it's in line with my taste. The latter half of her sentence was partially genuine and partially out of politeness. On the one hand, she found the processed feather akin to a piece of artwork, and on the other hand, she found its style too obvious and extreme. It wasn't something she would use as an accessory. This was akin to how others would have their interest piqued by items with unique and mysterious patterns when visiting ancient ruins. They would be filled with praise over it, but they would seldom purchase similar items to place it at home or use it as an accessory. Klein smiled in response. There are also many stark differences amongst the Southern Continent traditions. It's almost completely different in East Balam from the Highlands and River Valley. Of course, they also have their similarities such as their adoration of gold. They believe that this metal possesses magical powers. As he said that, he pointed at the feather in Audrey's hand. Legend has it that people who wear such accessories would receive the blessings of the feathered serpent, or in other words, death. He was hinting to Audrey about how she could use the feather. As a sequence 6 of the spectator pathway, Audrey easily read in between the lines. She understood that the hat accessory allowed her to receive a response from the so-called death at critical moments, bringing about certain effects. As for how she should use it, it was basic knowledge in mysticism. Audrey had a solid foundation and didn't require Mr. Dwayne Dantes to explain in detail. She faintly smiled without revealing her teeth and said, "I really like it. I will attach it to my hat in appropriate situations." Not bad. It's so easy talking to spectators. Klein returned with a smile and pointed at the door. "I still have presents to hand out." "You will be the most welcomed person here today," Audrey replied with a smile, a euphemistic way of expressing her gratitude. Meanwhile, she was a little vexed. She was hesitant about finding an opportunity to inform Mr. World, who had been embroiled in Cuaron's suicide, about Havin Rambais. He had shown some deep interest and importance on the matter. "Oh, it's almost Monday. I'll leave it until the tarot gathering. It will be much easier to communicate when the time comes. I can also seek advice from Mr. Hanged Man and Hermit on how to deal with my current situation, especially the problem of being wary against the cues and hypnotism from a high-sequence beyonder. After all, I can't always pray to Mr. Fool ahead of time to receive an angel's blessing. On careful thought, such a form of hypnotism is truly terrifying. Carrying out instructions without realizing it." Audrey's mind was awash with thoughts as they bubbled. This made her suspect that many people in Baklan's high society had been hypnotized, acting in ways that violated their true intentions and will. In addition, she also came to realize something. Every time her parents attended Mass at St. Samuel Cathedral, the one in charge of the rites was definitely Baklan's archbishop. And to hold such a post, he was definitely a demigod of the Church of Evernight. At times, His Grace will even visit in person to chat with us. This is to prevent such matters from happening? That's why Havin Rambais' hypnosis effect on me didn't go overboard? Audrey watched as Dwayne Dantes left her office. After closing the door and sitting down at her desk, she picked up a fountain pen and mindlessly scribbled on it. After she reined in her thoughts, the piece of white paper was filled with interlocking circles. There was a face with cold eyes and scattered lines. At a glance, Audrey tensed up. She immediately used her spirituality and the friction between items to ignite the paper, turning it to ashes. Her random drawing had, in a sense, reflected her true emotions and thoughts. And to a good psychiatrist, interpreting such pictures was a basic skill. Therefore, Audrey hadn't left any traces behind. After a while, Klein delivered all his gifts and chatted with a few directors along the way. Finally, he entered a room meant for part-time directors like him to rest. He found a pen and paper, sat on the sofa, and began writing after some thought. Dear Mr. Azik. While in the southern continent, Klein had written about Adam's obtaining of 0-08, his successful revenge on Int Zangwill with the help of Leonard and Daly. He then summoned the messenger via the copper whistle and sent it to the sleeping Mr. Azik. Without a doubt, he had yet to receive a reply to date. Klein wasn't worried about mentioning Adam and 0-08 in the letter, because the Angel of Imagination definitely knew about his relationship with Mr. Azik. And sharing matters he encountered with someone familiar wouldn't garner any excessive reaction. This time, Klein's letter didn't involve anything extraordinary. With a smile and gentle scribble, he shared the details about the bursary foundation which he learned from Audrey and the other directors. At the end of the letter, he wrote, "This is a really meaningful matter. I feel satisfied and happy about it. Mr. Azik, would you feel the same? When you awaken, perhaps you can attempt to do something similar. Every time you revive, you would be able to see the children who had received your help in the past. When that happens, although they might not remember them, they will definitely remember you." After finishing the letter and putting down the fountain pen, Klein carefully read it once, and after confirming that there weren't any problems, he blew the copper whistle, summoned the skeleton messenger, and allowed it to take the letter away. Following that, he left the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation with his valet, Inuni. He came to the nearby St. Samuel Cathedral and silently prayed for 15 minutes in the serene and dark prayer hall. Like before, Klein came to the donation box and threw a stack of cash in, a total of £80. Taking this opportunity, he found Bishop Electra and had a chat with him and listened to his sermon. This also announced to the Church of Dwayne Dantes' return. As for presents, Klein didn't directly give it since he was inside the goddess's cathedral. Instead, Butler Walter would naturally deliver his gifts to the bishop's residences in private. At tea time in the afternoon, Klein followed his schedule and left 160 Beauclun Street and headed to Dr. Aaron's for a visit. Richardson had already informed them in the morning and had received permission to visit. This time, Klein not only met Dr. Aaron Ceres, but he also met his wife, Wilma Gladys, as well as the newborn and his elder brothers and sisters who were a few years older. What a pity that I wasn't able to participate in. Klein deliberated, paused and successfully waited for Wilma Gladys to reply with a smile. he reorganized his words and said, "Unfortunately, I was unable to participate in Will's birthday party because of my trip to East Balaam. This is an amulet that's rather popular over there. It brings children good luck." As he said that, he handed the golden accessory to Dr. Aaron. Aaron Series wasn't a man who was good with words. He accepted it without declining it and nodded. "Thank you." Following that, he held the string and hung the golden amulet into the pram beside him. Shaking it, he asked, "Will, do you like it?" Wrapped in silver silk, the chubby baby raised his arm, swung it, and flicked the golden amulet away. Flicked away. The mood instantly turned a little awkward in the activity room. Klein chuckled and broke the silence. This is a reaction all kids have. At this moment, a maid had delivered the 3-layered tray for high tea, allowing the hosts and the guests to switch topics of conversation, allowing the mood to return to normal. As Klein drank his black tea and ate the pastry, he began talking about all kinds of interesting customs in East and West Balaam. It left the couple and their 2 other children intrigued as they would question him from time to time. During this process, Klein suddenly turned to face the pram and asked with a smile, "You don't seem to enjoy my present." As he spoke, nothing abnormal happened to the couple and the rest of the people in the activity room as they continued wearing attentive looks. In the illusion Klein created, he hadn't finished his recount. Will Orseptin, who had fleshy arms, scoffed as he said with a childlike voice, "What's the point in having such gifts? You might as well give me Gwaedar. At the very least, that can be drunk." Klein smiled as he shook his head and said, "I have some news for you. Ouroboros was injured by a particular person and will likely not be able to continue seeking you out for the time being." He didn't dare mention Adam's name or title. He didn't even think about it, afraid that the leader of the Twilight Hermit Order would notice it, thus, discovering Snake of Fate Will Orseptin's location. As for a description like Amon's brother, Klein had temporarily avoided using it. He had no idea if Amon was still in Backland and if the frequent mention of the Angel of Time's name would result in a crossing of fate. However, Klein believed that the Snake of Fate was likely to guess who had injured the Angel of Fate. This was because the only ones who remained active in the real world and were of a higher level than Ouroboros were limited to Amon and Adam. He had used the words particular person to eliminate the possibility of the assumption of the besieging of several angels or the use of Grade O sealed artifacts. Will Orseptin fell silent for a moment and said, "I did tell you that the deviation in your fate is a good thing in the long term." After exchanging information, Klein was about to dispel the illusion when he suddenly heard Will Orseptin quip, "Oh, I suddenly have a craving for Gwaedar, especially if it's iced. Such beverages aren't good for a baby." Klein wore a serious look as he dispelled the illusion, reaching out his hand to receive the cup of ice cream a maid had delivered. Then, under Aaron's and Wilma's watch, he scooped some ice cream with a silver spoon and teased the baby with a smile, "Will, do you want some? Do you want some?" Wilma immediately chuckled. "Our Will doesn't enjoy that." Just as she said that, Klein stuffed the spoon of ice cream into his mouth. "Wah!" The baby in the pram immediately let out a loud cry. Chapter 980. Choice of Parasitic Target. After some placating, Aaron Ceres and Wilma Gladys finally managed to calm down the baby. Phew! The thin and tall Aaron heaved a sigh of relief and got up. Nudging his gold-rimmed glasses, he nodded at his guest with an apologetic look. After organizing his words for a few seconds, he said, "Sorry about that. Children are often like this." "Indeed." Klein smiled in reply, indicating that he didn't mind it one bit. Following that, he changed the topic of conversation and continued sharing his experiences in East and West Balaam. During this process, he made use of his Beyonder powers once more, making everyone in the activity room fall under the effects of an illusion. Then, he picked up the ice cream which he hadn't finished, changed the spoon and got up with a smile. Walking to the pram, he asked gently, "Will, do you want some?" Without waiting for the chubby fellow wrapped in silver silk to reply, he said with a gentle tone, "You're born now and should be able to fold a paper crane. This way, I don't have to visit often. You should know how suspicious it is." Will Orseptin Ceres glared at him without giving him a reply. Klein didn't flinch as he took out a piece of high-quality paper and placed it in the pram. Then, he bent down, scooping out some ice cream. A price is always exacted for what fate bestows, isn't it? Klein chuckled as he swished the spoon in his hand. In the pram, Will raised his left hand, wiping the tears that hadn't dried from his face, and mumbled, "For beyond us of the fate pathway, the exacted price needs to be paid first before awaiting bestowment." With that said, the chubby baby grabbed the piece of paper and folded a paper crane with great difficulty. Klein stood in front of the pram and maintained the stability of the spoon, watching this scene with a smile. A carriage set off from Pinster Street and headed for St. Samuel Cathedral. While passing by 160 Beauclun Street, Leonard Mitchell looked out the window and seemingly muttered to himself, "Dwayne Dantes is back as well." The slightly aged voice rang out in his mind. "Fate will ultimately intertwine. Old man, you're becoming more of a charlatan after you woke up." Leonard couldn't help but mock. Pallas Zoroast chuckled without a reply. After coming to St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard entered the study of Backlund's Archbishop, St. Anthony, under a priest's lead. Anthony Stevenson was wearing a black robe with red hues. His eyes were deep and his face clean-shaven. Standing by a cupboard, the shadow created seemed like an unknown existence that observed everything from the darkness. It stirred fear into anyone. "Your Grace, you summoned me." Although Leonard had already anticipated it, he still bowed in a rather lacking manner. Anthony nodded gently and said, "You have already rendered enough services to apply to become a Sequence 5 Spirit Warlock. However, you haven't finished digesting the Soul Assurer potion, therefore, I'll be extracting you out of Soist's team and assigning you some separate missions." Leonard replied, "As per protocol, I am at your command." Anthony picked up a stack of papers on his desk and said, "These are cases with suspected paranormal activity. You are to investigate each case, mainly placating or purifying them. If you require additional assistance, you can select members from the Nighthawks team of each area of jurisdiction." "Yes, Your Grace." Leonard would have done similar tasks even if St. Anthony hadn't instructed him to do so. Therefore, he had zero objections toward such an assignment. After receiving the stack of papers, he casually flipped through it and said, "Your Grace, what's Captain Soist's team busy with at present?" He had been focused on revenge over the past half-year, making himself appear desultory and insular. This prevented him from building strong friendships with the Red Gloves teammates, but despite that, they were teammates who he had fought alongside with. He couldn't help but be concerned for them. "They have been assigned to help Crestit finish a mission." Anthony Stevenson didn't answer in detail. "His Excellency Sesamir is also in Backlund." Leonard didn't ask further as he gestured for points across his chest in a clockwise fashion. "May the goddess bless everyone. Praise the lady." Anthony did the same gesture. After leaving the Archbishop's study, Leonard headed down to the basement. He wanted to find a quiet room and list down his upcoming mission and run through them in the assigned order. Midway while walking down the stairs, he subconsciously looked at the stained windows above him. The sunlight was shining in, making the artwork made from the stained windows look even more solemn. It also accentuated the tiny bugs and dust that floated in midair. Upon seeing this scene, Leonard suddenly recalled Old Man's description of Amorn. He had the inexplicable feeling that the blasphemer was everywhere. He trembled inwardly as a thought came to him. He quickly asked with a suppressed voice, "Old Man, I have a question." "What is it?" Pallas Zoroast asked slowly. Leonard asked with a suppressed voice, "Back then, why didn't you parasitize a bug? They're smaller and more concealed. You can easily hide in cathedrals without being worried that Amorn would discover you. How long can a bug live? Continuously switching parasitic targets is extremely burdensome on the body. This way, not only will recovery not be possible by parasitizing it, but it will even worsen one's condition and shorten one's lifespan," Pallas Zoroast harumphed and said. Leonard was somewhat enlightened as he pressed, "What about other creatures? Those that live relatively longer lives and can enter a cathedral without being noticed." Pallas Zoroast immediately chortled before saying, "From the looks of it, you haven't kept what I've said to heart. This will only serve to make you suffer in the future. The higher the sequence is, the the greater the inclinations towards losing control is, and the more madness accumulates. This is a trait of the characteristics, and it can only be resisted and suppressed. There's no way to eliminate it. Therefore, for a parasite, choosing a target for parasitizing requires one to consider these aspects. If one were to parasitize ordinary animals, it's still alright for short periods of time, but once it goes on for too long, one will suffer the effects of the body's construct and hormones. Everything is reciprocal, isn't it? A parasite can influence the target, but so can the target influence a parasite. When one parasitizes an ordinary animal, it's necessary to frequently talk to someone to avoid forgetting one's former identity. This way, the chances of exposure is extremely high, and if one doesn't do that, the host will definitely influence the parasite, causing them to lose the ability to speak. It will muddle one's own existence until one doesn't know he is. It would then result in madness and with the loss of control crushing the parasite. Leonard was left alarmed as he nodded slightly. I understand. It's no wonder you are so strict on choosing a parasitic target. Are you trying to praise yourself? Bizarro asked scared. To us, the best parasitic target is undoubtedly beyond us of the same pathway. All aspects will be synchronized, and by nurturing them one sequence at a time, they can be made as replenishments for one's beyonder powers. It would be the best medicine and a potential option for taking over the body. Upon hearing Old Man speak of such vile and terrifying matters so calmly, Leonard frowned slightly as he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that Old Man wouldn't do the same to him. Bizarro continued, the second best choice would be beyond us from the seer or apprentice pathways. The absorption of their powers wouldn't incur too much a burden on the parasite, allowing them to quickly recover. The next choice would then be smart beyond us of other pathways. At the very least, communication would be good and cooperation would be possible. As for you, Leonard was just about to retort Old Man when he suddenly saw a bishop walking down from above. He hurriedly shut his mouth, held onto the railings, and sped up his pace. 7:30 in the evening, 39 Beauclun Street, Member of Parliament Mark's house. Dressed in a tailcoat, Klein got off a carriage as he buttoned his clothes. Under the lit fountain's illumination, he entered the foyer and met Maury Marked, who was dressed in an olive-green military uniform with an orange-red sash across his waist. His chest was covered with medals, accolades of his achievements in war. His wife, Rihanna, was wearing a shoulder-exposing dress. She greeted Dwayne Dantes with a smile, "Welcome, our traveler. Everyone has been waiting for you to share your experiences at Balam this time. Should I launch a travel column at a newspaper company?" Klein replied with a joke. Mark knew that Dwayne Dantes had headed for Southern Continent to do business. Furthermore, it was a business he kick-started. Therefore, after exchanging a smile, he came close and gave him a hug, suppressing his voice by saying, "Well done." Klein smiled with a nod and asked, "Do you like the present?" He was referring to the bottle of River Valley grape wine that could be made into a sour cocktail. It was excellent. I still fondly recall the taste, Mark said earnestly. Klein was about to enter the hall when he noticed something amiss. He did a cursory glance and asked out of puzzlement, "Miss Hazel isn't in? Has she been sent to study at an all-girls public school?" Rihanna sighed as she shook her head. "No, she's only sick. She'll head for public school only in September. She caught a cold." Klein expressed the concern a guest should have. Mark said with a helpless smile, "No, she was bitten by a rabid rat when she was at the manor in the outskirts. Her wound hasn't healed completely yet." Hazel got bitten by a rabid rat. Klein nodded in thought. "Did she see a doctor?" "Oh, has that rat been caught?" "The doctor gave her an injection to prevent any infections," Mark said simply. "That rat still hasn't been found. Perhaps we need to rear a few more cats in the manor." Chapter 981. Hazel's decision. After hearing Mark's reply, and combining what he knew, Klein guessed that the rat in the manor was likely the marauder demigod which had been by Hazel's side. As for why it went rabid and bit Hazel, he was unsure. He nodded slightly and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. May the goddess bless her." After saying that, he walked past the host, entered the hall, and waited for the ball tonight to begin. In a particular bedroom on the 3rd story, Hazel was sitting on a reclining chair feeling dispirited, her feet curled up. Her left hand was wrapped in thick bandages, but there weren't any more signs of blood. Her expression was heavy, nothing like her usual arrogance. In the manner, her teacher, that was in the form of a rat, had suddenly bitten her. This resulted in her being stuck in a similar state, her entire being turbid and muddled. It was as though it wasn't her hand that was bitten but her heart. To Hazel, although her arrogance stemmed from her upbringing, with her ability to absorb new information exceeding that of the average person's, her outstanding looks, her family's standing in high society, and her maturity compared to her peers, those feelings were still within normal boundaries before she gained extraordinary powers. None of the aforementioned traits made her feel that she was different from others or that she was fundamentally superior to ordinary people. Therefore, with her teacher, who maintained her sense of arrogance while being a representation of her fortuitous encounter and the source of her strength, suddenly becoming a real rat, to the point of not being able to speak clearly and even bite her without any reason, it left a deep impact on her. She began to question if supernatural powers represented being extraordinary or a monster. Amidst her thoughts, Hazel subconsciously pulled her black-green hair to the back of her ear and felt frustrated with the melody that came from downstairs. At this moment, she heard the creaking sound of the door as she turned her head in hesitation. Walking in was a grey rat with slick fur. Its eyes were deeper than its kind, closer to dark red. "Hazel," the rat said in a deep voice. Hazel was first taken aback before she reeled in delight. She hurriedly stood up and blurted, "Teacher, you've recovered." Just as she said that, she saw grey rats crawling out from the corner of her bedroom, balcony, and bed. All of them had dark red eyes but could only produce squeaking sounds. Hazel took a step back in shock, overturning the reclining chair. Her body staggered, almost to the point of collapsing. It took her a great deal of effort to recover her balance. At this moment, she discovered that the red-eyed rats had vanished. The door had been shut tightly, having never opened. Everything that had happened was a hallucination or a nightmare that stemmed from the worries inside her. After a moment of silence, Hazel pursed her lips and sighed. She sat back down, raising her hand to her temples. As she massaged her temples, she frowned slightly. She had a nagging feeling that what had happened was too surreal. Her dark brown eyes darted about slightly as Hazel removed the necklace she wore around her neck, clenching it in her palm. The necklace's 7 green gems were equidistant from each other. Embedded around them were tiny diamonds. At this moment, one of the gems lit up slowly, emitting a green glow, giving her face a sheen and filling her eyes with mysterious symbols. The scenes from before surfaces in the girl's mind as her blurry dreamlike state gradually turned clear. While observing the scenes, Hazel sensed something amiss. She confirmed that she hadn't been dreaming, nor was it a short hallucination from having her mind go adrift. Instead, she had been thrown into an illusion for nearly 10 seconds. Cryptologist. This? Hazel's dark brown eyes widened as she muttered a word filled with horror. She jumped to her feet and looked around anxiously but failed to discover anything. But the more she looked, the more terrified she became. She had no idea what she would encounter next, nor did she understand what the person who created the dream was up to. The only thing she was certain of was that the other party's level and strength in the supernatural domain far exceeded hers. This shattered what little pride she had left. After a few minutes, the entire bedroom remained silent. The brisk melody from downstairs instantly connected oneself to the current dance steps. Hazel finally composed herself, believing that nothing would happen next. Only then did she have the mood or energy to consider the motives of the person who secretly cast the illusion. As various thoughts surfaced in her mind, Hazel suddenly came up with a theory. The person from before was here for her teacher. Through the illusion, the person had confirmed her teacher's current situation. Is it teacher's friend, or an enemy? He's definitely headed off to look for teacher. What do I do? He likely doesn't know where teacher is hiding. No, all my neighbors know that I was bitten by a rabid rat. Hazel was thrown into panic as she clenched her necklace with increasing strength. She couldn't be sure of the motives of the other party, nor did she know what she could do. She wished to head to the manor and inform her teacher, but she was afraid of encountering danger and end up being sacrificed. Furthermore, her teacher had seemingly lost the ability to communicate. Her warnings might not necessarily be conveyed. Without realizing it, Hazel stood up and paced about in her bedroom. Finally, she made up her mind. Pursing her lips tightly, she walked to the door and said to her lady's maid outside, "I'm a little tired. I plan on sleeping now. Don't let anyone disturb me." "Yes, my lady," the maid immediately replied. After closing the door, Hazel began changing into clothes that allowed for greater movement. Her expression was extremely heavy as her teeth bit down on her lip. She had finally decided to warn her teacher at the manor. She didn't wish to become a seemingly arrogant person but, in actuality, was a coward, one who would abandon all principles upon encountering danger. She found it despicable of herself. While the bodyguards were focusing their attention on the ball's attendees, Hazel took the opportunity to enter the garden using a water pipe from the balcony. When leaving 39 Beauclun Street, Klein was holding onto a cup of sweet and iced fizzy wine, discussing business in the southern continent with a few gentlemen. He turned his head slightly, glancing at the garden. He had already noticed Hazel's actions thanks to his intuition. Although she's not a likable girl, she has quite a kind heart. Klein nodded indiscernibly and praised her inwardly. He wasn't worried about Hazel's actions, because to go from Northborough's Beauclun Street to Markt's Manor in Backlund's northwestern suburbs would take 3 to 5 hours on carriage. And before she arrived, he would have already used an excuse to leave the ball, teleporting over directly to confirm the situation. Although Markt's Manor was in the northwestern suburbs, it was on the other side of the Tussock River. Hence, to head there, one needed to take a detour to an area with a bridge. It was fine in the day, as one could use the steam metro to head to the south side of the bridge beneath the river. At night, there were only 3 bridges to consider. It was inevitable to spend 5 hours traveling. Of course, as Klein had used Tinder before and had read 2 to 105 blood vessel thieves information, he had some idea about the powers of the Marauder pathway. Therefore, he suspected that Hazel, who had an item of a higher level, could steal the flight abilities of birds and use that short period of time to cross the river. This way, she might arrive within 3 hours. Regardless, I'll be faster than her. Klein retracted his gaze and began considering who his next dance partner should be. 10 in the evening, Moose Manor in the northwestern suburbs of Backlund. This place originally belonged to a viscount, and it had more than 100 years of history. Markt had bought it after his marriage, spending tons of money to maintain it every year so as to invite friends over during winter weekends for a vacation. At this moment, the land steward was arranging for the servants to check every corner and to lock all the windows and doors. This was a necessary procedure before they slept every night. A few maids walked out of the wine cellar in a group, heading straight for the kitchen to ensure that all flames had been extinguished. The moment they arrived, they heard squeaking sounds as they looked over, only to discover a greyish-white rat gnawing on a table leg. This rat seemed to sense their gaze, but it didn't run. Instead, it turned its head and glared at them with its slightly red eyes. Meanwhile, there were more squeaking sounds as red-eyed rats ran out from the roof beams, storage cabinets, and all kinds of miscellaneous, even appearing beside the furnace which had some water boiling over it. The maids nearly screamed in fear. As members of the lowest classes of society, they were no strangers to rats. They had even killed quite a number. However, it was their first time to encounter so many at once. They couldn't help but feel a heavy blow to their senses. "We need to get Gade and the others to deal with this," a maid left the kitchen and suggested in fear. Another maid nodded immediately. Miss Hazel was bitten by a rabid rat. "These don't look normal in any way." As they spoke, they retreated a great distance back, distancing themselves from the kitchen. At this moment, a figure quickly appeared on the table. He wore a white shirt and black vest under a dark-colored formal suit. On his head was a half-top hat, and he had a pair of bright leather boots. This figure slowly lifted his head while holding down his hat. He surveyed the surroundings, revealing his black hair and brown eyes. He had a thin face and cut features. He was none other than German Sparrow. Having left the ball ahead of time, Klein returned to Dwayne Dantes' residence and entered his bedroom. Then, he teleported over with Winner in Uni. Of course, the latter had been left outside the manor to allow for any instantaneous switches in positions. The rat reflected into his eyes as Klein pulled the human-skinned glove on his left hand, casting his gaze towards the flowerbed in the manor. Almost at the same time, the rats in the kitchen stirred as their movements turned sluggish. However, they quickly returned to normal. They had become a Bizarro sorcerer's marionettes. And Klein could control as many as 50 marionettes, a number that would rise once he finished digesting the potion. Chapter 982. Bizarro Sorcerer vs. Parasite. When he cast his gaze towards the garden, the scene of the area was naturally reflected in Klein's mind. In the dark corner concealed by the flowers, greyish-white rats spun around wildly like they had been possessed. They kept squeaking as they attempted to push away their own kind and enter the core area. In the core area lay a grey rat the size of an adult Lund Shorthair, a particular cat breed. Its eyes were slightly red like congealed blood. Its tail was swishing about rapidly, seemingly in a bid to vent the irascible feelings within. And whenever ordinary-sized rats approached, it would grab them and bite them to their deaths, causing rat corpses to pile up around it. But even so, this didn't stop the other rats from surging over. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly had two thoughts. First, having his intuition boosted by the grey fog was a boon for a Bizarro sorcerer's controlling of spirit body threads. This wasn't apparent in open areas where the owner of the spirit body threads could be instantly determined, but when inside a bustling city or a place with many buildings, Bizarro sorcerers who lacked X-ray vision were unable to determine the owners of the spirit body threads that bunched up from afar. It made it difficult to accurately lock onto an enemy unless they did something special, making them stand out from others. Of course, Bizarro sorcerers could also ignore the possibility of collateral damage and just indiscriminately control their targets. Second, the Marauder pathway demigod that parasitized the rat was already on the verge of losing control. Not only was it several times bigger than when Arrodes showed it, but its condition appeared very unstable. It was filled with a violent and crazy aura. Thankfully, I came in time. If I had waited a few weeks, who knows what kind of tragedy would unfold? A thought flashed across Klein's mind as illusory black threads appeared in front of him. At this moment, he was less than 50 meters away from the mutated rat, making it completely feasible for him to control the spirit body threads. And at this moment, the huge rat with slick fur noticed something. It hurriedly stood up and turned its head towards the kitchen. A glint flashed in its dark red eyes, instantly leaving the young man wearing a silk hat and black suit pausing in his spot. It had stolen the main thoughts of the antagonizer for the next 2 seconds, leaving his mind blank. Furthermore, it didn't do the follow-up actions that a Sequence 5 Dream Stealer would have done. Right on the heels of that, this rat raised its right forelimb and attempted to steal the enemy's Beyonder powers. At its level, it was able to steal 3 Beyonder powers from the same target and possess them for 2 hours. Of course, one attempt was limited to 1 power. At this moment, the gigantic rat's thoughts turned extraordinarily sluggish. The actions of it using its powers seemed to be bound by invisible threads, making it appear extremely lethargic. Initial control of its spirit body threads had been obtained. Its success at stealing German Sparrow's thoughts and throwing him into a daze was merely an illusion, a Bizarro sorcerer's illusion creation. Before Klein properly began controlling its spirit body threads, Klein had already switched places within Uni. As a marionette didn't possess any self-consciousness or thoughts, it was immune to the Beyonder powers of thought usurpation. How could something that didn't exist be stolen? And in order to trick the Marauder pathway demigod, Klein had used his illusion powers which had experienced a qualitative upgrade. He had also deliberately made Uni, who wore German Sparrow's appearance, put on the corresponding act. At this moment, he was outside Markt's Moose Manor. His straight-line distance from the gigantic rat exceeded 500 meters. However, this didn't stop him from controlling his opponent's spirit body threads. This was because a Bizarro sorcerer could gift his Beyonder powers to his marionette. This included the control over spirit body threads, the core for converting a target into a marionette. This also meant that if there weren't any other restrictions, a Bizarro sorcerer could use their marionette and extend his control of spirit body threads from 150 meters to an unlimited range. After all, as long as there was a marionette placed every 1,000 kilometers, he could rely on extending his influence by gifting his Beyonder powers. Of course, there was no ability in the world without restrictions. On the one hand, Klein's maximum number of marionettes was 50, and it was currently impossible to exceed this number. On the other hand, the only thing that a Bizarro sorcerer couldn't gift his marionette was the ability to think and be self-conscious. Therefore, the limit of using a marionette to control a marionette was the limit of his control over a marionette, 1,000 meters. Once he exceeded this range, the marionette wouldn't be able to do anything. In addition, by gifting his Beyonder powers to his marionette, a Bizarro sorcerer was effectively separating a maggot that was related to his mythical creature form. It was transferred into the marionette's body via the spirit body threads. Unless he had prepared via giving the same marionette additional maggots, the marionette lacked the means of separating another maggot when converting a new marionette or giving the new marionette his Beyonder powers. And at present, Klein could only split a maximum of 50. Exceeding this number exerted a huge burden on his spirit body and produced signs of his soul fracturing. Recovery was impossible without effective treatment, and it was possible to not recover, even with excellent treatment. It would only increase the possibility of losing control. Therefore, through Klein's experiments, the maximum distance he could control spirit body threads was 1,000 plus 150 meters. And to be able to fully control a new marionette, it needed to be within 1,000 meters. At the same time, if the marionette were to die, the maggot inside the body would return to his body according to the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. However, there was a chance of experiencing a loss if the process was interrupted. While the Marauder Pathway demigod's actions turned sluggish, the rats that had previously been turned into marionettes rushed out from Inuni's side. They aimed at the garden and opened their mouths in a bid to use air cannon to cleanse the target's location. Suddenly, a dark red glimmer lit up in the gigantic rat's eyes. Instantly, German Sparrow appeared in the dark corner of the garden, amidst the dead rats. As for the Marauder Pathway demigod, it had arrived inside the kitchen where there were plenty of items on the table. It had stolen German Sparrow's position. Bang! 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 The marionette rats shot out their air cannons without being able to stop midway, hitting the spot where a German Sparrow was standing. It left the soil splattering and threw the flowers into the sky. It alarmed the servants in the manor as their bodies trembled violently. They had no idea what was happening and could only frantically run for shelter. The entire garden was leveled by air cannon, thinning the layer of soil within. If Klein hadn't directed the attack in that direction, the manor's main building probably would have collapsed. Amidst the flying dust, the rats were left dismembered, but the German Sparrow remained standing there, uninjured. Winner Inuni had just released all the good luck he had accumulated. However, his control of the gigantic rat's spirit body threads had been terminated as a result. And there were only a limited number of spirit body threads. The rat marionettes were unable to interfere, for it might create pandemonium and cancel each other out. Hazel's teacher, the Marauder Pathway demigod, took this opportunity to regain its freedom. Then, it turned around and raised its right forearm at the German Sparrow, instantly stealing his Beyonder powers of controlling spirit body threads. As a sequence for demigod, it could accurately steal the power of the target. Typically, there were 3 options, and with better understanding, the higher the chance of success was. And this time, its luck was pretty good. Of course, if the target's level was much lower, and if it clearly knew of the target's situation, it could steal anything it wanted. Just as it lowered its right paw, the Marauder Pathway demigod raised its left paw. The rat marionettes slumped to the ground and could hardly turn their bodies. This was a large-scale theft that stole the rat's ability to walk. Right on the heels of that, countless magical symbols appeared in the gigantic rat's red eyes. It rapidly decrypted the puzzle and found where Klein was. With a red glint, it raised both paws and instantly appeared beside Klein. This time, it had stolen the distance between the two. At this moment, the thin-faced young man in front of the rat vanished. Replacing him was a grey rat. And around the surrounding trees, worms began crawling out as they opened their mouths. Bang! 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 Air cannons bombarded the gigantic rat and ordinary rat. While Klein was controlling the marionettes in the moose manner, he didn't forget to convert new marionettes around him. This was, after all, a basic trait of a Bizarro sorcerer. Then, swapping his body with a marionette, he had set up a simple trap. Dust and soil flew high into the sky as the rat parasitized by the Marauder Pathway demigod was completely inundated by it. After everything settled down, a strong scent of blood emanated from the huge crater. There were pieces of flesh everywhere. Dead? Klein looked at the blast-filled scene with the eyes of his surrounding marionettes. However, he quickly frowned because there weren't any signs of a Beyonder characteristic appearing. As his thoughts raced, Klein took out a gold coin and flicked it. As the gold coin landed, scenes surfaced in his mind, revelations from his astral projection. Compared to the past, as a demigod, Klein could use such a simple divination to obtain more information. Chapter 983. In Your Name. Pa. When the flick gold coin landed in his palm, Klein didn't even see if it was heads or tails. This was because his mind was fixed on a particular scene. Amidst the woods, the clouds high in the sky failed to completely conceal the stars that dotted the black velvet sky. The humming, clicking, and thrumming sounds of the insects spread far into the night, mixed with the two commotions of the two explosions inside Moose Manor. Klein rapidly used his knowledge from astromancy, and he roughly gauged the exact location of the scene. Then, his body phased away, appearing beside Inuni before grabbing his shoulder. During this process, Klein collected the transparent maggots he had implanted in the rats and insects before severing the connection of the spirit body threads. In just 2 seconds, he vanished from Moose Manor, which was gradually turning chaotic and noisy, teleporting to the spot that he had seen in his mind. The area was identical to the revelation which Klein had received. It was extremely silent, to the point of being able to hear the breeze wafting through the leaves and trees. Illusory black threads, representing all the creatures with spirituality in the region, surfaced in Klein's vision. There were copious numbers of them, dozens being a gross understatement. To sift through them and determine which was the problematic one couldn't be accomplished in a short amount of time. However, he wasn't in a rush, because he had confirmed one thing. His divination results could be trusted as long as the Marauder Pathway demigod didn't possess any high-level items. After all, after becoming a Bizarro sorcerer, not only were his powers elevated, the Grey Fog's powers also seeped deeper into reality. With these two combined, it made his divination powers far more outstanding than most saints, even without heading above the Grey Fog. It was unlikely that he was weaker than a Beyonder of the Fate Pathway of the same sequence. In contrast, the Marauder Pathway demigod's condition was in shambles with its strength at an all-time low. Therefore, Klein believed that the demigod was hiding in the woods and hadn't fled far. Due to such reasons, he believed that waiting patiently was the best solution. The Marauder Pathway demigod was relatively weak, in an unstable condition, and close to losing control. After experiencing that intense battle and abandoning the rat's body, the situation only worsened. It was impossible to experience an improvement. Under such situations, if she didn't replenish herself or recover, it was only a matter of time before problems cropped up. Therefore, Klein could wait, while she couldn't. As the humming, clicking, and thrumming sound spread, Klein waited as he hurriedly converted marionettes. He made Inuni leave the region and hide about 1,000 meters away. Meanwhile, he kept note of the possibility of having his spirit body threads controlled, as he recalled that the enemy had stolen the Beyonder power from his marionette. Suddenly, he heard a sound that resembled the panting that came from deep within the soul. Right on the heels of that, a hysterical voice sounded from a tree diagonally ahead of him. "Why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me? Why are you forcing me?" Amidst the sharp voice, the tree's outer bark rapidly peeled off, revealing the core wood beneath. And on it, holes cracked open as strange worms with about 8 circles around them crawled out. The transparent rings of these worms had many three-dimensional patterns as though time was swirling through them. Suddenly, Klein lost all his thoughts, losing the beyonder powers of air cannon and paper figurine substitutes. He lost his belt, coat, and hat, making him appear like a sculpture of flesh. However, to a marionette, this wasn't too serious a problem. After all, it was no problem for his actual body. The lost powers could be retrieved by switching maggots. Yes, upon hearing the panting, Klein had swapped places with Inuni. And a winner like Inuni had no need to worry about his pants dropping after losing his belt. His waist swelled rapidly thanks to the powers of Faceless, stopping his pants from falling. New marionettes in the form of insects and rats crawled out and surrounded the mutated tree. At this moment, a voice with a hint of a smile sounded from an unknown location. "Calm down. Don't be angry. Everything will be resolved." The voice was filled with a persuasive force. The mutation of the tree slowed down as the ringed worm slowly shrank back in. "Is that so?" Inside the tree, the vicious-sounding voice calmed down. There was some level of blankness to the voice, as though it was about to be convinced. As for Klein, he found the words extremely reasonable. He couldn't help but reflect on the reason for pushing a demigod to the brink of losing control. He had a vague feeling that he had forgotten something and was unable to recall the true reason for coming. Then, he saw a chuckling figure walk out of the woods. "Relax, I have the means to stop you from losing control. All you need to do is to follow my instructions." The figure was wearing a black trench coat that resembled a robe. He matched it with black trousers and leather shoes. He had a broad forehead and a thin face. Wearing a tall hat and a striking crystal monocle, he appeared extremely refined. Klein's gaze froze as a word resonated through his mind: Amon. The person before him was Blasphemer, Angel of Time, King of Angels, the son of the creator Amon. Although he knew that it was merely an avatar, Klein didn't waste any time. He immediately abided by the deepest cries of his heart and used creeping hunger to phase away. During this process, Inuni snapped his fingers and lit the matches in his pocket and fallen leaves a distance away, allowing him to appear beside Klein with flaming jump. Klein grabbed him and vanished with him. In the event that Amon tried to stop him, or if Inuni wasn't able to return fast enough, Klein's plan was to abandon his marionette and travel far away. Under such circumstances, the death of a marionette to ensure his survival was definitely worth it. Luckily, Amon's attention was placed on the peeling tree. He didn't stop him, or, should it be said, it was the case that he didn't have the time to stop him. After Klein and his marionette vanished, Amon halted and turned to look at where the two were originally standing. As though in thought, he nodded slightly and scoffed. A Bizarro sorcerer of Evernight. He then retracted his gaze and looked at the half-mutated tree and asked with a smile, a descendant of Jacob. "Why yes, do you know my ancestor?" Inside the tree, the rat demigod asked as though it had grabbed onto a floating board while drowning. Amon stroked his chin and nodded indiscernibly. "Of course. They tasted excellent." Inside the tree, the descendant of the Jacob family fell silent. Only after a few seconds did a voice filled with horror utter, "Why you are blasphemer, Amon." Inside the tree hole, the worm with rings began crawling out. However, they quickly stiffened and froze in their spots. Amon adjusted the crystal monocle and said with a smile, "That's too late now, isn't it? It might have been of some use if you had struggled and resisted from the beginning, but now. Do you believe that I'm here on my own?" As he spoke, the trees around him shook as the leaves of different trees ruffled. Birds leaped onto the branches and let out crisp chirping. And even the night breeze had an indescribable feel to it. "You, the Jacob descendant inside the mutated tree." Speech came to an abrupt halt. Amon stuffed his hands into the pockets of his trench coat and casually laughed. "I heard that your family has split into tiny families with zero interaction, afraid that the lot of you will be caught by me, right?" Right, didn't you establish a secret organization with Zoroaster's descendants, as well as other Beyonders of the Marauder pathway? I believe it's called the Hermits of Fate. You're probably a member, aren't you? Let me see if I can replace you and infiltrate that organization. A secret organization meant to defend against Amorn and deal with Amorn has Amorn participating in it. Just the thought of it is rather interesting. Having said that, he glanced at the mutated tree that was vigorously shaking and said, "Unfortunately, from what I can see from your fate, you didn't undergo a good education in mysticism. You can't be a member of that organization. Are you the only one left of this Jacob family branch? You wished to seek out a secret treasure left by the Jacob family in Backland, but you ended up seriously injured for some reason and ended up sealed? You even parasitized an ordinary animal. Yet, there are signs of you not talking to humans for an extended period of time. Aren't you very puzzled as to why you didn't receive any warnings about this from the knowledge contained within the potion or the murmurs when you advanced to sequence 4? Yes, it's because I've deleted them. No. A sharp scream filled with anger and viciousness sounded. There was an indescribable pain in it. The mutated tree's tremblings intensified until it calmed down at some point. Streams of light flew out from within and surged into Amorn's body. Taking out a piece of silk, Amorn took off his monocle and wiped it as he mumbled, "How foolish. She actually believed me when I said it's too late." One flaw with fellows who are on the brink of losing control is that they're brainless and easily fooled. If she had carefully thought about it, how could she not realize the problems within? If I could quickly finish her off and steal her fate, why would I be wasting so much time chatting with her? An avatar is an avatar after all. After Amorn wore his monocle again, the stream of light that flowed out of the mutated tree had been completely absorbed by him. At this moment, a figure was passing through the woods, Hazel in hunting gear. She seemed to sense something as she subconsciously looked over, only to see Amorn. Then, she revealed a surprised smile. "Teacher, have you recovered? Oh, someone has noticed a problem with you. It's best that you hide." Amorn listened in silence before curling the sides of his mouth slowly. "All right." Chapter 984. Active Response. Klein didn't directly teleport back to 160 Beauclun Street. Instead, he went to see within Unai, found a secluded spot, and chanted the honorific name of the fool. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. With a beckon, he summoned a paper figurine. Immediately after that, he picked up one of the cards of blasphemy on the long bronze table in front of him, and he placed it inside his body. Klein suddenly had an additional dark red robe. This appearance seemed to look like rust and settled gunpowder that had been stained by copious amounts of blood. As for his face, it was covered by a dark gold mask. The patterns on it were ancient and set off a contrasting appearance with the crown he wore that was embedded with gems that sparkled red, blue, and green. This was a change that the Red Priest card brought about. After repeated experiments, Klein had confirmed that certain traits of the Red Angel card were very compatible with the Paper Angel's interference effect with fate. It allowed the relevant powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog to be further enhanced. Therefore, he had chosen it instead of the Black Emperor or Tyrant cards. After completing this, Klein, in the form of the Red Priest, picked up a paper figurine and shook it. He then fused it with the grey fog that surged over, throwing it at the rippling blob of light that represented him offering a prayer. The paper figurine quickly burgeoned, turning into an angel bathed in golden light. Flames crisscrossed behind it, taking on the form of 12 pairs of wings. This war angel then used the secret connection that was generated from a prayer to descend upon the world and enveloped Klein and Inuni with its fiery wings. Only with this done did Klein relax. Putting down the Red Priest card, he returned to the real world. He first sought out food for creeping hunger before returning to 160 Beauclun Street with Inuni. One transformed back into Dwayne Dantes, while the other turned into a young man with mixed blood. After combing his hair, Klein walked to the balcony of his master bedroom, looking far into the distance where Mark's residence stood. He discovered that the place remained brightly lit, a clear indication that the ball hadn't truly ended. Typically, a ball continued until midnight, and of course, people were permitted to leave before then. After all, most people that were willing to dance late into the night were young adults. Phew. Amorn is truly terrifying. Just a battle involving a Marauder Pathways demigod was enough to garner his attention, even if one was in the city and the other was in the suburbs. At his level, the law of beyonder characteristic convergence should be extremely substantial. Yes, I can't eliminate the possibility that the demigod's mutation while being on the brink of losing control had caught Amorn's notice. Klein couldn't help but recall everything that had happened, afraid that he would find a thin, monocle-wearing young, refined man sitting in the reclining chair behind him while sipping from a glass of red wine when he turned around. He felt lucky that he had already become a demigod and could converge the aura of the grey fog to prevent beyonders of particular pathways from detecting it. Otherwise, with the interest Amorn had shown in the past, his focus definitely would have been placed on German Sparrow instead of the Marauder Pathway demigod. If that had been the case, he might not have left so successfully by teleporting, as the Amorn in Backland was likely only an avatar. Klein was still rather confident of the Paper Angel's interference. He believed that this King of Angels had no means to trace him all the way to 160 Beauclun Street from a trail of breadcrumbs, and also determined that he was Dwayne Dantes. But this still didn't ease his mind. This was because the Marauder Pathway demigod was involved in Beauclun Street as well. Leonard extended his right hand and held down a blurry wild wolf's figure. The wolf whimpered as the flames burning in its eyes dissipated, returning to normal. Its body faded away and vanished into the wind. However, it no longer had the bloodthirsty feeling it previously exuded. All was calm and serene. In the northern continent, after the Pale Era, the 7 Orthodox churches, along with the various nations, jointly pushed for a cemetery burial act which had been strictly carried out to this day. As the number of humans that turned into ghosts were rare, the only exception involved the difficult-to-detect deaths in the slums or drowning victims that couldn't be fished out in time. However, the spirits of the deceased weren't only limited to humans. All kinds of wild animals and all kinds of creatures with spirituality could become specters under certain conditions. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to head to human cemeteries to have themselves interred. This often resulted in rumors of ghost sightings in the wild. Just as he put the wild wolf to rest, Leonard suddenly saw a boundless greyish-white fog appear before his eyes as the world German Sparrow's prayers resounded in his ears. Traces of blasphemer Amorn. He is still in Backland. Leonard's eyelids twitched as he tensed up immediately. As he had received Mr. Fool's instructions, he didn't hesitate to speak with a suppressed voice. "Old man, did you see it? Did you hear it?" Pallas Zoroast's slightly aged voice resounded once again. "No. Although I sensed an anomaly, I didn't see or hear anything. It will only happen if I deepen my parasitization of you, allowing me to directly control your astral projection. Do you think I'm a fool?" From the looks of it, Mr. Fool's response is done through the astral projection. Leonard thought before he said in deliberation, "Old man, Klein informed me via Mr. Fool that he has discovered traces of Amorn. He wants me to head over to Mr. Fool's kingdom to discuss this matter. Do you have any suggestions?" Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a few seconds before he let out a long sigh. If he wishes to deal with Amorn's avatar in Backland, tell him that unless he has the blessings of concealment, the outcome will be as you expect it to be. By saying this, Old Man is giving preconditions. He means that he will only be willing to cooperate with the blessings of concealment. Leonard's mind raced as he immediately found a dark corner and informed the world Klein via prayer that he could do it immediately. As for the danger that resulted from losing control of his body in the wilderness, Leonard wasn't worried since he still had a Marauder Pathway Angel in his body. Before long, he saw a crimson tide surge towards him and inundate him. Chapter 985. Blessed of Concealment. Above the boundless greyish-white, inside the magnificent palace. Just as Leonard Mitchell's figure appeared to the side of the long bronze table, he subconsciously stood up and wanted to bow to Mr. Fool. However, when he looked over, he found the seat empty. No one was sitting there. Doesn't Mr. Fool usually sit there? A thought flashed through Leonard's mind as he cast his gaze to the other end of the long mottled table. The world was sitting there silently as though he was fused with the grey fog in an indistinct blur. There's only the two of us. There's no need to deliberately use German Sparrow's appearance, Leonard casually said to the world as he sat back down. After discovering Mr. Fool's absence, he instantly became relaxed. He wasn't as reserved as he was in the previous tarot gathering, just short of throwing his leg up on the table. "It's a habit," Klein replied succinctly. Leonard nodded in thought. "I heard that German Sparrow's persona at sea is a cold, reserved, refined, and polite person. Your current performance matches that description very well. However, you wasn't like this in the past, Klein. You have to remember that you're only acting. Do not be affected by your persona as German Sparrow. Hey, I pulled you up here to discuss Amorn, not to have a chat. Why do you show so little concern towards your grandpa's matters?" Klein had indeed made it a habit to use the world's persona in such situations. But when this was pointed out by Leonard, he was a little embarrassed to change back into his original appearance. He tersely acknowledged that he would keep it in mind. "Did Pallas Zoroast teach you about the part that you're only acting?" "Yes," Leonard answered frankly. "This grandpa seems pretty good." He mentioned such crucial information to Leonard. Compared to him, the rat demigod from before was really up to no good. She didn't teach Hazel any of the most common knowledge. Even if she did, she distorted some of it. No matter how unaffiliated you are, how could they not know anything at the level of a demigod? Even that half-crazy sea serpent, Calvetua, knew how to respond to rituals or obtain sacrificial items. It even knew some theurgy and how to perform bestowments. Klein established a first impression of Pallas Zoroast. However, he wasn't hasty to make a judgment. After all, fishing was an activity that required bait. Just one instance didn't prove much. Seeing Klein being silent, Leonard cut the small talk and got down to business. "Where did you discover traces of blasphemer Amorn?" Klein went straight to the point. "I was pursuing a demigod of the Marauder pathway who was on the brink of losing control. However, I ended up encountering Amorn in the outskirts of Backland. All I could do was use Mr. Fool's powers to directly escape." "Amorn's avatar really is still in Backland," Leonard sighed before he asked in a rather curious and desultory manner, "Why were you pursuing a Marauder pathway demigod who's on the brink of losing control?" After he asked the question, he realized something and swiftly added, "If it involves some plans of Mr. Fool, pretend as though I never asked." "Why? Isn't dealing with beyond us on the brink of losing control or those who have lost control the duty of a Nighthawk?" Klein sighed when he heard Leonard's question. It stirred up memories of his time in Tingen City. In that short 2+ months, he had handled many similar matters. It included the mandated punisher of the Church of Storms who turned into a monster, Hadougin's loss of control, and Old Neil's corruption by the Hidden Sage. Although they were only a handful, they left a deep impression on him. It drilled certain actions deep to the bone. Therefore, after taking into account everything that he knew, and coming to the conclusion that the Marauder pathway demigod was on the brink of losing control after rabidly biting someone, he didn't hesitate and used his illusion from downstairs. From that, he gained confirmation from Hazel and didn't even wait a day or two to make preparations. All he did was do a divination above the grey fog and came up with a rough plan before taking action. Such matters were emergencies for him. In addition, Klein had long had the intention of getting rid of the Marauder pathway demigod because the malintent she had shown when dealing with Hazel was obvious. Furthermore, she had tried to entice Miss Magician to seek out treasure that was in actual fact a trap. If he wasn't a demigod back then, which meant a great difference in strength, he would have taken action back then. Besides, he was also afraid that he would trigger unnecessary accidents. It was precisely because of this that he followed his predetermined plan to eliminate her once he confirmed the Marauder pathway demigod's condition. The first stage of his plan was to lure the enemy out of Moose Manor to prevent her from producing her incomplete mythical creature form before dying, as that would have affected the ordinary people. The result was pretty satisfactory. With himself as the bait, he achieved his goal, but he failed to use the air cannon bombardment to finish the battle. This made the Marauder pathway demigod flee into the woods and parasitize a tree. Klein actually had a second stage to his plan and had even prepared contingencies in the event he failed to eliminate her. To his surprise, Amorn suddenly appeared, making him terminate all his plans and flee without any hesitation. Klein's contingency was to let a marionette escape the battlefield and write to the experimental demigod byproduct of the numinous episcopate, Patrick Bryan, to get his help. This undying likely possessed the ability to traverse the spirit world after all. And if there were any additional unforeseen circumstances, he could summon Miss Messenger and make payment after the deed. As his memories surfaced, Klein replied to Leonard with a sighing tone, a secret. After pausing for a second, he asked, "Why didn't you find an opportunity to inform the Church of Evernight about the arrival of Amorn's avatar in Backland?" Leonard hurriedly gave an explanation, indicating that if Amorn's actual body were to arrive, a deity's descent was almost certain. He also explained that Amorn could use the death of his avatar to see the corresponding changes in destiny, thus finding the source of the stir and figuring out the activity range of the mastermind. It was also Amorn's style to circle about a superficial avatar but hide a dozen, dozens, or hundreds of avatars. Amorn's avatars could parasitize all kinds of creatures with spirituality. If one wasn't a demigod, they wouldn't even notice the parasite. Towards the end, Leonard informed Klein in detail about the example Old Man had raised of how Amorn would steal one's destiny. This sent a chill running down Klein's back, thankful that he hadn't been rash in dealing with Amorn. Otherwise, Mr. Fool might have been replaced. It's no wonder Leonard didn't report the matter. For Amorn to appear so openly, he is actually fishing. Furthermore, he has even more avatars hiding in secret, and he can parasitize the microbes in the air. This alone sends my scalp tingling. The creatures I can control at the moment can't even reach that state. The smaller the creature, the harder it is to see the spirit body threads. It's quite a special case. Sigh, I can't use the Church's power, unless it's done by someone who is without any problems in every aspect. Klein commiserated as he gained a deeper understanding of Amorn's terror. It left him a deeper impression. From his point of view, Leonard was an excellent candidate to report the matter to the Church of Evernight, but with Pallas Zoroast parasitizing him, he didn't dare expose his existence to Amorn. In addition, the Hanged Man could also shoulder this responsibility, but he was unable to provide the source of the news. This meant problems that deserved deeper investigations into. One choice after another flashed across Klein's mind. Finally, he paused on himself his identities as Klein Moretti and German Sparrow. As a blessed of Evernight, it's entirely reasonable for me to inform the Church about Amorn's appearance in Backland. Amorn won't be able to pick faults with that. And having involved myself with the battle with the Marauder Pathway demigod tonight, as the Bizarro sorcerer who witnessed Amorn and is now in possession of the knowledge that the Angel of Time's avatar is here in Backland, it's also very normal and not something that will garner Amorn's suspicion. At the same time, as I'm a blessed of Evernight, just the loss of an avatar likely won't incur his full wrath for revenge. After all, he might be facing a very possible Trape deity's descent. Having a backer really feels good. However, a price is always exacted for what fate bestows. Klein quickly came to a conclusion over the matter. Then, he habitually changed his point of view and began considering this matter from Amorn's point of view. Amorn is definitely no stranger to Bizarro sorcerers. He can determine my pathway from my control of the marionettes and my swapping of locations. Since Amorn allowed a Bizarro sorcerer to flee, he must have made preparations to be exposed. He might even be hoping to attract the target he is looking for. I was using German Sparrow's face, but that doesn't imply anything. A faceless appearance is the least of one's concern. Then how would Amorn determine my identity? A powerhouse that lurks in the dark and a demigod of the seer pathway. As the Church of Evernight and the Secret Order are in control of the formulas, ingredients, and a mermaid, there are almost no unaffiliated Bizarro sorcerers. The descendants of the Antigonus family have all been wiped out. Therefore, a Bizarro sorcerer is either from the Secret Order or a secret proxy that the Church of Evernight secretly nurtures. Together with me being in Backland, the answer is almost obvious. Due to these reasons, Amorn wouldn't find it difficult to determine that the Church of Evernight is aware of his whereabouts and will begin an operation to wipe him out. My reporting of him will be within expectations. Not doing so would be abnormal. Yes, he will definitely be hiding. Even if he replaces the identity of that Marauder Pathway demigod, he wouldn't come to Conjoined Street anytime soon. Having made this judgment, Klein immediately felt a little more relieved because it meant that he would have plenty of time to prepare. What ideas do you have? Seeing Klein's prolonged silence after he finished his description, Leonard couldn't help but ask. Klein reined in his thoughts and asked without answering him, "What suggestions does Pallas Zoroast have regarding this?" He said that if you wish to deal with Amorn's avatar in Backland, you have to first obtain the blessings of concealment, Leonard replied truthfully. Blessings of concealment? Pallas Zoroast is openly trying to test me. Half the symbol behind the Fool's Seat represents concealment. Using Paper Angels and the Red Priest card, I can stir the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog, making it possible for me to disrupt Amorn's avatar. However, it's probably unable to prevent him from prying into fate itself. However, I still have another identity as Evernight's Blessed, and another title of the goddess is the Mother of Concealment. Is eliminating Amorn's avatar considered paying the price or receiving a bestowment? Seems like both. Klein thought before replying in a deep voice. Tell Pallas Zoroast that I'm a Blessed of Concealment. I will attempt to pray for help. He was referring to being the Blessed of the Mother of Concealment, but it was certain that Pallas Zoroast would understand it as being the Fool's Blessed. Chapter 986. The Infectiousness of Parasitizing. So Mr. Fool also has authority in the aspect of concealment. Leonard came to a realization as he understood why Old Man had specially mentioned the need for the blessings of concealment. Without waiting for his reply, Klein added, in addition, tell Pallas Zoroast that Amorn might very well know that there's a Marauder Pathway angel in the vicinity of Conjoined Street. This? Leonard's pupils dilated as he blurted out, how would he know that? It's not convenient to tell you why. Klein mumbled inwardly before replying rather sternly, it's not like I'm Amorn. Which of his actions or words made you come to this conclusion? Leonard asked subconsciously. No, it's me who told him. Klein chuckled as a response. Indeed. Leonard nodded and said, no problem. I'll inform Old Man of this. He paused for a moment before asking, are you waiting for him to give a detailed plan? Klein tersely acknowledged. When it comes to the knowledge of Amorn and the Marauder Pathway, few are better than him. Having said that, Klein, who had determined that Amorn wouldn't come to Conjoined Street anytime soon, calmly added, there's no need to be in a rush to respond. Give me the feedback at tomorrow's tarot gathering. From the looks of it, things haven't reached a critical stage yet. Leonard figured out the most important information from Klein's words. He nodded slightly and said, all right, we will discuss this in detail at tomorrow's tarot gathering. After settling this matter, Klein immediately got up and bowed in the direction of the Door of Light. Mr. Fool, we are done. Leonard stood up, but before he could do anything, his vision became a blur as the crimson stellar light inundated him. When he snapped awake, he found himself in the sparse forest on the outskirts of Northborough. Is there anything you wish to tell me? Pallas Zoroast's slightly aged voice sounded. Leonard cleared his throat and said, Klein told me that he's a Blessed of Concealment. He can attempt to pray for help. Blessed of Concealment. Indeed, Pallas sighed and said, tell him that as long as he can really gain the blessings of concealment, I'm willing to provide help when it comes to dealing with Amorn and finding all his avatars hiding in Backland. Leonard wasn't surprised by this answer as he chuckled. Old man, you don't sound as weak as you make yourself out to be. Pallas Zoroast chuckled without a hint of anger in his tone. Didn't you read through Roselle's quotes? I recall that there's a saying that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. That will depend on the breed of horse and camel, Leonard retorted habitually before asking, Old man, how should we deal with Amorn? Do you plan on using yourself as bait? Ahum. Pallas snapped back, if that were the case, what we'll be facing will be Amorn's actual body and not his avatars. When that happens, there's a high chance that it will instigate a deity's battle. I might still have a chance of escaping. As for you, perhaps you will return to Evernight's tenebrous heaven. Leonard could only reply with a chortle. Pallas Zoroast continued, unlike the similar powers of other pathways, Amorn's avatars can rapidly strengthen himself by absorbing the Beyonder characteristics of the Marauder pathway, thereby splitting even more worms of time, allowing him to parasitize different creatures. As long as there's enough Beyonder characteristics, this process can keep happening. Isn't this like the spread of a plague? Leonard felt a chill run down his back once again. If one had enough Beyonder characteristics of the Marauder pathway, Amorn's avatars could go from parasitizing one person to the entire city. Pretty much. Pallas Zoroast affirmed Leonard's guess and sighed. To deal with Amorn, this is the only way to take action. Using Marauder pathway Beyonder characteristics at the demigod level to bait him out. As long as you successfully finish off one of his avatars, there are ways to seek out and eliminate the rest. However, Amorn is a master of deceit. We need to be careful, otherwise, it might appear like we are baiting him, but in actual fact, he is baiting you. On this matter, concealment is of utmost importance. I understand. Leonard sighed and turned to ask, how strong can Amorn's avatar be? Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a few seconds as though in recollection. Finally, he said, in theory, his strongest avatar can reach the equivalent of a sequence 1, but it's almost impossible for him to do so. This will make his mental state unstable and show signs of losing control. Typically, one of his avatars is a worm of time, each starting off as a weak sequence 4. However, each possesses the trait of an angel capable of shattering Beyonder characteristics. By absorbing sufficient amounts of Marauder pathway Beyonder characteristics, such an avatar can reach a level equivalent to a sequence 2. However, Amorn seldom does so. His avatars will automatically fracture and create even more avatars. Furthermore, with the actual situation in Backland, it's very difficult for him to gather enough Beyonder characteristics that can raise his avatar to sequence 2. Leonard thought carefully for a moment before asking, so, we will be facing a group of Amorns. Amongst them, a majority have the strength of a weak sequence 4, with a minority having the normal standards of a sequence 4, while an extremely small minority reaches sequence 3. With Amorn's style, it's likely the case. However, you have to remember that Amorn is good at deceit, Pallas Zoroast warned. In addition, based on the time since Amorn's avatar arrived in Backland, the number of Marauder pathway Beyonder characteristics he has gathered to date can't be too much. After all, this is Backland. Also, if the situation isn't right, his avatars will use the strongest one as the center and automatically gather together to achieve an elevation in strength. The most important matter when dealing with Amorn is to not let matters develop to this stage. Otherwise, there's no stopping Amorn from escaping even if an angel of the concealment domain arrives. It's truly difficult to deal with him. Besides, it's just an avatar he randomly threw out to develop themselves. As expected of a king of angels, after Leonard made a poignant sigh, he suddenly recalled Klein's reminder and hurriedly said, the Angel of Time has apparently already locked onto a Marauder pathway demigod. Klein said that he encountered Amorn while pursuing the demigod. Also, Amorn seems to know that there might be a Marauder pathway angel hidden in the region around Beauclun Street. Pallas Zoroast fell silent once again, remaining that way for a pretty long period of time. After a while, with Leonard unable to stop himself from prodding for a response, he lamented with a sigh, why is your former colleague as troublesome as you? What? Leonard wore a blank look. Paul Zoroast said in a peeved manner, the reason why Amorn knows that there's a Marauder pathway angel around Beauclun Street is likely due to him. Old man, why you have the ability to decrypt? Leonard asked in puzzlement. Pallas harumphed. I was using my brain. Otherwise, why do you think there's the prefix of Beauclun Street? That's true. Anything that has to do with Beauclun Street can't avoid Dwayne Dante's. Could it be some problem that fellow, Klein, created? Only then did Leonard come to a realization. At this moment, Pallas sighed. Thankfully, he only said an angel and not my name. Otherwise, I suggest that we immediately leave Backland. Tell him that there are currently two solutions. First, it's to seek out a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the Marauder pathway or find a demigod of the Marauder pathway. Using them, we design a trap. This entire process requires the blessings of concealment. Furthermore, it needs to be natural, reasonable, normal, and in no way incur suspicion. Second, wait for Amon to enter Beauclan Street. He might do a combination of replacing someone's identity and infiltrating through the air. Therefore, your former colleague needs to see through the grafting of fate or notice the abnormalities in the microbes. Otherwise, no matter what plans are employed, it will simply be feeding Amon. Leonard's eyelid twitched when he heard that as he solemnly nodded. I'll discuss these matters with him tomorrow afternoon. All right. Pallas Zoroas sighed and said, also, if all the Amon avatars in Backland can be eliminated, most of the worms of time left behind will belong to me. As a form of replenishing himself? It's no wonder old man is willing to take the risk. Leonard asked in enlightenment, do those worms of time have the beyonder characteristics of the marauder pathway? It might be the case in my hands, but not necessarily for others, Pallas explained simply. The worms of time left when Amon's avatars die will indeed contain a sufficient amount of beyonder characteristics in the beginning, but they will quickly deplete and return to the main body. The corresponding power is needed to prevent this phenomenon from happening. Leonard first nodded before asking in confusion, why was the luck siphon charms made from the worms of time so powerful? Pallas instantly scoffed. Have you forgotten what the essence of the charm is? Its essence is the power obtained from a high-level existence. It then uses a material that can handle this power, as well as the powers obtained from the corresponding symbols, to stabilize it. The worm of time's role is to be a unique vessel. If the level is high enough, its essence is compatible, and there is sufficient spirituality, the requirements will be met. Therefore, the power of the luck siphon charm actually comes from Mr. Fool. Leonard asked in thought. Pallas Zoroas chuckled and said, yes, you can try praying to Amon as well and use his power to create luck siphon charms. Of course, the uniqueness of the vessel material will also affect the effects of the final product. In other words, different special materials will lead to different characteristics in power based on the response. Sigh, charms are a very profound and complicated piece of knowledge. It's not something that can be completely grasped by having some cursory education. You have to put more effort into it. Leonard immediately felt somewhat ashamed. On Monday afternoon, using the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog to check on Hazel's family to confirm that there weren't any problems in the meantime, Klein patiently waited for the convening of the tarot gathering. Dark red beams shot up in the ancient palace before gradually calming down. Without a pause, Audrey got up and bowed towards the end of the long mottled table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool Tilda? Chapter 987. Warehouse Clearance. After the greetings, everyone took their seats. Audrey swept her gaze across the third card of blasphemy placed beside Mr. Fool's right hand. She suddenly came to a realization that she had forgotten to obtain Rozelle's diary entries from the psychology alchemists this week. I've been caught up with the problem with Vin Rambis all week. Audrey, who felt that she had already brightened up, instantly felt a little melancholic. At this moment, Katlia had looked towards the seat of honor at the end of the long mottled table. She bowed her head and said, Honorable Mr. Fool. I haven't received any Rozelle diary entries this week as well. Queen Mystic hasn't provided any of the Emperor's diary entries for 2 consecutive weeks. Did something happen? Leisurely sitting in his high-back chair, the Fool Klein felt somewhat puzzled as he couldn't help but have pessimistic thoughts. However, he swiftly denied this possibility because Hermit didn't show any anxiety or concern. With the way Admiral of Stars presents herself as a fledgling in need of her mother in the dream world in the ruins of the Battle of God, she definitely wouldn't be this calm if Queen Mystic doesn't reply to her for 2 consecutive weeks. Her anxiety might even prompt her to seek the Fool's help. That also means that she has received a reply from Bernadette in the past 2 weeks, but none of Rozelle's diary entries were provided. Klein nodded gently and replied Katlia calmly, no hurry. After saying that, his thoughts raced as he began analyzing the reason for Bernadette's actions. First, Klein eliminated the possibility that she no longer had any more Rozelle diary entries. Combining the frequency at which the Emperor wrote diary entries, he surmised that the compiled diary would exceed 10 standard books. Even if Bernadette only had a third of that, she was definitely capable of producing 1 or 2 books. In addition, the diary entries she had previously provided were just a tiny minority which touched on crucial intelligence. Second, Klein didn't believe that Queen Mystic had gained the entire truth from the answers he had given. Finally, he was also certain that she couldn't decipher the simplified Chinese she had in hand from the tidbits of feedback she received. After all, he didn't give a detailed translation, but vague answers comprising of a few words. Combining all 3 points, he suspected if the diary entries Bernadette planned on providing next would be even more important. They were more key and pointed to a certain secret or extremely special, questions that made one unsure if they wanted to know the answer. Thus, this Queen Mystic was presently in a dilemma. It's likely the case. I wonder what the Emperor will write about. Besides, how is Bernadette able to know the importance of the entry? I should remember to get Hermit to pass on my requests. While in thought, Alger had already turned to look at Leonard. I apologize. There's still no news of mystical items that meet your request at the moment. That's very normal. That's right. Mystical items from sequence 5 and 6 aren't common to begin with. Leonard nodded in understanding. He was originally sitting very straight, but when he found that the moon and the magician weren't so uptight, he also relaxed, relieving the straightening of his back. Upon seeing this, Klein controlled the World German Sparrow and said with a hoarse voice, I have a mystical item that suits your requests in various aspects. It's just that it has quite a number of negative effects that make it difficult to avoid. Do you want to consider it? He was referring to the Word of the Sea. Klein had never had the intention of selling this item that almost required sealing to Leonard, as he felt that his dear poet friend couldn't withstand the negative effects of Word of the Sea. The belting of songs that didn't discriminate between ally or foe, the trait of tripping the wielder, or the flaw of being prone to lightning strikes weren't easily avoided. Klein was only able to use it by teaching the Word of the Sea above the grey fog a good lesson and having Winner Inuni wield it to not be affected. He had even converted the flaws into something that could aid him. However, after considering how Leonard had a sequence 1 Marauder pathway angel parasitizing him, Klein had the feeling that Leonard might have the means to resolve the problem. Therefore, he ultimately made an inquiry. Oh, tell me about it. Leonard believed that Klein wouldn't scam him, so he expressed his intentions of getting to know the exact situation. The World German Sparrow glanced at the hanged man and said slowly, it can release lightning on a target. He roughly described the beyonder powers of the Word of the Sea and the negative effects, leaving Leonard somewhat enticed despite frowning. It can actually be used as a staff to allow me to fly. Even at sequence 5 Spirit Warlock, I'll need to seek out a suitable spirit before I can fly. Besides, the offensive strength really is formidable. There are quite a number of traits. But the 3 negative effects are quite terrifying. I'll return to ask Old Man to see if he has any means to reduce the negative effects. Leonard pondered for a few seconds before saying, I'll take some time to consider it. How about I give you an answer next week? No problem, the World German Sparrow replied without any hint of surprise. As for the other members, even if they were interested in the beginning, all of them gave up the thought of inquiring about the price once they heard the negative effects that the Word of the Sea possessed. At this moment, the fool Klein's mind was focused on another matter. He was wondering if he should take this opportunity to do a warehouse clearance sale. He had advanced to sequence 4, and after becoming a demigod, many of the items and characteristics he had before were no longer of much use. I can keep creeping hunger. I should keep it just for traveling alone. In addition, it can graze 1 sequence for Saint. It has room for further growth. Furthermore, the combination of the various beyonder powers it has is pretty good. The value of Death Knell is no longer that great, but after activating lethal attack mode, the damage it does on a fixed target exceeds that of air cannon. At the very least, I can still use it at sequence 4. Yes, it also has room for growth. The first 2 items that surfaced in Klein's mind were the 2 items he frequently used. From his point of view, as long as he obtained more powerful bullets, he could produce terrifying effects with Death Knell. The only problem was that such bullets were equivalent to high-level charms, nothing that could be easily found. Even if he sought out the materials to make them himself, he had to consider the chances of success when praying to some high-level existence or if it was possible for there to be a backlash. On this aspect, Klein came up with a few plans: pray to the goddess, request Snake of Mercury will Septin to provide help, go through Leonard to get Pallas Zoroast's help, use the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog, and also get Leonard to make a trip back to Tingen under the guise of a mission, so as to steal some of the powers of the Eternal Blazing Sun's divine blood from 3-0782, the mutated Sun's sacred emblem. Flaring sun bullets are definitely the nemesis of creatures like evil spirits. I have some idea on how to use the materials via borrowing the power of the mysterious space above the grey fog. Amorn's Worms of Time can be used to make luck siphon charms. My Worms of Spirit can also be made into Beyonder bullets. As for how it can be done, I'll need to ask Pallas Zoroast. Klein began anticipating the upcoming chat with Leonard. Worm of Spirit was the name he gave to those transparent maggots. Following that, he began considering the other items and characteristics. Sun Brooch? I currently lack such powers and items. Although I can use the control over spirit body threads to deal with evil spirits, I can keep it and allow my paper angel to have one more additional change. Besides, I can also lend it to Danitz from time to time. Flower of Blood? I can't sell it. The Tarot Club doesn't have any Aurora Order members. I'll continue letting my marionette use it. Having one additional life is one additional hope. Green Essence? I can sell this. I can transfer my ailments already. Creeping Hunger also has a doctor grazed. Murloc Cufflink? There's no need for this either. If I have a sudden need for its powers, I can transform into a huge fish. And in the long term, I can just head above the grey fog to use Sea God Scepter to augment myself with the effects. Broken Finger? I wonder if anyone would want it. Besides, I haven't fully investigated why the rat demigod was sealed. It might be of use. I have 1 purifying bullet, 6 demon hunting bullets, and 2 exorcism bullets left. I'll just randomly use them. There's no need for me to sell them. Biological poison bottle? Sigh, I haven't been able to sell it all this time. Blatherer's Aura? This can be used to make charms or bullets. I'll temporarily not sell it. But herein lies the problem: am I to pray to the dark side of the universe? That can be struck off the list of options. I'll see if there are any replacement plans in the future. An interrogator beyond a characteristic, a lunatic beyond a characteristic, 15 milliliters of 1,000-faced hunter's blood, 40 grams of spirit world plunderer powder, an eyeball of a 6-winged gargoyle. Tarot Club members have no need for these. I might be able to reward the believers of Sea God or the Resistance in Rorsted Archipelago. As these thoughts flashed across his mind, Klein quickly made a decision. As for items which were at least at the demigod level, such as the Sea God Scepter, Grozel's Travels, the Giant King's Court Key, he didn't consider selling them. Then, he made the World German Sparrow say, I have 2 mystical items for sale. Their levels are relatively low. Catlear immediately replied, a low level doesn't mean it's useless. Many low sequence Beyonders powers can even turn the tides of battles involving sequence 5 Beyonders. I'm rather interested in knowing the detailed situation of those 2 mystical items. Klein nodded gently and described the uses and flaws of Murloc Cufflink and Green Essence. After he was done, he said, Murloc Cufflink for £500, Green Essence for £1,000. Just as he said that, Audrey raised her arm. I wish to buy the Murloc Cufflink. She actually wished to say that she wanted both. After all, the 2 mystical items have extremely minor negative side effects. However, considering how others might have their needs, she found it inappropriate for her to take them all. Audrey finally decided to only take Murloc Cufflink. This could provide her a layer of illusory scales, preventing her from being easily caught. And more importantly, she didn't know how to swim. This could effectively make up for her weakness. As for the heat and the dry weather easily causing fatigue, she wasn't too worried about it. This was because, be it in Eastchester County or Backland, the temperature seldom exceeded 300 C. The humidity was also rather high. Seeing Miss Justice having her eyes on Murloc cufflink, the other members wisely gave up without raising the price, allowing the trade to quickly come to an end. Following that, Alger bought the green essence ring. To him, although the water domain had certain restorative spells, they were inferior to a dedicated item. As a Beyonder who often had to engage in melee battles, it was of great importance. As for attracting mosquitoes, Alger wasn't bothered. This was because he had illusory scales beneath his skin, preventing him from being afraid of bites. After the transaction segment came to an end, Emlyn cleared his throat and asked a question. Chapter 988. Joint Operation. Emlyn couldn't help but clasp his hands together, lift up his chin, and say to Miss Magician diagonally opposite him, "I've already confirmed that the ancient abandoned castle in Delaire Forest is an internal test that the Sanguine had given me, having hidden the key situation." With that said, he felt as though a weight had been lifted off his chest. He no longer felt as hesitant, embarrassed due to the difficult situation he was in. He surveyed the area and looked from Hermit's and Mr. Hangman's reaction. He realized that they appeared to have expected it, showing no signs of surprise. From the looks of it, they had already an idea when Miss Magician mentioned the problem with the intel. Emlyn nodded his head in secret and added before Miss Magician replied, "I'm very sorry. I will refund you the £300 for the intel fee. In addition, I'll pay you another £300. Also, I will punish the Sanguine who deliberately omitted information." Although Mr. Moon always wears a proud demeanor, he's rather sincere when a mistake has been made. He didn't find an excuse to push the blame onto. "However, I've already obtained the ancient Wraith's cursed item and remnant spirituality, so the matter is already over. He didn't deliberately wish to cause harm to me and Zio. There's no need for me to get so much compensation." Force remembered Zio's exhortations. Without looking at her, she said, "It's only a matter of oversight. There's no need for compensation. Just refunding me for the intel fee is sufficient." Just as she said that, she suddenly thought of something. Since the ancient abandoned castle was a test of the Sanguine, didn't that mean that Zio and herself had been targeted by the Sanguine? Force finally couldn't hold back as she turned to glance at Zio. She found Miss Judgment shaking her head slightly, indicating that she hadn't discovered anyone monitoring them. This? Force felt puzzled and found it inexplicable. She then allowed her thoughts to wander as she recalled the situation back then. We did the exploration only after quite a while. The Sanguine had already lost their patience by then? The boss of the Townsend knew of the ancient abandoned castle. He was a Sanguine in disguise? That's not right. Many of the locals knew of this matter. However, that place was too far away and there wasn't anything of value left inside. That's why, unless one was out hunting, people usually wouldn't head in that direction. That's not right. If the ancient abandoned castle were that dangerous, why are the people who use it for shelter from the rain completely fine? They only describe it as creepy and a little scary? Yes, the Sanguine would usually seal off the passage that heads underground. They opened it for the test? This means that there was some form of monitoring. Because the ancient castle is too dangerous, the monitoring was done outside the forest and not inside? As Zio and I got lost, we circled around the monitors and weren't detected? Mr. Fool didn't mention anything about it. It's probably not a huge problem. More attention needs to be taken when I return. As Force thoughts raced, Emlyn said after some pondering, "Okay." He didn't insist on additional compensation, because he believed that the best form of compensation was to punish Ernst Boyar instead of giving money. Then, he waited for Miss Magician to ask about the punishment, hoping that he could take the opportunity to make an inquiry to the other Tarot Club members. He wanted to see if he could get any good suggestions. As for Force, upon considering that it was an internal matter for the Sanguine and that although she was a victim, Mr. Moon hadn't offered a plan for action, she decided not to press further in consideration for his feelings. Instead, she decided to wait for the conclusion to see if it was satisfactory. The palace that looked like a giant's residence turned silent as the mood turned odd. Audrey looked opposite her and glanced to the side. Pursing her lips, she curiously asked, "Mr. Moon, how do you plan on punishing that sanguine?" "Phew." Emlyn silently exhaled as he subconsciously looked at the world. He did so because of orders from the higher-ups. "I believe that this mistake isn't something that deserves payment with his life." In between the lines, Emlyn was implying that Mr. World didn't need to intervene in this matter. There was no need to escalate the matter. Seeing the world having no objections, Emlyn cast his gaze forward. "I plan on leading that sanguine to a particular cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother in Backland." Having participated in so many tarot gatherings, even if he couldn't be concerned about certain details, he knew the requirement of hiding matters regarding himself in the real world. Therefore, he didn't mention the Harvest Church. The Church of Earth Mother only has one cathedral in all of Backland. That's the Harvest Church. The rest are all in the outskirts and surroundings villages. Leonard held back his laughter as he looked up at the dome above. "You wish to have the Beyonders of the Church of Earth Mother purify that sanguine?" Force blurted out in surprise. From her point of view, this was no different from directly killing the person in question. Emlyn was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Cat Lear interrupted. "The Church of Earth Mother has the habit of inducting the sanguine into the church, converting their faith and making them priests or bishops." "I see." With thoughts in mind, Audrey glanced at Mr. Moon without letting him notice it. Getting that sanguine to become a member of the clergyman, to pray daily at the cathedral and do voluntary work, so as to cleanse the heart. He would be stuck doing this for a very long period of time. Mr. Moon's plan for punishment is really vicious. However, I like it. That fellow nearly made me and Zio turn into ancient wraiths due to the corruptive powers behind the door. Force instantly felt her interest piqued as she asked, "Mr. Moon, how do you plan on luring the sanguine into the Cathedral of Earth Mother? Have you worked out a plan? Perhaps I can provide some help." You have to be careful. You mustn't enter the Cathedral of Earth Mother in order to punish him. That way, the only thing you can do is to request Mr. Fool for help. Of course, that might be something Mr. Fool wishes to happen, allowing him to have someone on the inside of the Church of Earth Mother. After saying that, Force silently added. Upon hearing that, Leonard nearly laughed out. He was extremely certain that Mr. Moon was the Harvest Church's Emlyn White. Clearly, this sanguine was already a priest of Earth Mother. This is slightly akin to a drowning person pulling others in. Leonard held back his laughter, glanced at the world, and he found that his former colleague didn't seem perturbed. He appeared extremely somber. He couldn't help but think, is this the power of a clown, or is it a state that Klein is accustomed to? At the end of the long mottle table, the fool Klein nearly covered his mouth. He never expected Emlyn to be so creative. This was a little like multi-level marketing, yet it's a little different. After all, it's not necessarily a good thing for Emlyn to know of that. Klein leaned back into his chair as he awaited the development with piqued interest. He had always kept in mind Miss Justice's advice during his last treatment session about not always wearing a thick mask. He tried his best to do so when opportunities arose so as to maintain a healthy mental state. Upon hearing Miss Magician's words of concern, Emlyn felt even more awkward because he went to the Cathedral of Earth Mother several times a day on a daily basis. He felt uncomfortable even if he skipped the weekends. He cleared his throat and said, I temporarily do not have a thought-out plan. I wish to get some suggestions from all of you. Yes, I hope that we do not have too intense a battle. It's difficult to ensure that the matter doesn't escalate, and I also do not wish for my identity to be directly exposed. Miss Magician, there are no problems regarding your participation, but we will absolutely not be meeting each other. His idea of not directly exposing his identity meant that he didn't mind that Ernst Bolar and the other sanguine could guess that he did it. It was a way to instill shock and awe in them, but it was best that there wasn't any obvious evidence. Force tersely answered as she mimicked the other experienced members of the Tarot Club. First, you need to tell us what sequence that sanguine is roughly at and what he's good at. Emlyn was already prepared as he answered, it's equivalent to sequence 5. He's quite experienced and is good at creating the effects of the full moon. Effects of the full moon? Force was taken aback as she turned agape but was unable to say a word. After Emlyn finished the introduction, Force said with a hollow chuckle, I recall that I have other matters to tend to. It might not be convenient for me to participate in this matter. When in a state similar to the full moon, she would hear Mr. Dawes' ravings. And this meant that she would instantly be heavily injured by the target, losing all her combat strength. Emlyn frowned slightly, displeased with Miss Magician's sudden change in attitude. At this moment, Zio, who had been listening silently, said, I can participate. I just need a portion of the spoils. Miss Judgment's tone is very firm. It's like she wants to exact vengeance. Emlyn mumbled silently to himself and glanced at Hermit and Mr. Hanged Man, only to discover that they temporarily had no intention of speaking. It appeared as though they wished to observe what kind of plan the Backlund members of the Tarot Club could come up with. As this involved her friends and how it could be the first mission that the Tarot Club members would participate in at the same time, Audrey was rather intrigued. After some observation, she said in deliberation, I can hypnotize that sanguine, allowing him to enter the Cathedral of Earth Mother himself. However, to not expose ourselves and to ensure a high chance of success, it's best that he's in a lost or half-dazed state while I hypnotize him. Mr. Moon, can you do that? Emlyn was summarizing his powers and items to consider a solution when Leonard suddenly laughed. That's simple, but I'll only be responsible for making that sanguine unconscious. Of course, the premise is that there's sufficient intel, and it depends on how we go about taking action. Just as he said that, Zio nodded and said, I'm good at tracking an investigation. You can leave intel matters to me. All right. First, Mr. Moon will have to inform me of that sanguine's name, address, and appearance. All right. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief before saying in a somewhat lost manner, then what's my part in all of this? Also, what kind of payment do you want? Chapter 989. Mentor Alger. Upon hearing the Moon's question, the rest of the Tarot Club members realized that the main instigator for the punishment had ended up with nothing to do. According to the established plan, all he needed to do was provide the name, address, and appearance before waiting for the outcome. Miss Judgment was in charge of tracking and investigations to figure out the target's patterns. Miss Justice and Mr. Star would then choose a suitable location based on the feedback before Mr. Star threw the sanguine into an unconscious state without attracting any attention. Miss Justice would then take this opportunity to complete a hypnotism act and make the target proceed to the predetermined location. In this entire process, there was nothing for the Moon. Audrey deliberated and said, Mr. Moon, what you need to do is to ensure that the hypnotized sanguine doesn't encounter any accidents on the way to the cathedral, without him struggling or being rescued. Upon saying that, Audrey suddenly realized a problem in the plan as she hurriedly added, if that sanguine is extremely resistant towards the Church of Mother Earth, the hypnotic effects wouldn't be as effective. Therefore, I plan on avoiding this point if possible. I will imbue in him the thought of nabbing some target he hates so that he wouldn't realize that he's entering the intended cathedral during the pursuit. How about letting you be the target of his hatred? This will require you to be able to ensure your own safety while maintaining a distance without being caught. It's not a problem, Emlyn answered after some thought. With Duke Olmer removing the mental corruption of the Sequence 5 artificial vampire beyond a characteristic, Emlyn just needed to wait till a full moon to become a Viscount. That would place him equal to Ernst Boyar. And this opportunity was available next week. When that happened, he didn't believe that he would be caught up to buy a Viscount just like him when he was equipped with the Ancestor's Ring. If it really won't work, I can borrow Miss Magician's spellbook. I recall that there are powers in the Wind Domain. Emlyn was rather confident. By the side, Leonard felt a baffling sense of horror when he heard the conversation between Miss Justice and Mr. Moon. To him, no matter how terrifying a head-on battle was, it was nothing compared to the horror of doing something that went against his own will without him realizing it. He paused for a moment and replied to the second problem that Emlyn had raised. My payment is the same as Miss Judgment. I want a portion of the spoils. To Leonard, this entire matter required him to determine the time and location to pull the target into a dream before he left. He didn't need to care if the operation was successful or if any accidents cropped up. It was as simple as heading to a coffee shop to order a cup of Desi coffee. The only thing that needed him to take into account was to not expose himself. Therefore, he couldn't bring himself to ask for an advance payment, planning to obtain a cut from the final spoils of war. In addition, he believed that this was a necessary thing to do in order to fully blend in with the Tarot Club. He didn't need to nitpick on such matters. Audrey turned her head and glanced at Zio before retracting her gaze. Revealing a smile, she said, "My request is the same as Mr. Star and Miss Judgment. I'll take a quarter of the spoils of war." In fact, she wasn't insistent on getting payment, because she believed that the Sanguine had bullied a Tarot Club member and her 2 friends. Punishing him was something she expected of herself. The reason why she took a portion of the spoils of war was to take into account Mr. Moon's feelings. She was afraid that her voluntary help would leave the prideful Sanguine embarrassed and angry. Furthermore, Mr. Moon doesn't have any money, so the payment can only be the spoils of war. Audrey added silently. Although she didn't deliberately keep count, based on her ability to take note of details and the memory of a spectator, she believed that Mr. Moon, who had spent £5,000 to purchase the Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder characteristic, wasn't in the best financial state. Furthermore, he had to refund the intel fee that he earned. For participants, with each obtaining a piece of the spoils of war. That's very fair. Emlyn nodded and surveyed the area. Any other suggestions? Force asked in disbelief. It's that simple? That's a Sanguine equivalent to a Sequence 5. The plan you came up with sounds like it would succeed very easily. In her mind, Sequence 5 Beyonders were the strongest among unaffiliated Beyonders. Some were even the host of gatherings. Even the powerful pirate admirals were of that sequence, but now, in the conversation of the Star and the others, such a Sequence 5 was to be finished so simply. There didn't seem to be any difficulties. Upon hearing her question, Leonard thought and said, "As long as that Sanguine doesn't have any items that resist my powers, even if he's equivalent to a Sequence 5, I'll definitely be able to throw him into an unconscious state for some time. It will just depend on Miss Justice to grasp this opportunity. If I arrange the location and make preparations ahead of time, I'll be fine," Audrey replied in a confirmatory tone. She was actually a little uneasy. After all, this was her first time in battle, but her confidence over her Beyonder powers and knowledge in psychological mysticism allowed her to say those words with confidence. After Force heard the response, she suddenly felt her mind a little adrift. Without realizing it, apart from Mr. World, the rest of the Tarot Club members have the ability to finish off Sequence 5 Beyonders as well. That's right. Miss Justice is already a Sequence 6 hypnotist. With the cooperation of a Beyonder of the same level, there really is a relatively high chance of hypnotizing a Sequence 5 Beyonder. Just as Emlyn felt that this matter had been settled without needing any more questions to be raised, Alger, who had been observing from the side, spoke. "As members of a secret organization, I believe that everything needs to be considered at a deeper level." Ah. Emlyn and Leonard cast their gaze at Mr. Hangman with a puzzled look. Audrey and Zio were taken aback before they realized something. Alger cleared his throat and looked at Derek. Since Delaire Forest's abandoned ancient castle was a test, why isn't the obvious Sanguine a test as well? Exactly. I knew that Mr. Hangman would have given a warning. The fool Klein controlled the world German Sparrow to nod. Catlear then looked at the Hanged Man with a look of approval and agreement. This? Emlyn's pupils constricted, at a loss for a retort. In an instant, he found himself too careless. Leonard was taken aback. Immediately, he realized that he was too desultory. He had involved himself without fully understanding the details and without consideration of any latent risks. Of course, this style had to do with his identity as an official Beyonder and its thought processes. As expected of Mr. Hanged Man, he considers all the details with such meticulousness. Audrey, you need to build up more experience. Audrey focused on something else as she asked, so we need to abandon the punishment and take action when the Sanguine are unable to maintain the secret surveillance. Alger chuckled and said, there's no need to. Just a few acts of misdirection would do. He then looked at Emlyn and said, first, hand the investigation of the Sanguine to bounty hunters in Backland. Use their existence to hide misjudgments actions. Second, when determining the location, try to do it near an Orthodox deity's cathedral. This will effectively disrupt any subsequent divinations. Third, before Miss Justice and the others take action, you have to do something that leaves one suspicious but is nothing eye-catching. Make it seem like you will be exacting revenge somewhere else so as to attract the eyeballs of the secret monitor away, thus, creating the desired opportunity. This is combined with the first point. Fourth, only after the Sanguine is successfully hypnotized do you become the bait. Having said that, Alger paused. If there's the addition of anti-divination and anti-prophecy at the demigod level, this entire matter will be flawless. Of course, Miss Justice, Mr. Star, you must be disguised during the operation, without leaving behind any traces. This speech left most of the members taken aback, especially Derek. He couldn't help show his respect and amazement. Although he had no means of participating in this punishment operation, as a member of the Tarot Club, he couldn't help but be concerned and pensive about such matters that required a clear line of thought. He hadn't noticed any problems with the original plan of Mr. Moon and company, so now, he couldn't help but be impressed by Mr. Hangman's ability in such matters. Emlyn thought and said, "You mean that I should use a superficial form of punishment to hide Miss Justice's and Mr. Star's secret operation? It's like I would make it appear that I'll take action in a particular corner of a square after the target leaves a coffee shop, attracting all the attention, but in actual fact, Miss Justice and company would have already completed the hypnosis inside the coffee shop without anyone realizing it." Alger nodded gently. "That's right. I learned something new. Mr. Hangman really is an experienced beyonder." Audrey felt overjoyed receiving an epiphany. The problem now is, where are we to find an item or charm with anti-divination and anti-prophecy effects at the demigod level? Leonard also felt that he had enriched himself greatly as he asked. He wasn't too worried about himself since he had an angel grandpa in him. Force made an utterance before saying, "I can lend out Leymano's Travels. On it there's Angel's Embrace. I can also take one portion of the spoils of war." As she said that, she secretly glanced at the World German Sparrow, heaving a sigh of relief when he saw the gentleman silent. Unbeknownst to her, the fool Klein had a very simple thought: Angel's Embrace. That sounds so much better than Paper Angel. With the punishment operation finally confirmed, Audrey didn't hesitate as she surveyed the area. "I met the Psychology Alchemists' counselor, Evin Rambis, last week." "What?" "Evin Rambis is a counselor of the Psychology Alchemists." Leonard sat up in surprise. He had the urge to immediately report it to the Archbishop and gather a team to arrest him. It was an occupation hazard. Chapter 990. Inner Fears. Almost instinctively, Leonard looked around the table and realized that none of the other Tarot Club members showed any hint of surprise. Instead, they were listening attentively. "They knew of it long ago?" "That's right. This is only my second gathering. I haven't had the chance to learn about many things. The secrets that get exchanged here sure are plentiful." Leonard retracted his gaze and returned to his original sitting posture. After a slight pause, Audrey glanced at Zio, who sat 2 seats away from her, before casting her gaze at Mr. Hangman. She continued, "He attempted to cue me to interact with different nobles and understand their true attitude over different matters. I would then inform him of them. Thankfully, Mr. Fool had provided me with the blessings of an angel. So I wasn't influenced in any way. What should I do next?" "You can even get blessings from an angel?" Leonard looked around in surprise once more, only to see no reaction from the other members of the Tarot Club. Obviously, he wasn't surprised that Mr. Fool had a few angels in existence under him. After all, the name and title corresponding to Death Consul was one that he had heard numerous times. He was just surprised that the Tarot Club members were able to pray for assistance at that level. He viewed this secret organization in a new light, finding it more impressive. Meanwhile, Zio keenly caught on to a few keywords. Noble. Psychology Alchemists. Combining it with the blonde hair, emerald green eyes of Miss Justice's blurry figure, she began to connect it to a particular friend, Audrey Hall. However, she couldn't be sure because blonde hair, black hair, blue eyes, and green eyes were common among the Lun nobles. People just had different combinations. Besides, no one knew how many members the psychology alchemists had developed in the noble circles. Therefore, Zio couldn't directly point it at Miss Audrey from the traits she noticed. As she tried to do a deeper level of observation, Alger had said, "There's no need to pay too much attention to this. The various Orthodox churches will provide protective measures to their believers with a rather important status. They will prevent them from being assassinated or hypnotized. This comes from experience that has been built up over 1,000 years of history. It wouldn't be that easily overcome." From another angle, if the psychology alchemists really can control the nobles that simply by hypnotizing them, the ones ruling the country wouldn't be the royal family and the three churches. Clearly, reality is in conflict with that. Yes, just as you said, Avin Rambais only gave you a cue to observe the true attitudes of the different nobles on different matters. This means that he's holding himself back greatly, afraid of doing anything too overboard. It's to prevent himself from leaving behind any clues. In addition, your true status among the nobles should just be in the periphery. You have no way of directly involving yourself in various political matters. Therefore, in contrast, the protection and monitoring over you wouldn't be too strict. This is also why Avin Rambais targeted you. Mr. Hanged Man's analysis is really detailed. Although he often taught Little Sun and the others, he would secretly gain something during the process, wishing that he could get more useful information from the feedback. However, there's none of that this time. It's the same for the suggestions for the punishment operation from before as well. On careful thought, his change has been happening for quite some time. It just wasn't too obvious in the past. I even missed out on it. Audrey's professionalism stirred up as she quickly did a mental analysis of the Hanged Man. She quickly had a theory, suspecting that Mr. Hanged Man was trying to transform his standing within the Tarot Club. Ever since Mhermit joined the Tarot Club and showcased her resources and channels at sea, Mr. Hanged Man has been unknowingly searching to transform himself in a bid to distinguish himself from her. Before problems cropped up with the artisan, this transformation wasn't that obvious. Even Mr. Hanged Man didn't realize it himself. It was only recently that he seemed to finally come to a realization and thought it to be true. Indeed, to maintain one's standing in the Tarot Club, the raising of one's strength is one aspect, but providing help to the entire group is another aspect. Audrey's mind raced as she turned her attention back to the topic at hand. She pondered for a moment and subconsciously, her tone turned heavy. Does this also mean that the Orthodox churches will have certain levels of surveillance, control, and guidance for the important nobles? This was something that she had thought about while in the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation's office. She had subconsciously drawn a scene that represented her concerns on this matter. In psychology, elements she drew out in such a state often didn't point to something particular. It was more like an abstract expression. The cold eyes mostly represented her fear for people monitoring and controlling her and her family. Combining it with her subconscious drawing, her worry of Avin Rambais's queuing, and the celebrant of the Mass at the Church of Evernite her parents attended being Backlund's Archbishop, Audrey's interpretation was that not only was she afraid of the hypnosis and cues of the psychology alchemists, but she had also become fearful of the Orthodox churches. She couldn't be sure if they would directly use their beyonder powers to imbue thoughts into aristocratic believers with high standings, so as to guide them into doing actions that violated their true will. This was sacrilegious and rebellious to Audrey, who had received an Orthodox education from a young age. Therefore, she had tensed up back then, immediately burning that drawing. After hearing Miss Justice's question, Alger scoffed. Isn't that very normal? When living in human society, one has to accept a certain level of surveillance, control, and guidance. I know what you're afraid of, but think about it. Compare someone using their power conferred from their standing, using money and weapons to control and guide others, to using beyonder powers to do something similar. In essence, is there any difference? The difference is that one knows that they don't wish to do it but ends up having to do it, the other is that they do not even have the thoughts of being unwilling to do it. Audrey nodded and said, "Yes, this means the loss of freedom of one's mind and thoughts. It's the most terrifying." Alger chuckled once more. "How can there be a completely free mind and thoughts? By choosing your faith and beliefs, you are naturally bound by your faith and beliefs. Yes, let's focus only on the Lun Kingdom. The three churches are equal, and together with the royal family, this creates a balance between each other. If the Church of Storms goes overboard towards its believers, that believer can easily convert their faith to the Church of Evernight. Therefore, under most situations, the Orthodox churches will tend to use their standing and beliefs as a religion to guide important believers instead of using beyonder powers. Balance? Audrey pondered over this term. She came to a new realization of the kingdom's upper circles and the entire world. This was something she had come into contact with before but had never deeply understood the word. At this moment, many of her thoughts matured. "Thank you for your explanation, Mr. Hanged Man." Audrey sincerely addressed him with an honorary title. "Then, how should I deal with Vin Rambais?" Alger calmly said, "The problem with him isn't anything to panic about. You fully have the ability to run circles around him. You can provide him unimportant information while keeping the core secrets to heart. You can seek this opportunity to obtain potion formulas and even their beyonder ingredients. After some time, when there are corresponding changes, you can consider switching strategies. Of course, you can't be too careless. Duke Negan is an example of this mistake." Just as he said that, sitting at the bottom of the long model table, the world German Sparrow glanced at Miss Justice. He said with a hoarse smile, "When the time comes, even if Vin Rambais were to die, no one will suspect you. Even if Vin Rambais were to die. He's a demigod. Mr. World has plans of attacking Vin Rambais? It's possible. He has always been investigating Cuaron's suicide case. He was even the one who informed me of Vin Rambais' true identity." Audrey's eyes widened slightly as she felt perturbed. Even when she hated and felt the most fear towards Vin Rambais, she had never had thoughts of killing this psychology alchemist's counselor. All she considered was the means to avoid being guided. On the one hand, it was because she didn't have such thoughts, and on the other hand, it was because he was a demigod. This meant the top-ranking power in the kingdom and churches. "I understand what needs to be done. Thank you, all of you." Audrey drew a breath and politely thanked them. "Klein sure sounds bombastic these days. Yes, he even wishes to get rid of Amon's avatars in Backland. Vin Rambais is really nothing." Leonard looked at the world German Sparrow with mixed feelings. Catlear and company also remained silent. With the topic of the psychology alchemists coming to an end, Klein controlled the world German Sparrow to make him look towards himself. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wish to communicate privately with Mr. Star." Klein temporarily didn't wish to let the other members of the Tarot Club learn about the eradication of Amon's avatars. It wouldn't be good for keeping the matter confidential, and it might lead them to be targeted by Amon. "Sure." The fool Klein naturally didn't deny his own request. As Leonard was feeling poignant at the possibility of private communication, he informed Klein of the main points in Pallas Zoroast's reply. It also included the problem of the Worm of Time beyonder characteristics loss. This made Klein suddenly realize how he could use his Worms of Spirit to create charms and bullets. Split off a few and kill them. When the characteristic contained in them return to my body, the remaining material can also be used like a Worm of Time. The only problem is that killing Worms of Spirit deals a certain level of damage to myself. After all, each Worm of Spirit contains a part of my spirit body. Yes, I have to limit the number each time. Only after I fully recover can I do it again. In thought, Klein got the world German Sparrow to reply, "I will try my best to confirm if a blessing of concealment is possible before I give you an answer. If there's no problem, we can attempt to seek out sealed artifacts of the Marauder pathway at the demigod level. Of course, I will try to think of the means to identify the grafting of fate." Klein wasn't sure if observation from above the grey fog would allow him to see the truth of fate, just like how he was able to see his believers being parasitized. Hence, he planned on using the paper crane to contact Snake of Mercury or Septin and gain his expert opinion. All right. As Leonard grumbled about how Old Man would have recovered further if demigod-level sealed artifacts at the Marauder pathway were that easy to find, he nodded slightly in response. Chapter 991. A Ritual Without a Reply. After ending the private communication, Klein made the World German Sparrow look at Catleya. Please inform Queen Mystic that I wish to meet her to talk about something. The exact time and location is up to her. Queen Mystic? Sohm Hermit represents the royals above the 5 seas. Leonard was first taken aback before he came to a realization. What's the matter? Catleya frowned slightly in a wary manner. I will forward her your intentions, but I cannot provide any guarantees over her agreement. Okay. The World German Sparrow nodded simply, indicating that it was fine. At this moment, Derek finally had an opportunity as he asked, everyone. He glanced at Mr. Hangman and Mr. World before continuing, the ritual needed for me to advance to Priest of Light requires pure darkness. I need to bury my entire body in ice that usually doesn't melt. In the City of Silver, such ice isn't difficult to find. However, how do we create pure but safe darkness? So that's the Priest of Light's advancement ritual. Little Sun sure is honest and simple. Due to her lack of experience and knowledge, Audrey was unable to provide any substantial suggestions. All she could do was cast her eyes at the person she believed was capable of resolving the problem, the World Mr. German Sparrow. And at this moment, the World raised his hands to pinch his temples. As for the fool Klein, he was rapidly trying to think of a solution. Sigh, if this were the outside world, pure darkness is extremely easy to obtain. Ice that normally doesn't melt would be the most troublesome thing to obtain, but the City of Silver is the complete opposite. There, darkness is too dangerous. Just being within it will result in one's disappearance or suffering the attacks of strange monsters. I can get Leonard to provide charms from the Evernight domain, and then I can stir some of the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog. Using Little Sun's prayers, I can provide an area of artificial darkness. But the problem lies in me being unable to determine if this would bring the normal danger that the City of Silver encounters. This is not something that can be answered with divination. When matters do not involve myself, I can only determine if a matter is dangerous or not, or when matters should be done. And under such situations, there are too many elements involved, and the sources of danger are diverse. Yes, I'll summon Arrodes later and ask it. Klein had previously been considering the problem over Little Sun's advancement, but he had never been able to find an answer. Seeing the world silent, Leonard, who had originally wanted to say that creating pure darkness is extremely easy, slowly shut his mouth. He began pondering over the sun's words and caught notice of a word that he had ignored, safe. In the forsaken land of the gods, in the City of Silver, darkness is equivalent to danger. Leonard roughly grasped the key idea, but due to his lack of understanding, he was unable to provide any suggestions. Finally, it was Alger who spoke. He glanced at Derek and said, I will help you gather information and seek out solutions. But in the process, you might need to provide some help to confirm that it can be done. No problem. Derek answered without any hesitation. Right on the heels of that, he added, there's no need to rush it. I still have about a month before I can finish digesting my notary potion. Alger nodded gently, indicating that this wasn't something that needed any reminders. At this moment, Catleya deliberated for a moment and said to Derek, perhaps we can consider this problem from another angle. Your advancement ritual wouldn't last too long. We can simply increase the time you can survive in pure darkness to resolve this matter. I remember that you've mentioned that after being left in darkness with zero light, there are 2 dangers. The first would be the attacks from strange monsters that come from unknown origins, and the second would be a baffling instance of disappearance that is akin to evaporating. The former situation is easy to resolve. You can make a request to your chief for certain sealed artifacts, or you can get him to stand guard by your side. As for the second case, I don't know enough. You can attempt to ask your chief. Derek thought about it carefully and suddenly felt that this was a viable train of thought with a rather significant chance of success. He immediately replied in pleasant surprise, "Thank you, Hermit." The exchange and learning session continued until the gathering slowly came to an end. Seeing that it was almost done, the fool Klein rapped gently on the table's corner. "Let's end it here for today." "Your wish is our will." Audrey and company stood up and bowed reverently. After they vanished from above the grey fog, Klein left the area and returned to the real world. He first took out his wallet and got the paper crane which was folded by Will Orceptin. Spreading it across the table, he picked up a pencil and simply wrote, "There's something." After folding the paper crane and stuffing it under his pillow, Klein got into bed and genuinely took an afternoon nap. In his hazy dream, he once again saw the pitch-black plains and the towering steeple. Passing through the plains and through the wooden doors, Klein arrived at the familiar corner. A black pram came out of the thick shadows as Will Orceptin, wrapped in silver silk, sucked at his right thumb and derided angrily, "You are getting more and more impolite." Klein laughed dryly and said, "With our relationship, there's no need for such pleasantries, right?" Will Orceptin harumphed and said, "Speak, what's the matter?" "This is the thing, I recently encountered Amon's avatar," Klein said directly. The baby's mouth widened a little as though he was about to cry. It took him great effort to control himself as he said, "I haven't been born for more than a month. There's nothing I need from you." "I only wish to ask you a question," Klein quickly added. Will Orceptin raised his fleshy arm and waved it. "What is it?" Klein immediately said with a smile, "Amon's avatar can steal the destiny of others and appear while replacing their identities. I wish to know how I can see through such a terrifying matter." Will Orceptin chuckled as he pointed up at the sky with his index finger. "Pray for help." From the looks of it, using the powers of the grey fog can be used to discover the grafting of destiny. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he felt even more certain. When he thought of the word using, he was referring to using his marionette to pray to the fool while he entered above the grey fog. Through the point of light representing his believer, he could survey the surrounding area to seek out any abnormalities. In a sense, this was equivalent to the fool's observation, an equivalent to an augmented, true vision. But the problem is that I can't stay above the grey fog to observe for grafting all the time. It might be the case that, in between two of the observation periods, Amon could have entered Beauclun Street and have done something. Klein thought before asking with some deliberation. "Anything you would like to remind me of?" Will Orceptin turned his head away without looking at him as he mumbled, "You have to visit me and my parents once this week. During high tea." "No problem." Klein agreed without any hesitation. Only then did the baby turn his head back and giggle. "Next week, around Wednesday or Thursday, there might be some changes in your destiny. Is that so?" Klein nodded in thought as he watched the black pram slowly retreat into the shadows. After waking up from his dream, he packed up his items and began setting up an altar without any rest. This time, the target of his prayer was the Evernite goddess herself, and not artificial death. This was to prevent Amon from prying upon the source of the stirring via the changes in destiny and, thus, noticing something wrong. How could the Evernites blessed be praying to artificial death? After setting up the ritual, Klein wiped his face and turned into the cold-looking German sparrow, causing his height to drop a little lower. After igniting the first two candles in front, Klein made the ordinary candle representing himself burn with a yellow flame. There were two candles in front. One was a candle made of night vanilla and slumber flower to represent Evernight, and the other was a candle made up of white chestnut flowers and wild rose to represent concealment. Following that, he created a wall of spirituality, dripped full moon essential oil, and burned some herbal powder that pleased the goddess. Bit by bit, he completed the ritual. Towards the end, Klein took 2 steps back, activated his spirit vision, and chanted softly, "I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the mystery. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. I encountered Blasphemer Amon's avatar in Backland. He was gathering the characteristics of a marauder pathway demigod. I seek for the blessings of concealment so as to complete the mission of eradicating the blasphemer's avatars. Night vanilla, a herb that belongs to the red moon, please pass my supplication to the goddess. Moonflower, a herb that belongs to the red moon, please pass my supplication to the goddess. After he was done chanting, Klein patiently waited for a while, but nothing happened. There wasn't any reply. The goddess is in a critical period of gaining control over the death pathway's uniqueness and is unable to respond beyond anything normal. Should I try to pray to artificial death? After all, if there are the blessings of concealment, Amorn wouldn't be able to see it. If it doesn't, then the source of stirring destiny wouldn't point to me. Klein frowned little by little as he ended the ritual and cleared the altar. He felt that he needed to find other solutions. After he finished clearing the desk and turned around, prepared to head for the reclining chair, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure wore a simple linen robe with signs of patching. By the figure's waist was a belt made of tree bark. Raven black hair cascaded down freely as the figure's feet didn't wear any socks or shoes, making them covered in dust and wounds. It was a lady. She had extremely normal facial features. Her ghostly black eyes were no different from the common person, but just looking at her left Klein feeling a sense of extreme peace and serenity. Even though feelings of alarm rose up within him, they were unable to overpower the peacefulness. Chapter 992. Arrodes' congratulations. You are? Klein asked in a rather complicated state of calmness. The lady in a simple robe nodded and said, Oriana, servant of concealment. Servant of concealment. Oriana. Klein's eyes constricted, as he knew who the lady was. As a former Nighthawk, how could he not be aware of the name Oriana? She was the Evernight Cloister's matron, head of the 13 archbishops, a likely candidate for the future pope. Regardless of which identity she had, she was part of the general knowledge that couldn't be avoided in religious studies and mysticism. As for the name, Servant of Concealment, Klein had read about it in Emperor Razel's diary. Considering the similar name of Attendant of Mysteries, he suspected that this pointed to an angel. Meanwhile, based on the law of beyond a characteristics conservation, with a sequence O in existence, it meant that Attendant of Mysteries couldn't be a sequence 1 angel. Therefore, Klein believed that the Servant of Concealment was likely sequence 2 of the Evernight pathway. It isn't that the goddess didn't reply, but that she used a very special way to respond. She directly sent her servant over? Klein felt mixed emotions that could hardly be described. He fell silent for a few seconds before giving a solemn bow. Good afternoon, Your Eminence. In the various churches, if a demigod at the angel level walked the land, there was a need to address them as Your Eminence as a show of respect. Likewise, towards the pontiff, pope, and chief shepherd representatives of the deities one had to use Your Holiness. In addition, a church's head was synonymous with the Holy See or Apostolic See. Of course, many a time, the Holy See could also represent the church's headquarters itself. Oriana tapped her chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion and replied in a pious manner, May the goddess bless you. She then said, I'm an ascetic. You can just call me M. Yes, Oriana. Klein didn't insist. Oriana looked at him calmly for 2 seconds and directly asked, You plan to deal with blasphemer Amorn's avatars in Backland? Yes, I wish to obtain the blessings of concealment, Klein frankly replied. At this moment, he felt a little stumped because this was different from what he expected. He originally expected the goddess to answer by blessing him. Then, he and Pallas Zoroast could join forces to wipe out all of Amorn's avatars in Backland. During this process, it wouldn't expose Leonard or the Marauder Pathway Angel. But now, with the blessings becoming something corporeal that would be involved in the battle, Pallas Zoroast would immediately be discovered once he took action. When that happened, it was hard to predict what would ensue. Don't tell me I don't need to ally with Pallas Zoroast. I'll only get him to provide intel and then split some of the spoils of war. Klein's thoughts rapidly ran through his mind as Oriana spoke unhurriedly. I can provide the power of concealment to shield everything that happens from the prying of fate. However, I cannot guarantee that I can eliminate all of Amorn's avatars in Backland. Pallas Zoroast said that he has the means of doing so. The person who understands Amorn the best is indeed a sequence 1 of the same pathway. Klein thought and said, Oriana, I have already come up with a well-thought-out plan. All you need is to provide the power of concealment. You do not need to be involved in the actual battle. Leave the rest to me. Oriana nodded and raised her right arm as she spread her palm. Points of light lit up, profound and resplendent as they quickly outlined an emblem in her palm. This emblem was completely crystallized, as though it was made of obsidian. It made one realize its existence when looking at it, but it appeared to vanish when not looking at it. This is my Ebonite coat of arms. It doesn't possess any characteristics or power by itself. The only use is that, when triggered, it will establish a connection with me, regardless of where you are in the real world, Oriana explained simply. Before you begin your operation, remember to use it. I will provide you with the power of concealment. If you need more direct assistance, use Ancient Hermes to chant Oriana when triggering it. This is equivalent to an itemized altar and ritual that points to her. Oh, at the level of angel, the range of responding to prayers has extended to the entire world. Klein instantly grasped the true nature of the Ebonite coat of arms. As a Bizarro sorcerer, he did not have the means to reply to prayers. This was a trait that could be obtained only at sequence 3. Of course, as Sea God and the Fool, he was very well versed in such matters. Klein didn't stand on ceremony as he accepted it and bowed sincerely. Thank you. After saying that, he tapped for spots in a clockwise manner on his chest, forming the sign of the crimson moon. Praise the Lady! This way, he could still join forces with Pallas Zoroast. As long as he triggered the Ebonite coat of arms without using Ancient Hermes to chant Oriana's name, everything would be fine. Praise the Lady, Oriana replied piously. Her figure then vanished as though she had been erased by an eraser. This is a departure by entering a concealed state? Klein pursed his lips in thought. Meanwhile, he was filled with suspicion over Oriana's swift arrival. After all, the Ebonite pathway wasn't well versed in methods such as teleport. To go from Winter County all the way to Backland required a significant amount of time. My ritual isn't the kind that prays for a direct descent. Could it be that Oriana happened to be in the vicinity, in the Backland diocese? Isn't that too much a coincidence? If it isn't one, it only serves to exacerbate the problem. What is she doing in Backland? The undercurrents are stirring. Klein retracted his gaze and patiently waited a while before turning back into Dwayne Dantes. He found a pen and some paper once again and drew the symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. When the final stroke was written, the full-body mirror in the master bedroom produced a dark but pure light, as though a silent undercurrent was surging out from the bottom of a lake. Right on the heels of that, fireworks appeared, bursting in the sky. Colors of gold, silver, red, and blue exploded as words formed in the mirror. Welcome back, Great Master. Your humble servant, Arrodes, has witnessed the retrieval of a portion of your authority. I'm thrilled that you are gradually recovering your aura. You will eventually return to your supreme position and make the entire world turn silent under your watch. This is really passionate. There's always something new. Klein nodded in silence. Amidst the fireworks, those words dissipated and formed into a new sentence. Great Master, what instructions do you have for me? I have a question, Klein said calmly. In a place where being in darkness can result in danger, how should one create a safe but pure darkness? There are two kinds of dangers involved. 1. It will make a person directly vanish in the darkness, and 2. It will cause strange monsters to appear and attack. The fireworks in the full-body mirror calmed down as aqueous light rippled. Silver words surfaced one after another. Great Master, are you referring to the forsaken land of the gods? This magic mirror actually knows quite a lot. He also gave me a free question in passing. Klein nodded and said, that's right. Without any breaks in between, Arrodes' full-body mirror produced new lines of Loney's text. The formation of the forsaken land of the gods is related to the second creator's fall. The danger of night there stems from the transformation of two essential powers. First, it's the remnants of the Ebonite goddess's divine powers. Second, it's the influence left behind by the creator. He wielded partial authority over shadows, darkness, fallen, corruption, and mutation. The former makes creatures vanish into thin air, while the latter produced monsters in the darkness. So the two types of dangers stem from different powers. It's no wonder that there's such huge differences. Arrodes called the ancient sun god the second creator? This is very close to my theory. Amorn's and Adam's father isn't the reawakening of the original creator, but a transmigrator who inherited a huge inheritance. Klein asked in thought, in that case, the Evernite goddess was involved in the fall of the second creator. This was something Klein had vaguely expected. This was from the trait of humans evaporating in the darkness of the forsaken land of the gods. It was very similar to the strange disappearances if one didn't sleep at night in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. And based on Little Sun's description, king of demonic wolves, Phlegria, who wielded control over the Evernite and Concealment authorities, had long perished in the Second Epoch. It was impossible that he had done it. Therefore, unless there was another deity of the Evernite pathway born in the middle, it was difficult for the two abnormalities to not have the Evernite goddess involved. On the surface of the mirror, the silver light rapidly converged, forming a short sentence. That's right. That's right. Klein was just about to press on when he immediately shut up. He had just recalled one of his identities, blessed of the Evernite. Therefore, even without anyone watching him, he had to show respect to the deity and not seek out relevant secrets. Of course, time in the mysterious space above the grey fog was excluded. He was just about to focus on the main question from before to urge Arrodes to list out solutions when he saw the silver words in the full-body mirror change. Great Master, your loyal servant, Arrodes, wishes a small favor from you. See, can we not discuss matters regarding the Evernite goddess? At the end of the question, a simple stick figure was drawn. Just as I wished. Klein deliberately pondered for 2 seconds and said, okay. The silver swirls on the surface of the mirror immediately turned brisk as words began taking form. As for the question you asked, there are 2 solutions. One is to accept the corruption and let oneself transform into monsters of the darkness. The reason why these creatures do not vanish into thin air during the night is because they have received the protection of the fallen authority. This way, all the darkness is equivalent to safety. The second is to create a darkness that comes with the dream world. This will allow the spirit body to receive the protection of the dream, thus, slowing down the encroachment of danger at night. Chapter 993. Another possibility. Allowing the spirit body to receive protection of a dream to slow down the encroachment of danger at night. This is similar to the necessity to sleep when night fell in the ruins of the battlefield of the gods. Also, the powers in the forsaken land of the gods likely isn't under the goddess's control. Once one vanishes in the darkness over there, they definitely won't enter the foggy town. Where will it point towards? Or would they stay in the same spot, unable to interact with companions and the real world until they die of starvation or old age? After reading Arrodes's reply, Klein was somewhat enlightened as he roughly grasped the crux of the issue. However, he felt that this wasn't necessarily useful, because the sun only required pure darkness so that he could be buried in ice that normally wouldn't melt to consume the Priest of Light potion. Once he entered a dream, there was no way for him to control his own body to complete that critical step. That way, even if he could remain in the darkness for prolonged periods of time, it would be meaningless. Yes, I'll wait until Little Sun asks the chief of the City of Silver before coming up with an actual plan based on his answer. Of course, before that, I can try to get a corresponding solution from Leonard to figure out how to create darkness with a temporary dream world. Klein nodded slightly, acknowledging the answer provided by the magic mirror. As for the first option of accepting corruption and turning into a monster in the darkness, it wasn't even considered. In the extraordinary world, this was equivalent to committing suicide, which almost couldn't be reversed. Upon considering how he still had one question left to ask, Klein deliberated and asked, where can I obtain the potion formula of the Seer Pathway Sequence 3, Scholar of Yore? The full-body mirror's surface had aqueous light ripple once again as it reflected a dark cathedral without any natural light. Klein found this scene very familiar as he immediately recalled what it represented. This was where Zaratul, who had turned into a monster, hid. However, this time, deep inside the cathedral, the cluster of blurry and huge maggots were no longer present. Just as Klein's pupils dilated, the silver words appeared beneath the scene depiction. Great Master, Zaratul has vanished. I can't find him. Vanished. Klein momentarily forgot to breathe. Although he had long known of Zaratul's return, since he was the one who began the chain reaction by opening the door to the foggy town, he never expected this big shot to secretly leave the cathedral, his whereabouts becoming unknown. Even Arrodes is unable to locate him. What is he plotting? The more Klein thought, the more a chill ran down his back. Having become a sequence for demigod, he could confirm one thing. His control over the mysterious world above the grey fog was still insufficient. He could temporarily only converge the leaking specialness that it had augmented him within the real world, making it difficult for Beyonders of corresponding pathways to see it, but it was unable to repress the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. As for the grey fog, it had proven time and time again that he had an invisible form of attraction towards Beyonders of the Seer, Apprentice, and Marauder pathway. Amongst them, the effects on the Seer pathway was most evident. Besides, I myself am quite an attractive sequence for Bizarro Sorcerer. It's not impossible for Zaratul to suddenly come to Backland one day. Klein maintained a deadpan expression and said to the full-body mirror that was switching scenes, "Got it." Antigonus presented another scene which Klein was equally familiar with. It was the Antigonus family's treasure trove at the peak of the Hornaces mountain range. Below this scene, silver words quickly surface once again. Great Master, there's another possibility, but I can't tell. I just know that it's easier than the first two. The Antigonus family's notebook isn't there this time? That's right. It will lead the wielder to the main peak of the Hornaces mountain range to seek out the Antigonus family's treasure trove. It's basically the same as the previous option. What's the possibility that even Arrodes can't tell? Based on what I know about the factions in control of the Seer pathway, it's implying that I should pray to the goddess for it. The goddess is the mother of concealment, so she can choose whether Arrodes can see it or not. Klein's thoughts scattered and quickly made a connection. Of course, he didn't believe that directly praying for the scholar of your potion formula would allow him to get it. It was too ridiculous, as though it was child's play. From his experience as a Nighthawk, he suspected that he might need to make enough contributions before he could obtain the scholar of your potion formula from the Evernight goddess via a ritual. Making enough contributions. This sure is a familiar phrase. Klein sighed as he began having some ideas. Clearly, he had hints on how to do so handle the artificial death faction of the numinous episcopate. However, Klein suspected that the goddess only had up to the scholar of your sequence for the Seer pathway potion formulas, and not the subsequent ones at the angel level. This was because the Antigonus family's angel didn't perish immediately back then but had hidden in a secret palace, losing control to become a monster and was in a half-sealed state. In addition, the Fool card was also there and hadn't been retrieved yet. At this moment, Klein had the intention of asking about Amorn's avatars, but he suddenly recalled that within the memories of the rat demigod, the warning about the Marauder pathway angel and Amorn had been given by this very mirror. As his thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein narrowed his eyes, looked at the full-body mirror, and nodded. All right, that's it for today. Head back. If there's anything in the future, I'll summon you again. Yes, Master. Goodbye, Master Tilda. Your loyal and humble servant, Arrodes, is constantly waiting to return to your side. Light gathered on the mirror's surface, depicting a stick figure waving its hand. After everything returned to normal, Klein turned around and picked up the paper with the previously drawn symbol. With a snap of his fingers, he made it burst into scarlet flames. The ash floated down as he spread open his left hand. In it were two maggots shimmering with solid mysterious symbols. The two maggots squirmed gently, using their life force to fill the entire bedroom with madness and bizarreness. The surrounding lights then dimmed and brightened from time to time in a non-uniform fashion. They were none other than the worms of spirit which Klein had separated from himself. Suddenly, Klein reached out his right palm, suddenly pressing them towards the two transparent maggots. Instantly, his palm paused, just short of touching the worms of spirit. He raised his palm again, lowering it only to pause. He repeated this several times until he finally exerted his strength with a deadpan expression. Amidst an invisible and illusory cracking sound, his head suddenly felt a stabbing pain. This made his soul feel like it was being ripped apart. It was even more painful than encountering a gunshot or a slash wound. Klein used his clown powers to control the twitching of his facial muscles. After a few seconds, he raised his right hand to rub his temples, inwardly mumbling, "Indeed, the death of every worm of spirit deals damage to the spirit body. My current limit is 6. I'll temporarily stop trying. Let's see how long it takes to recover." Thankfully, this is a tolerable matter. Otherwise, it would be dangerous if a marionette is destroyed while the worm of spirit isn't able to be collected in time due to an intense battle. Yes, it's different from Amorn's worms of time avatars. A Bizarro sorcerer's worms of spirit will not necessarily die when a marionette is destroyed. Most of the time, a Bizarro sorcerer is able to retrieve them in time. It's because the distance between the body and the marionette isn't that exaggerated. After confirming the situation, and waiting for the Beyonder characteristics contained within the worms of spirit to return to himself, Klein rummaged for some materials and set up a ritual to pray to the Fool. After a series of tasks, Klein used the carcasses of 2 worms of spirit, 2 silver plates, and the complicated symbol which he had previously recorded down to make 2 silver black bullets, of which the latter came from Snake of Mercury wool or septin. The 2 bullets were carved with strange, indescribable patterns. They kept extending inwards as though they were coming together in the middle at one point. Their entire bodies were gloomy but not dark. Just one look at it made one's thoughts sluggish. Klein flicked a gold coin and used divination, together with his spiritual intuition, to swiftly determine the abilities of the 2 bullets. The target would immediately enter a state of paralysis upon being hit. The length of time that one was left in this state depended on the potency of one's spirit body. Even Sequence 3 Saints would be in a state of stiffness for a second or 2. This already exceeds my powers. Of course, the premise is that contact can be made. Oh, this is a result of the Grey Fog's augmentation. These 2 bullets should be at the same level as the Fate Siphon charms. Although my worms of spirit can't be compared to Amorn's and Paleth's worms of time, the amount of power I can now draw from the mysterious space above the Grey Fog is clearly superior to what I could do in the past. I shall call them a control spirit bullets. Klein drew Death Knell from his underarm holster, snapped open the cylinder wheel, and stuffed the 2 silver-black control spirit bullets inside. Following that, he spread open a piece of paper beside the altar and wrote, "Next, your mission is to seek out relatively high-level charms and Beyonder bullets. May God be with you. XXX who raised 3 requests from you." This letter was written to Patrick Bryan of the Numinous Episcopate's Artificial Death faction. With a subordinate at my disposal, why let him go to waste? As Klein mumbled, he folded his letter. At the altar from before, he summoned Patrick Bryan's messenger. The surface of the desk burst into pitch-black flames and quickly gathered together, forming a translucent bird with dark feathers. This spirit world creature glanced at Klein before slowly lowering its head to bite at the envelope. Watching it disappear, Klein nodded slightly and inwardly muttered, "Patrick's contract companion isn't of a low level either." He quickly reined in his thoughts, took out another letter, and fluidly wrote, "I have already obtained the blessing of concealment. You can attempt to gather items at the Marauder Pathway demigod level. In addition, I found a way to crack the theft and replacement of destiny. You don't have to be too anxious. Do you know how to create a darkness that includes a temporary dream world? If you have the time, can you head to Tingen and help me use 3-0782 to create flaring sun bullets? The mutated sun sacred emblem has the divine blood of the eternal blazing sun hidden in it. Only by sufficiently raising your strength can we be more confident at dealing with Amorn's avatars." Chapter 994. Prelude. FIDDU up TS on novelelin.com. At 7 Pinster Street, Leonard, who had specially returned home to participate in the tarot gathering, was just about to head to St. Samuel Cathedral's basement to read the dossier so as to make preparations for his placating of souls at night when his vision suddenly went into a blur. He saw the messenger in a dark, full dress holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. As a soul assurer, he could already see such creatures with spirit bodies. After taking Klein's letter, Leonard didn't even have the chance to say thank you when Rionette Tinker turned around and walked into the void. She didn't even stay for long. Old man, why does Klein have a messenger of this level? Is this a perk of being a blessed? Leonard couldn't help but ask Pallas Zoroast with a suppressed voice. He originally fantasized that it was standard for every Tarot Club member, but he later realized that he had been imagining things. Pallas Zoroast's slightly aged voice chuckled immediately. It is likely to solely belong to Klein Moretti. Everyone receives some special fortuitous encounter, isn't that the case? Isn't it the same even for a fellow like you? Heh, I thought you would use Incomplete Angel to describe her, but you ended up using a messenger of this level. Not bad, you still remember my warning. Leonard curled the corners of his lips, spread open the piece of paper, and read the content on it. His indeed the blessed of concealment and fate. Pallas Zoroast quickly scanned the heading through Leonard's eyes. Leonard didn't look at the ground. Instead, he took a few steps back and threw himself into the embrace of the sofa before saying, Klein can see through the theft and replacement of destiny. Then, we don't need to rush to seek out items at the Marauder Pathway demigod level. Even if you were in a hurry, you have no idea where to seek them out, Pallas scoffed. Even for the gathering of the Hermits of Fate, similar items needed years to appear even once. And the next gathering was to happen at the end of the year. Leonard was momentarily at a loss for words and could only cast his gaze at the last two paragraphs. After a brief silence, he chuckled. I've always been curious as to where Klein received the high-level charm of the Sun Domain when facing Megos. I thought it was provided to him by that Death Consul, but I couldn't understand why a Death Domain angel would be gathering high-level charms of the Sun Domain. Wouldn't that be suicide? Now, I finally understand. Old man, I wielded 3-0782 before as well. Why didn't you notice that there was a drop of the Eternal Blazing Sun's divine blood hidden in that? If you could have stolen some of its power back then, things wouldn't have. Leonard originally wanted to mock Old Man, but as he went on, he fell silent. Pallas Zoroast sighed in his mind. If that drop of divine blood could be so easily discovered, that mutated Sun's sacred emblem wouldn't have been in Tingen. Leonard fell silent for a few seconds before asking, then how am I to create an opportunity to get that sacred emblem to create the flaring sun charm? Although Klein made it sound simple in his letter, Leonard knew that it wasn't an easy task. This was because he wasn't a Nighthawk of Tingen City. Even if he returned to visit his former colleagues and teammates, he had no authority to enter Chani's gate. Upon hearing his question, Pallas Zoroast replied in a peeved manner, why are you asking me something as trivial as this? Can't you think for yourself? Leonard coughed uncomfortably as he began thinking seriously to seek out a solution. I'm currently working alone, but the Archbishop has given me the authority to get the help of the local Nighthawks in the region of question. If all the souls in Backland have been placated, and if I haven't finished digesting my potion, wouldn't I have to do it at other dioceses? When that happens, if Tingen happens to have a paranormal accident, it will be very reasonable for me to return and get 2 Nighthawks and use 3-0782. After Leonard finished muttering to himself, Pallas Zoroast chuckled. Not bad. You came up with an idea so quickly. But have you thought about it? You are placating them, not purifying them. This is contradictory with obtaining 3-0782. It will easily incur suspicion. Leonard, who had been praised, immediately laughed. Old man, that's because you aren't aware. Back when I joined the Nighthawks team, there was one line in the education I received, only under the premise of having the ability to purify can placating achieve the best results. Emperor Razel had also once said that to solve problems, you need a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other. Pallas Zoroast immediately T-scared. Then follow your plan. Of course, that's assuming that you can finish Anthony Stevenson's missions in a week or 2. If you haven't obtained the sun flare bullets before the actual operation of eliminating Amon begins, then it would no longer be necessary. Leonard recalled the list of missions written on the pieces of paper as his forehead twitched. He then forced himself to forget about his worries and mumbled, I wonder when the mission to punish the Sanguine will begin. I wonder if the Sanguine has a sealed artifact at the Marauder Pathway's demigod level. Temporary dream world. I can create it myself. I'll find a chance to make some charms, but can power at this level be able to resist the corrosion of the darkness in the forsaken land of the gods? In an apartment in Sherwood Borough, Force took out a novel, sat on the sofa, and watched Zio walk towards the lobby as she wore her boots to head out. Finally, Force couldn't hold back her puzzlement as she said, "There's no rush. That gentleman said that he wouldn't assign the mission that quickly." Zio shot her a glance and said, "I'm a bounty hunter. I have other missions." Upon saying that, she paused and said after some deliberation, "Force, do you think that Miss Justice resembles Miss Audrey?" Force was taken aback for a few seconds before she snapped back to senses. She subconsciously waved her hand and chuckled. How is that possible? Just as she said that, the similarities began flashing through her mind, her eyes widening in response. After a while, she whispered, "It's not impossible. Spectator pathway, psychology alchemists, noble lady, blonde hair and green eyes. She's the only noble I know that meets those criteria. Of course, I don't know that many nobles. Furthermore, I have no idea if the ones I'm familiar with have anything to do with the psychology alchemists." Zio silently listened to her friend and said after some thought, "Force, do you still remember the missions assigned to us by Miss Audrey? I originally thought that it was issued by Earl Hall, but on second thought, perhaps it came from the Tarot Gathering. Also, how did we know of Mr. Fool's honorific name? Do you remember? It was from books we borrowed from Viscount Glaint. In the book cover was a strange ancient slip." Force nodded in enlightenment. "If we could discover it, as a good friend of Viscount Glaint, Miss Audrey has a chance of discovering it as well. This can explain why she joined the gathering." "Yeah," Zio agreed with Force's guess. Force opened her mouth and was just about to say something when she recalled that the matter with the Sanguine wasn't completely over. She immediately looked around warily and said, "Zio, we should lessen our discussions of gatherings in the future. As for Miss Audrey, we can visit her once every week or two. We can continue observing when the time comes." Zio snapped to her senses and nodded heavily. "All right." She then opened her door and went to a particular bar in East Borough and sat by the bar counter. Rapping on the table, she said to the bartender who looked up, "Any new missions today?" The bartender gave a rough list without mentioning any investigations of a particular Mr. Ernst Boyar. "Indeed, I'll have to wait till tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." Zio looked around, retracted her gaze, and asked in puzzlement and concern, "I haven't seen Sherman in a while. Do you know where he's been?" Sherman was a young man who thought himself as a woman, one of Zio's informants. The bartender chuckled. "Perhaps he ran off with some man. You do know that he's happy to do so if a man fancies him. This isn't something worth ostracizing him about," Zio rebutted seriously, feeling a baffling sense of concern. She then exerted strength in her palm and jumped off the high stool, prepared to seek out Sherman in the places he was usually seen. Backlund Bridge area, Iron Gate Street, Braveheart's Bar. Holding down his hat, Emlyn pinched his nose as he passed through the crowd that exuded all kinds of smells before finding the red-eyed Ian in the card room. "Mr. White, what is it this time?" Ian smiled as he led Emlyn into an empty billiard room. Emlyn took off his hat and quipped, "Something trivial. Help me put up a mission to the bounty hunters. The details of the mission is to track a man named Ernst Boyar. Figure out his daily activities. The bounty reward will be £100. £100? Ian subconsciously asked. For investigations like tracking, £100 was quite a ridiculous reward. One had to know that if a bounty hunter was able to complete this mission on their own, they could rest for an entire year, even if they were supporting a family. Emlyn nodded. The target is rather dangerous. After the discussion back with the Tarot Club, he had already thought it through. He believed that tracking Ernst Boyar was an easy mission. The sanguine Viscount would definitely pretend as though he didn't notice anything and deliberately follow a fixed trajectory. Therefore, this £100 was in fact payment for misjudgment to take the risk of participating in this operation. Of course, to aid in the misdirection and concealment, it was almost certain that more than one bounty hunter would complete this mission, allowing them to earn different portions of the reward. All Emlyn could guarantee was that misjudgment would earn the most. I see. Coming to an understanding, Ian extended his hand. Down payment, exact address, level of danger, looks and characteristics. It's best if you have a portrait. Ernst Boyar then gave £30 in cash and Ernst Boyar's portrait. Red eyes. Ian flipped through the pieces of paper in his hand and couldn't help but blurt out. Yes. Emlyn nodded gently and looked around him. He suppressed his voice and said, there's also something else. Help me seek out clues regarding the Rose School of Thought members in Backland. Rose School of Thought? Ian was taken aback as he asked in puzzlement, as though he had never heard of the name. Chapter 995. Conjoined person. Emlyn glanced at Lan, raised his hand to pinch his nose, and chuckled. It appears you don't understand me. It's okay. A more simple description is to gather information about foreigners that come from the southern continent, especially from the Star Highlands and the Paz River Valley. What information do you want exactly? There are plenty of pure-blooded people from the southern continent in Backland. Those that you've mentioned are also common, Ian calmly asked without flaring up due to the contempt he received. Emlyn laughed. The ones that are a bit more abnormal. They do things in a fishy manner and seem to all be mysterious. You should understand what I'm getting at. There are definitely many people you describe. In Backland, they are either servants, workers, or thieves being part of gangs. As the latter will all meet your criteria of being abnormal, fishy, and mysterious. Ian sincerely pointed out how unpragmatic Emlyn's request was. Emlyn was already prepared for this. With an unobvious smile, he nodded slightly. Then, give me all the information that meets those criteria. I'll do the filtering. Oh, I'll pay £50 as down payment for this commission as the standard fees for the early stage investigations. The subsequent payment will be counted based on how much information of value is provided. Each one will cost £20. Who is the one to determine its worth? Ian asked after a few seconds of thought. For him, having a £50 income for preliminary work like this was enough for him to accept the job. It was more than enough to hire a dozen people or so to investigate the areas from East Borough to Sherwood Borough for half a month. He didn't mind how much he could only from the £50, as there were many people here who relied on him for their survival. He needed to arrange jobs with payment for them to do from time to time, otherwise, he would never be able to be kept abreast with the latest developments. Emlyn sized up Ian and scoffed. Of course it will be me. You should know how trustworthy I am. Detective Moriarty never told me that, Ian mumbled and sighed. All right. Our last cooperation was still pretty good. I choose to trust you. Emlyn nodded in satisfaction, took out his wallet, and counted another £50 worth of notes. During this process, Emlyn momentarily felt the pinch when he realized he only had £407 in savings. And now there's only £357. He looked away from the notes and handed the cash to Ian. He didn't stay. Putting on his hat, he walked out of the billiard room and left the Bravehearts bar. On the street, Emlyn stopped pinching his nose and looked up at the flame-like clouds. His expression gradually fell heavy as he silently muttered, that Wraith from before isn't around. Where did it go? Humph, Ian acted as though he had never heard of the Rose School of Thought, but his racing heartbeat had betrayed him. Also, he actually didn't ask if Sherlock Moriarty is back in Backland. He didn't even show any concern. Could it be that Sherlock has already returned to Backland and that he has already met him? Rorsted Archipelago, City of Generosity, Bayam. In an area near the harbour, Admiral of Stars Catlear had brought along Frank Lee, who had his sleeves rolled up which revealed his brown hair, to an area outside a house with gas wall lamps. They came to an empty corner and watched as a figure appeared out of the shadows. It was bloodless Heath Doyle who was in charge of monitoring Artisan Sea Elf. He was thin and his skin was so pale that it was transparent. He looked so frail that a gust of wind could topple him. Did anything strange happen recently? Catlia nudged the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. Heath Doyle tersely acknowledged. 3 days after you left, a stranger visited Cielf. He stayed for about 15 minutes. I didn't approach for fear of being discovered. Based on your instructions, I sent men to tail the stranger, but they lost his trail. What did that stranger look like? Catlia asked with a slight nod. Heath Doyle took out a piece of raw beef from a leather pouch by his waist. The blood on it remained fresh, but it didn't show any signs of contamination. It appeared to be a pure piece of solid meat. Right on the heels of that, this piece of beef melted in Heath Doyle's hand, dripping to the ground like water. They then squirmed like they had life, drawing a portrait. This is the effect I want. Frank Lee's eyes shimmered as he watched this scene, expressing his intentions with excitement. Under his gaze, Heath Doyle had the intention to run, but he slightly slanted his body and pointed to the ground. Roughly like this. At this moment, a blood portrait had already taken form. It was that of a man with a mustache, with facial features that resembled that of the Paz River Valley. His greatest characteristic was the 3 ear studs on both his ears. Golden ear studs, thin body, not much fat, very athletic, Heath Doyle added. Catlia retracted her gaze from the ground and asked, and then? Heath Doyle tersely acknowledged. No one visited Cielf after that, other than his temporary servants and chef he hired. I got men to investigate them. They are clean. Cielf has an evening stroll at a fixed time every day. He will bring a prostitute home, allowing her to leave only at daybreak. I've been constantly tailing him, but I never discovered any contact with odd people. He has been acting very normally all this time. Catlia asked with a frown. From her point of view, not having any abnormalities made it most abnormal. After all, this involved Rose's school of thought members that believed in the primordial moon. Heath Doyle nodded in affirmation. Yes. Catlia turned her head to look at the building's main door and said after some thought, I actually planned on using Beyonder powers to infiltrate and bring Cielf under control in the fastest speed possible before taking him away to prevent any accidents. But from the looks of it, the best solution is to knock on the door. Unknown danger was what terrified people the most. At the thought that he had been busy with his experiments recently and hadn't done his duty as first mate, Frank Lee hurriedly said, Captain, I'll go with you. Catlia took off her thick glasses and hung them by her waist of her black warlock robe before nodding. Okay. With that said, she left the shadowy corner and walked towards the main door of Cielf's residence. As she approached, she looked up at the crimson moon that could be seen penetrating through the clouds. She curled her fingers and tapped thrice on the door. Before long, footsteps approached and the door creaked open. Cielf didn't show any obvious changes from the previous time. He remained thin and dark. His eyes were somewhat puffy, and his brown eyes were trying hard to force a smile. Admiral, is there something this time? He stood by the door, blocking the gas wall lamp's light behind him. It made the area appear dark and gloomy, as though he was sinking into the shadows. Catlia stared at him for a few seconds before saying slowly, I have a new idea. I plan on making you a part of my crew. She stood there motionlessly without any intention of stepping inside. Cielf's expression warped as his voice turned somewhat dark. Why? Catlia's eyes seemed to freeze as she slowly said, because I'm a pirate. Pirates didn't need reasons. They did whatever they did out of their own desires. Cielf's facial muscles twitched as a smile suffused his eyes once again. I can be your sailor, but as an artisan, I'll be of much greater use in a city. I agree, Catlia destroyed his resistance. But before then, I need you to spend some time on the future to be partners with others. Cielf's expression gradually turned cold as he replied in an ethereal voice, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. I have a strong urge to procreate every day. Strong urge to procreate. Frank Lee's eyes lit up as he asked, seemingly in confirmation. Cielf was taken aback as he wasn't sure whether to nod or shake his head. Frank then looked at Catlia and asked in excitement, Captain, is he going to be my assistant for my experiments? I love this trait of his. Catlia fell silent for a few seconds before nodding heavily. Yes. Frank immediately revealed a bright smile and offered his right hand to Artisan Sea Elf. Pleasure to meet you. Let me introduce myself. First mate of the future, Frank Lee. Sea Elf's expression returned to normal as he shook the man's hand with puzzlement. Then, he said, am I really going to spend a short period of time on the future? I guarantee it with my reputation on the line, Catlia sincerely replied before inwardly adding, it wouldn't take long before Her Majesty personally handles you. All right. It's not like I can beat you. Sea Elf shrugged. Please permit me to pack my personal belongings. He then took 2 steps back, turned around, and walked to the staircase at the end of the foyer. As he walked, he suddenly paused and said in an ethereal tone to Catlia and Frank Lee, today's moonlight is as beautiful as it always has been, isn't it? Without receiving a reply, he proceeded forward and vanished from the staircase. At this moment, Catlia's heavy expression became obvious. After Sea Elf opened the door, she had already noticed an abnormality with her eyes. In the past, Sea Elf's spirit body was that of an ordinary human, but now, he was a conjoined person. Under the illumination of the moonlight, this conjoined person was being nourished and was rapidly growing stronger. This isn't a problem I can resolve. I have to write to Her Majesty. Also, I mustn't forget German Sparrow's request for a meeting. Catlia sighed silently as she subconsciously looked up. High in the sky, a crimson moon remained bright and silent amidst the thin clouds. Backland, Hillston Backland, East Balam Military Veterans Mess. Dwayne Dantes and Mark got off their separate carriages and entered the lobby together. Chapter 996. Card Game. After entering the East Balam Military Veterans Mess, Klein handed his cane and hat to his valet, Inuni, only to see Colonel Calvin of the Lun Kingdom's Ministry of Defense wearing an army uniform, waiting at the foyer with a glass of red wine in hand. This long-faced officer smiled as he raised his cup at Dwayne Dantes. Long time no see. It really has been a while. Klein smiled as he walked over. Colonel Calvin immediately offered his right hand. Congratulations. You did pretty well. Everyone was very pleased. I was very pleased as well. Klein used a Lund-styled euphemism to express his pleasure in cooperating. He then shook hands with him. Calvin retracted his arm and glanced at Mark before he said with a laughing sigh, back when you first introduced Dwayne, I was quite distrustful of your judgment, but now I understand how you're a member of Parliament. Anyone who interacts with Dwayne can easily tell that he's an expert at this. Mark accepted the Colonel's approbation with the same Lund-styled euphemism. Calvin retracted his gaze, sipped some red wine, and smiled at Dwayne Dantes, asking in passing, how much did you earn this time? Don't worry, I won't raise prices in the future because of it. I'm simply curious. £20,000 in gold, Klein gave the midpoint value as an answer. In actual fact, he had earned £25,000, but after paying Miss Messenger £10,000 for her services, he had only earned £15,000. Calvin nodded. Not bad. If you need to convert those gold bars into gold coins, I can introduce you to someone from an Imperial Mint factory. How was it? Did you notice anything abnormal around May Sanchez's area? Klein said directly without thinking, yes. There was a place called Revival Square under his control that was destroyed by lightning. That, I'm aware of, Calvin replied with a rather heavy expression. But you probably do not know that the person before you was the one who created the lightning. Klein smiled and then said, also, May Sanchez seems to be maintaining a fragile balance among many factions, but in actual fact, he has already secretly aligned himself with a particular faction. Of course, I'm not exactly sure who it is. He had no intention of betraying the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. All he did was divulge a little to win the trust of the Lun military. The only thing that can be confirmed is that it isn't us, Calvin nodded and said with a deep look in his eyes. It's unlikely to be Intis. Klein helped him eliminate one of the wrong choices. Calvin tersely acknowledged. That isn't a bad thing either. The few factions surrounding May Sanchez are supported by Intis. If he wishes to expand, there's no way he can circumvent them. When the time comes, perhaps we will have more arms sales on our hands. With that said, he offered a toast. Holy Lord of Storms, to riches for everyone. As believers of the Evernight goddess, Klein and Mark smiled in response without giving a direct answer. After taking another sip of red wine, Calvin pointed at the second floor. Dwayne, I brought you here today to play cards with a VIP. Texas Hold'em. Which VIP? Klein asked with piqued interest. Calvin's expression turned solemn as he said with an unobvious smile, Admiral Amirius. He has been given a post and is currently in charge of the Ministry of Defense. Admiral Amirius. The admiral whose younger brother was stripped of his post as Governor General, had his mistress corrupted by the Mother Tree of Desire, and ended up losing his post as highest commander of the Central Sonia Seas Navy. I've worked with him before and even pretended to be him for some time. Indeed, when it comes to a demigod, as long as they didn't screw up too badly, and if they are willing to hold it in, they will always be able to step out of the nadir. Klein recalled everything that had happened at Oravi Island, turning wistful. Towards Admiral Amirius Revelt, he still felt some guilt towards him. Although most of what happened back then didn't have anything to do with him, his mistress's anomaly was ultimately a result of the Mother Tree of Desire's wish to control him. That is to say that our future cooperation requires His Excellency's approval? Klein asked in enlightenment. That's how it is. Calvin nodded and pointed up the stairs. Let's head on up. When they arrived at the second floor, they stopped in front of a pair of dark red double doors. Calvin turned his head to glance at Dwayne Dantes. Your mission today is to lose money. Lose money? Klein sized up Calvin as he curled the ends of his mouth. I'll try my best. By the side, Mark said with a laugh, there's actually no need to be too deliberate. Admiral Amirius has excellent card-playing skills. It's almost impossible if you wish to win any money. Heh, I always lose. Sigh, I just hope I won't lose too much today. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to return home. During this process, an attendant delivered a huge stack of chips, worth a total of £1,000. In the first few rounds, Klein folded after looking at his cards. He acted very cautiously, acting as though he never called or raised unless he had good cards. As for Admiral Amirius, his style was the complete opposite of him. He was in no way conservative. He called almost every round, constantly raising in an extremely aggressive manner. Every round that he was involved in seldom reached the point where everyone showed their cards. Most people failed to withstand such aggression and, with the Admiral's domineering force, they would call a round or two before folding. At times, someone would attempt to call Amirius Revelt's bluff, only to encounter 4 nines. The color in his face instantly drained as though he had been passed the death verdict by a judge. Kona's Kilger had a completely different style as well. He would occasionally lose a round, but the chips lost wouldn't be much, preventing him from having too great a loss. And in the next round after his loss, he would often be able to wipe out the person who won all his chips the previous round, forcing him to spend money to buy in again. Is there a need? Why are you using powers to cheat when dealing with low and mid-sequence beyonders or even ordinary people? Others might not be able to tell, but would I be fooled? One has the Arbiter Pathway's dominance, and the other has the Baron of Corruption's bribe. Klein looked at his 5 of hearts and 9 of clubs as he shook his head indiscernibly. He couldn't help but consider which powers of a seer pathway could provide him help if he wanted to cheat. Turn all my opponents into marionettes? In that case, I can win as much as I want. I'm practically invincible, but it's of no pragmatic value. It's not like I'm planning for some deathmatch poker tournament. Unfortunately, there aren't any mosquitoes here. Otherwise, I can use their spirit body threads and turn them into marionettes to help me check out their whole cards. Faceless only allows me to change myself, not the cards. Magician's illusion? The effects would likely be pretty good when playing with ordinary people or low and mid-sequence beyonders. But there are 2 demigods here. Use a clown's ability to swap cards? It's useless. The dealing and shuffling of cards are done by the croupier. As his thoughts raced, Klein realized that apparently only his powers as a seer was of use here. He threw out his 2 whole cards to indicate a fold before taking out a metal chip and allowing it to move between his fingers. At this moment, Amirius Reveldt suddenly looked up at him and retracted his hands before pushing all his chips in. Indeed! Klein nodded inwardly without a hint of surprise. During his last cooperation, he knew that Admiral Amirius was able to distinguish ordinary people from Beyonders from his position. He suspected that he could even determine a Beyonders level, or in other words their position. However, Klein wasn't too worried, because a Bizarro sorcerer had concealment powers to a certain degree. This was also why he could converge the augmentation effect the grey fog had on him after he reached sequence 4. This made him confident that Amirius wouldn't be able to determine his level. However, he didn't attempt any corresponding interference, as he suspected that Amirius was able to tell that he was a Beyonder. Therefore, he decided to reveal a tiny problem, making it easy to be seen through and be grasped. Chapter 997. Gambling God Dwayne. 3 community cards to form the flop in the first phase, a 4th community card called the Turn in the second phase, and a 5th community card called the River in the third phase. Each phase allowed players to fold, check, call, or raise. This continued until everyone was done or until one person didn't fold. Klein fiddled with the chip in his hand as he divined the existence of any lucky instances within the next few rounds. However, he was unable to tell which exact round it was. After all, it was only a quick and simple divination with average effects. Using this method to play with ordinary people and low-sequence Beyonders wouldn't be a problem as long as the correct strategy is used, but it's definitely inadequate against demigods. It's already quite a challenge to defeat a mid-sequence Beyonder. Must I close my eyes each round and do a complete dream divination? Hell, if that were the case, Dwayne Dantes might end up with the title Sleeping Gambling God. Klein sighed inwardly. He continued watching the round play out as he sat by the side. At present, he had already lost a big blind 1 and a small blind 2 when it was his turn. At this moment, Klein noticed one point: the MI9 Deputy Director, Konas Kilger, had lost £20 to Admiral Amirius. A successful bribe. Admiral Amirius should be able to tell that Konas is using his powers as a Baron of Corruption, but he might not know that this MI9 Deputy Director is a demigod. The next round will be interesting. Hee. Klein jolted to attention as the new round began. He didn't check his whole cards when the croupier handed him 2 new ones. Instead, he placed the metal chip he was playing with in his hand onto his whole card, taking on the stance of not planning to look at them. After 2 people folded, the stern and old-fashioned Amirius Reveldt casually took a look at his whole cards. After counting £5 worth of chips, he threw it into the middle of the table, having raised the stakes without garnering any surprises. Another person folded as marked called. Right on the heels of that, Konas Kilger, who had an unyielding personality, raised the stakes, throwing out a total of £20. Calvin confirmed his whole cards once again before calling. After one last person folded, Dwayne Dantes didn't do an actual count. He grabbed a handful of chips and threw it out. The croupier who was in charge of counting the chips glanced at it before precisely announcing Dwayne's action, £20. Call. I thought it would be £50. From the looks of it, I'm still not very used to these chips, the white-sideburn Dwayne Dantes with an outstanding temperament said with a laugh. However, he didn't add on the additional £30. At this moment, no one made a move. It was Amirius Reveldt's turn again. This admiral didn't even glance at the remaining players. Picking up 5 £10 chips, he threw them out. Another raise. He didn't show any perturbations in his emotions, acting as though he was ordering a cup of black tea. However, that indescribable sense of dominance and the act of repeatedly raising the stakes pre-flop made the mood at the table freeze. Such situations often implied that Admiral Amirius had excellent whole cards. Perhaps they were a pair of aces or a pair of kings, or an ace and king. Mark decided to fold. Konas Kilger rubbed his high nose bridge and glanced around with his dark blue eyes before saying, "Call." Colonel Calvin confirmed his cards again. After 10 seconds of hesitation, he chose to fold. Dwayne Dantes touched the metal chip on his 2 whole cards and smiled. Call. After a round of expressing their intentions, there were only 3 players for the round. Then, the croupier flipped the 3 community cards in the middle of the table for the flop. 2 black spade, 9 black heart, K black spade dot. The person who was up first was Admiral Amirius Revelt. He leaned forward slightly and said in a domineering manner, £50. He had immediately raised the stakes to £50. Marked, Calvin, and company, including those who weren't in the game, felt stifled for some baffling reason. Connor's Kilger trembled slightly, but he ultimately grabbed £50 and threw it out. Dwayne Dantes glanced at the deputy director of MI9. Completely unfazed by the pressure, he said with a smile, call. Upon hearing this, Calvin turned his head and nodded at Dwayne Dantes with his deep blue eyes that resembled a nighttime lake, indicating his approval. From his point of view, Admiral Amirius's domineering stance didn't affect a person who came to lose money. At this moment, the red-vested croupier revealed the 4th card, the turn. 9 black spade dot. There were 3 spades, increasing the chances of a flush tremendously. However, Admiral Amirius still didn't hesitate. He calmly pushed a stack of chips. £100. Connor's Kilger's fingers tapped on his whole cards, showing his lack of confidence. But ultimately, he chose to call. Dwayne Dantes glanced at this deputy director once again and maintained his warm smile. Call. At this point in time, he had yet to see his whole cards, making Calvin somewhat worried. He believed that such an act was going overboard, a clear act of throwing money away. It wasn't something Admiral Amirius, who was relatively conservative, might find acceptable. At this moment, the red-vested croupier revealed the final card, the river. 2 black club dot. As such, the community cards took form. 2 black spade, 9 black heart, K black spade, 9 black spade, 2 black club dot. £200. Admiral Amirius pushed a pile of metal chips in with an extremely domineering attitude. Connor's Kilger took a deep breath before pushing 2 stacks of chips. £500. This amount of money was half of his purported annual salary. Is he trying to bluff? Calvin and Marked exchanged looks, believing that Brigadier General Kilger had made it too obvious, making it easy to see through him. One had to know that when playing Texas Hold'em, apart from doing risk management and probability calculations, it also involved psychological battles most of the time. Be it in terms of body language, expression, or the style used for raises, they made it easy to expose one's hidden cards. Of course, good players could also use these details to deliberately misdirect their opponents. Dwayne Dantes sized up Connor's Kilger before he laughed. Then, like the previous few times, he said, call. Amirius raised his hands, prepared to push all his remaining chips, to pressure his opponents into folding. At this moment, he suddenly paused. His deadpan expression wore a look of solemnity. After a few seconds of silence, he calmly said, call. At this point, the whole cards could be revealed to compare each person's hand. Admiral Amirius flipped his card first. It was an A black spade and 10 black spade. It formed a flush with the 2 black spade, K black spade, and 9 black spade. It was a rather high-ranking hand, with the only ones bigger than it being a full house, for of a kind, straight flush, and royal flush. It's your turn, Amirius then urged Connor's. Connor's first flipped open a single card, K black diamond. It made 2 pairs with the K and 9 from the community cards. Following that, he picked up his second whole card. At that moment, the remaining poker cards at the red-vested croupier's end blurred. Par. The whole card was flipped open, revealing itself 9 black club. What? Marked and company exclaimed, hardly believing their eyes. This meant that Connor's Kilger had obtained a full house, 9s over kings. It was bigger than a flush. Sorry about that. Full house, Connor's looked at Amirius and said with a smile. Then, he turned to look at Dwayne Dantes. You can reveal your cards. I'm also very curious as to what my cards are. Dwayne Dante smiled. He picked up the metal chip that he had placed down on his cards and very casually flipped the 2 whole cards. "Eh? What?" Calvin and company rubbed their eyes. Dwayne Dante's whole cards were a very weak pair, 2 black heart, 2 black diamond dot. There happened to be a very small pair in the community cards, 2 black spade, 2 black club dot. They formed a 4 of a kind, the smallest rank when it came to 4 of a kind, but it was higher ranked than all the full houses. Praise the lady! Dwayne Dantes drew the crimson moon across his chest in pleasant surprise, looking as though he had never expected it. An interesting round. Amirius was taken aback for a moment before he gently clapped. Connor's Kilger gave Dwayne Dantes a deep look and said with a laughing sigh, "I never expected the final winner to be you." Klein wiped the smile from his face as he inwardly grumbled, "It's only right that I win over the 2 of you." On the one hand, Admiral Amirius enjoys pressuring others and doesn't really rely on his Beyonder powers to cheat. As for you, you placed your focus and Beyonder powers on Admiral Amirius, thus, ignoring me. On the other hand, the one playing cards with you is actually named winner in Uni. Without even looking at his whole cards, it was obvious that he was relying solely on luck. At the moment he placed his chip on the whole cards, Klein had already swapped positions with Inuni as they switched faces with each other. Although Colonel Calvin had gotten him to deliberately lose £1,000, Klein decided to win a killing after he saw Connor's Kilger. This wasn't because he couldn't bear to part with the money, instead, his main motive was to garner the attention of this MI9 demigod. He wanted to get familiar with him and build relationships. Only by doing this could Klein have an opportunity to obtain intelligence from Connor's Kilger and even carry out an assault on him. After all, he was a demigod. To deal with him in Backland required sufficient care and caution. He would rather give up an operation if he lacked the confidence to guarantee a kill or lure him away from Backland. Otherwise, he was bound to expose himself, ending up being surrounded by demigods and even angels in Backland. In the subsequent rounds, Klein won and lost different rounds. In the end, not only did he keep his £1,000 in chips, but he had even won nearly an additional £1,000. During this process, Calvin had gestured to Dwayne Dantes to lose, but he was left stupefied by the latter's ridiculous good luck that left him undefeatable. After the game came to an end, a person walked over to Dwayne Dantes with a smile, Connor's Kilger. Chapter 998. Establishing Relations. With dark blue eyes, Connor's Kilger, who had crew-cut hair which was seldom seen among members of high society, held a cup of champagne as he walked up to Dwayne Dantes. He said with a smile, "You had great luck today. You also had plenty of courage." 1. If he's referring to me immediately folding after receiving a bribe, with me rather losing a big blind, that's not luck but knowledge. As for the other times, playing cards with all of you has pretty much drained all of Inuni's recently accumulated good luck. Klein swirled the cup with pale golden alcohol in his hand and said with a laughing sigh, "For a person who doesn't care about the outcome, there's naturally nothing to fear." Heh, praise the lady. He was using a Lund-style euphemism to indicate that he was mainly here to lose money and that his good luck was all thanks to the blessings of a deity. It had nothing to do with himself. Connors hadn't lost much tonight, approximately £100 to £200. Although this was already a considerable amount when compared to his purported salary, to a Brigadier General Deputy Director of MI9, a hidden demigod, his salary was the most trivial part of his income. Therefore, he didn't mind it. He shook his head with a smile. Humans often have no way of seeing through the arrangement of fate. You are an interesting person. It's a pleasure to meet you. His final sentence was both a form of praise and also a part of the formalities. It indicated that their conversation was over. However, Klein had acted all night to acquaint himself with this demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, so how could he give up? He first replied, "It's my pleasure as well." Then, he asked in a seemingly random manner, "Your Excellency, are you familiar with the manors in the Backland suburbs? It's best if they come with forests for hunting." According to the information Klein had received from Miss Justice, Connor's Kilger didn't enjoy holding banquets, balls, or saloons at his place. Neither did he accept invitations on such matters. It was unknown if it was a problem with his character or due to his job. He had very simple hobbies. First, he enjoyed smoking cigars, especially chieftain cigars from East Balam's Micant, recognized as the best cigars in the world. Second, he enjoyed playing cards, especially Texas Hold'em. Third, he enjoyed hunting. He often headed to the backland suburbs during autumn and winter. He even headed to a war county or East Chester County for hunting. Klein was already planning on buying a manor, an expenditure meant solely to integrate himself into high society. He hadn't made any decisions yet, but after meeting Connor's Kilger today, he suddenly added this request in a bid to garner his interest. When the time came, he could even invite this MI9 deputy director to hunt in the suburbs over an enjoyable weekend. He could then seek out an opportunity to take action. Connor's Kilger drank a mouthful of champagne and said after some thought, "I'll help you take note of it. If there's anything suitable, I'll send someone over." "Beauclund Street, right?" "Yes, someone will inform you there." "Thank you very much," Klein earnestly replied. At the same time, he pitied his former valet, Richardson, who had now become an assistant butler. This young man who wished to better himself recently went out early in the morning and returned late at night. He had been gathering information about manors in backland suburbs, filtering out those that met the requirements and the ones which were on sale. He had been personally visiting them in a bid to list down options which were all flawless. He didn't wish for his employer to spot something he fancied only to find out that it wasn't for sale, or that the actual conditions were far worse what was described. And after Klein suddenly changed his request, all the work that Richardson had done was undoubtedly made useless. The all-evil partier in contracts always changes their requirements and requests. "Yes, after this is done, I'll get Tunager to raise his annual salary by £5. As an assistant butler, he should naturally earn more than his time as a valet." £5. It was gone in just 1 or 2 raises in today's game. Richardson's annual salary is only enough to play a few rounds of Texas Hold'em. Klein sighed inwardly when he sensed eyes looking at him. He directly looked back and realized that it was Admiral Amirius Reevelt. This old-fashioned and stern middle-aged man nodded gently and retracted his gaze. He had no intentions of communicating with Dwayne Dantes, nor did he get anyone to arrest this unaffiliated beyonder. After all, he was considered a working partner of the military, and it wasn't rare for a merchant, an adventurer with wide connections, to be able to obtain a potion. At this moment, Colonel Calvin and Member of Parliament Marked walked over to Dwayne Dantes with wine glasses in hand. "What happened?" Calvin asked with an exasperated and suppressed voice. As Dwayne Dantes had won nearly £1,000, he and Marked had to change their strategies to prevent Admiral Amirius from losing any money. They went from a tight strategy to an unrestrained one. They felt quite the pinch from losing several £100 each. As such, adding to everyone's losses, Admiral Amirius had won a total of nearly £300. With regards to this, Klein spread his hands. "I didn't even look at my whole cards." In between the lines, he meant that this was simply the blessings of some deity that controlled luck. At the moment, the deities, angels, and secret existences who had authority in the fate domain included, but were not limited to, the Evernight Goddess, the Fool, Snake of Mercury Will or Septin, Pallas Zoroast, Blasphemer Amorn, and Snake of Fate Ouroboros. "This is really such a vexing matter," Mark said with a bitter smile while shaking his head. "Calvin and I don't even dare to return home after what we've lost." They had roughly lost about half their purported annual income. Dwayne Dantes, with grayed sideburns, revealed a surprised look. "When did you guys lose?" He then pointed at the pile of chips at his seat. "I just happened to retain the £1,000 I bought in at the beginning. The rest are yours, isn't that so?" 1. Calvin and Mark were taken aback as they exchanged looks. Then, they revealed smiles. "We must have counted wrongly due to the anxiety." Calvin gave an approving nod. Klein laughed and immediately changed the topic. He then began looking at supper that was placed on the coffee table beside him. City of Silver, in the spire of one of the twin towers. Derek Berg once again met the chief of the 6-member council, Colin Iliad. "You said that you have something you would like to ask me about?" Colin, who had quite a number of old scars on his face, calmly asked the youth who wasn't considered too tall. Derek bowed and replied frankly, "Yes, Your Excellency. In the advancement for Priest of Light, I need pure darkness, but once I do it, it will be extremely dangerous. I'm wondering if there are any solutions." Colin Iliad listened seriously before nodding. "You have to confirm one point, is it pure darkness, or darkness with zero light? These two concepts are very different. If it's the latter, you can obtain that in the Spire's underground dungeons. You've been there for some time, so you should know what I'm talking about." Derek had a deep fear for the Spire's dungeons because it was there that he first met Blasphemer Amorn. Not only did he see the former captain of the expedition team, but he had even been parasitized. Unless it was necessary, he really didn't wish to recall it. At this moment, after receiving the chief's reminder, he began to slowly jolt his memories. He discovered that, under the spire, although each cell was given candles, one would have to wait for the guards to deliver food and medicine and ask for more once they finished burning. This didn't happen frequently, with it happening only thrice a day with the gaps in between being very long. And in such an environment, phenomena like the appearance of monsters and the vanishing of humans never appeared. Derek recalled that he had been in darkness with zero light for some time without encountering any danger. He pondered for a moment and hesitantly said, "The darkness with zero light at the bottom of the spire has external powers involved. It was this power that prevented the darkness from making people disappear or producing monsters." Colin Iliad looked at the two swords that were hung up in a cross-like fashion on the wall. He looked up and sighed. "Yes, that's why it's called darkness with zero light, not pure darkness." Derek frowned slightly as he tried to recall. After a few seconds, he said without certainty, "If that's the case, the darkness outside the spire's basement isn't pure darkness as well. In many historical records, the nights before the Dark Ages didn't make people vanish or produce monsters. Now, the darkness must have undergone an abnormal change or had some other forces mixed into it to turn it dangerous. Not bad. For you to make such connections shows that you've improved. Therefore, let me ask you again. Do you need pure darkness or darkness with zero light?" Colin's light blue eyes revealed a hint of surprise. "This? Could it be that pure darkness only exists outside the forsaken land of the gods?" Derek turned gloomy before he pumped himself up. "Your Excellency, I'm not too sure either. I'll take some time to confirm this." He believed that the experienced and strong Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. World, and the other members of the Tarot Club could give him a good solution. Colin Iliad didn't ask further as he said with a nod, "Go on then. Once you reach Sequence 5, even if you aren't able to become a demigod for a long period of time, you will have the chance of wielding certain sealed artifacts. 1. Backland, Hills Ton Borough. Zio changed into a brown jacket and wore a cap, pretending to be a very ordinary short man. She had officially taken the commission and had begun tailing and investing the gentleman named Ernst Boyar. There were also a few other bounty hunters who participated in this mission. Ernst Boyar lifted his top hat and pointed his cane forward as he instructed the carriage driver, to St. George Borough. It was southeast of Backland, separated from East Borough by the Tussock River. Once he got on his carriage and took his seat, Ernst sniffed. He looked out the window and suddenly grunted. As a sanguine viscount, how could he not have discovered the clumsy bounty hunters tailing him? Chapter 999. Instigation. When Ernst left on a carriage, the few bounty hunters hiding in the vicinity immediately appeared. Without being stingy about the costs involved, they immediately stopped any rental carriages that passed by. Some memorized the target carriage traits and attempted to take shortcuts through the cramped, isolated paths to catch up to it. Others rode on the bikes they had prepared ahead of time, swerving through the crowds and carriages with their bells ringing. It was very easy for them to keep pace. Among them, only Zio was completely composed. She remained in her spot, watching Ernst and her peers leave. This transportation tool known as a bicycle is more useful than I imagined. It's no wonder so many bounty hunters have saved up to buy one. This can save expenses from taking carriages and save time walking. If one often has such tracking missions, then the money saved is enough to buy a brand new bike. The only problem is that this mode of transportation tool has very few models available. All of them have high seats. Zio was enticed. At this moment, a tracked carriage drove over from the crossroads and stopped in front of her. Zio happened to be at a station. Glancing at the double-decker that stopped on the iron tracks, Zio took out a few pennies, walked over, and sat down by the window. Such public carriages could seat nearly 50 people with its double decks. It wasn't too crowded, allowing Zio to easily observe the scenery outside. However, she didn't admire the scenery. Her mind was quickly outlining the exact appearance of her target: brown hair, red eyes, pronounced features, a nose bridge that was so high that it looked deformed, and an oil painting catalogue in hand. With her supernatural senses as a sheriff, as well as the distance between them not being too great, Zio could vaguely grasp her target's current location and predetermined destination. Therefore, she remained very calm and even took off her cap while using the glass windows to tidy up her coarse and stubborn blonde hair. After several stations, Zio suddenly got up when the public carriage came to a stop as she alighted. This was the Backlund Bridge area. She had sensed that the target had already changed direction and was preparing to head towards the bridge. Zio immediately went on foot, planning to enter another street at the bend up ahead to board the public carriage that headed for the south bank of the Tussock River. She had good luck, with a public carriage driving over just as she arrived at the stop. Zio silently exhaled and took out another batch of pennies she had prepared, her urge to buy a bike strengthened. This tracked carriage was very crowded, but with her domineering aura as an arbiter, she was able to easily pass through the crowd, head up to the upper deck, and find a seat. The carriage moved slowly as Zio casually looked out the window when her gaze suddenly froze. She saw Sherman, who she hadn't been able to find anywhere. This young man who thought himself as a woman was carrying a paper bag with a few long loaves of bread and a stack of newspapers as he entered a narrow alley. His brown shoulder-length hair had grown longer, and his grey-patterned trousers seemed tighter. 1. Although his figure disappeared almost as quickly as he appeared, making it impossible for the average person to notice, Zio, who was a sheriff, easily made the necessary judgment. Sherman stopped renting his place in East Borough and moved here? Seeing that Sherman was fine and that she was still tracking her target, she held back her urge to jump off the carriage to chase after him to ask him about his recent situation. Sherman carried the paper bag with several long loaves of bread and a stack of papers as he passed through alleys and streets, making a huge detour before entering an apartment building. He followed the cramped stairs to the third story, took out a key, and opened the door to where he lived. He seemed to possess some pretty good anti-tracking skills. With a creak, the door opened as Sherman's eyes lit up. He saw a lady wearing a black dress in front of him. This lady had a sweet, supple face and an impeccable figure. Even while standing at the window and blocking out the sunlight, making herself become cloaked in the shadows, she seemed to be gilded, making her appear holy and beautiful. "Why are you here?" Sherman stared at her in surprise but couldn't help but size her up. His unobvious Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The next second, he turned his head and looked to the side as though he didn't dare look at her head-on. "T. Trissy," Sherman stammered a greeting. Trissy slowly smiled as she allowed the poorly-lit room to appear to become brighter. Then, she asked with a teasing tone, "Why don't you dare to look at me?" "I don't know. I'd one like men." "Why do I still have odd thoughts when looking at you?" Sherman continued looking at the ground to his side as he stammered an answer. Trissy's expression immediately turned mixed before smiling as though nothing had happened. Females can also appreciate the charm of beauty within their gender. She paused for a moment before saying, "I came here today because I have a mission for you. Your original progress has been very fast, leaving me very satisfied. But it seems like it has recently stopped." Sherman's face immediately wore a look of horror as he subconsciously took a step back. "I don't think there's a need to do such things." Seeing Trissy silent, Sherman's gradually eloquently stringed his words. "I really don't wish to instigate others into stealing, robbing, and murdering. That's too evil, too despicable. Even at the very beginning, those people you got me to assassinate seemed to be a little overboard. Although they had indeed cursed me, beat me, ostracized me, and spread bad rumors about me, using all kinds of means to harm me in exchange for joy, their actions didn't require them to pay with their lives. Unsurprised, Tracy smiled and said, "That's not what you said back then. You hated them and had wicked feelings for them. Once you obtained beyond powers, you were so eager to seek revenge on them. I just made a tiny suggestion, and you planned several assassination missions. I always remember how you looked stained with blood, trembling in excitement and fervor." Sherman couldn't help but retreat as he heard that until he was stopped by the door which had closed at some point in time. He then covered his face with his hands, shouting, "No! I have nightmares every night, dreaming of them surrounding me, covered in blood. They chase after me, bite me. Pa!" The paper bag fell to the ground as the long loaves of bread were scattered. The stack of newspapers happened to drop just beside them. "This is very normal." Tracy cut off Sherman. "This is a necessary psychological change for an assassin. Think about it. Didn't you wish to kill them when they were bullying you?" "Yes," Sherman answered hesitantly. Tracy then chuckled. "Just treat it as self-defense when being bullied, thus, killing them." Her speech had a natural allure that made one wish to listen and believe. Sherman rapidly calmed down and nodded. "From this point of view, it does seem much better." Upon hearing that, Triss's dimples appeared as she teasingly added, "Besides, they weren't your match when they were alive, so what's there to be afraid of when they're dead? Even if they become ghosts or specters, it's nothing. You just need to seriously complete the ritual and consume one more potion, and then you'll be able to burn all those souls to oblivion. But I can't bear seeing people turn ugly, crazy, and evil under my acts of instigation." Sherman still seemed rather unwilling. Trissy indiscernibly curled the ends of her lips as she said with her smile maintained, "Those are evil thoughts they had to begin with. It has nothing to do with you. Even without you, those evil thoughts will erupt at specific moments and situations. Also, the missions I arranged for you are all related to the gangs. Aren't you most aware of what those people are like? Getting them to fracture and kill one another is mercy and kindness for people like you and the innocent people of East Borough." Sherman subconsciously widened his mouth, swallowing the words he was just about to say. He instantly fell silent. Triss's eyes swept past him and continued with a soothing voice, "You're just one step away from your target. As long as you complete the remaining ritual, you can drink the third potion to completely become a woman. When that happens, you can use the name Shiamane that you've already picked for yourself. What a nice-sounding name it is, isn't it? Then, you can leave Backland as a woman, heading for Mid-Sea Shia or Desi Bay where you can begin a brand new life. You will no longer have anything to do with this place. Yes, you will definitely be filled with charm. Many excellent men will court you, and you can choose the one you like the most and are most satisfied with, walking down the aisle in a cathedral. You will have bubbly kids, and you can bring them up to be healthy children. You can bring them to Winter County for skiing, Desi Bay for holidays, and to the hunting grounds which are pleasures that only nobles have. Didn't you say that you were willing to do anything to regain your true self?" Sherman's lips quivered, and after pursing them tightly for a while, he separated them and said, "Trissy, I understand. I will proceed according to your instructions." After saying that, he seemed to lose all his strength as he stumbled to the ground. He subconsciously reached out to hold onto a coat rack beside him. During this process, his gaze happened to sweep past the stack of newspapers. It had already spread apart, revealing a particular report. Tycoon from Desi, Mr. Dwayne Dantes, shows interest in purchasing the Larryway Steel Company, believing that it has excellent profitability and a promising future. "Sir, are you really planning on buying Larryway Steel Company?" Inunai asked while walking upstairs at 160 Beauclun Street. Dwayne Dantes shook his head and smiled. "That news is just pure fabrication. I've only met the owner of the Larryway Steel Company, Mr. Phil Larivi, at a ball last week and had a chat." By the side, Butler Walter heaved a sigh of relief as he warned, "Sir, the Larryway Steel Company is indeed seeking a buyer. There are quite a number of people who are considering the option. That also means that this piece of news was released by the reporters under Phil's instruction so that he can sell it at a better price? Klein nodded in thought. He entered the room with the half-balcony and prepared to head up above the grey fog. He wanted to use Inuni's praying point of light to see any abnormalities at Hazel's place. This was something that he had been doing daily for the past few days. Chapter 1000. Prelude. In the Grand Palace above the grey fog. Through Inuni's prayer point of light, Klein saw the scene inside his valet's room. As his vision pulled out and slowly extended out, he began taking in all of Beauclun Street. Among buildings covered in fresh flowers and grass, Inti's parasol trees that shielded the sunlight slowly swept past. There were slow-moving carriages that were elegantly or beautifully adorned, and youths dashing quickly on bikes. Finally, Klein locked onto Unit 39, a Member of Parliament Markt's residence. He then lowered his field of view and began observing every animal and human to see if there was any black-haired, black-eyed, monocle-wearing man. Phew! There's no switching or grafting of fate. Nearly 10 minutes later, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a carriage drove into Markt's residence and stopped at their doorstep. A young lady with curly black-green hair and bright, dark brown eyes alighted from a carriage. It was none other than Hazel who had returned home. She was wearing a dark green dress that didn't expose her shoulders. Her lips were slightly pursed, and she wore a relaxed look with a hint of joy. Upon seeing Hazel in such a state, Klein's heart skipped a beat. This was definitely abnormal. From Klein's point of view, the rat demigod had only two outcomes after meeting Amorn's avatar. She either had a trump card and managed to escape successfully at the cost of being heavily injured, or she had turned into a beyond a characteristic to strengthen Amorn's avatar. And regardless of the outcome, there was no way Hazel could find her teacher. She would definitely be in grief and pain, feeling dispirited and sad. So how could she be relaxed and happy? With her taking the risk to head to the manor in the suburbs to inform her teacher, she's not a cold and selfish person. Her present state indicates that she has confirmed that her teacher, that rat demigod, is fine. She has even been rewarded, perhaps obtaining all kinds of knowledge about the supernatural world. This is in conflict with my theory of the rat demigod's outcome. No, it's not in conflict. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Klein leaned back into his seat and came to a conclusion. Amorn had not only obtained the rat demigod's beyond a characteristic, but he had also stolen her fate and had replaced her identity. Therefore, to Hazel, her teacher hadn't encountered any mishaps and would only need a period of time to lie low. After making the confirmation, Klein silently exhaled and felt a little relaxed. To him, the most terrifying aspect of Amorn was that no one knew what form or identity he would use to appear. It could be possible that Member of Parliament Markt would one day wear a monocle, or that insects in the garden would turn around with monocles on their faces. Therefore, after grasping the identity Amorn might use to appear, Klein couldn't help but feel more assured. As for Amorn's performance being problematic in front of Hazel, Klein believed that it was impossible. After all, Amorn was a king of angels that was fundamentally good at deceit. Even if he'd mentioned something that differed from what the rat demigod had said, he could easily use the excuse of it being a test with what he'd now said being part of her formal education to fool her. Of course, based on Pallas Zoroaster's depiction, Amorn definitely wouldn't appear as a rat demigod, so I shouldn't be careless. Klein did some observations before retracting his gaze and leaving the grey fog. Inside his room, he sat on a reclining chair and drank some black tea with a lemon slice. He half closed his eyes and considered how he could deepen his relationship with Konas Kilga. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly opened his eyes and activated his spirit vision. At the demigod level, he could already activate it at will. Almost at the same moment, Rionette Tinker walked out of the void with the four blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. One of them had a letter in its mouth. "Whose letter is it?" Klein asked as he reached out his right hand. "Sharon," Rionette Tinker's other head answered. "Miss Sharon? She should be making her final preparations for the advancement." Why would she suddenly write to me? Klein was slightly puzzled as he received the envelope. After he opened it, he found very little content. There was only a simple line. Emlyn White is seeking out the Rose School of Thought. Emlyn is seeking out the Rose School of Thought? Klein pricked up his brows in surprise. His opinion of Emlyn was a sanguine who was afraid of trouble. Unless necessary, he didn't even wish to head out. So how could he actively search for the Rose School of Thought? This definitely isn't Emlyn's own will. Yes, Emlyn had mentioned that some important figure of the Sanguine was meeting him. This is a new mission that the Sanguine gave him? It's very possible. However, why didn't he mention it in the Tarot Club? Oh, it was focused on the punishment operation, and he had other clues, so he temporarily kept it from us? Klein thought as he leaned forward. Under the watch of Miss Messenger's 8 eyes, he took out a piece of paper and a fountain pen from his coffee table. He wasn't curious about Emlyn's clues, because it was an obvious matter. Since Miss Sharon knew that Emlyn was seeking out the Rose School of Thought and had asked their mutual friend, Detective Sherlock Moriarty, about this matter, it meant that this sanguine had likely asked the help of the black market arms dealer, Ian, from the Bravehearts bar. This also meant that, in Emlyn's previous commissions, he must have noticed Sharon or Marek, otherwise, it was impossible for him to mention the Rose School of Thought to an ordinary person. I don't know enough about the apothecary pathway. I can't determine how Emlyn discovered a wraith or zombie. Klein crossed his right leg as he placed the letter on his thigh and began scribbling. This is likely a mission the Sanguine's upper echelons gave Emlyn. They hate the Rose School of Thought members who believe in the primordial moon, and they have directed this anger at the other factions of the Rose School of Thought. Upon writing this, Klein paused and added, I suspect that the Mother Tree of Desire has the intention of encroaching onto the authority of the Moon Domain, but I'm unsure why the primordial moon believers would join the Rose School of Thought. This secret existence seems to have a very complicated relationship with the Mother Tree of Desire. They are at odds, but they have also cooperated. It's hard to tell. Putting down his pen and folding the letter, Klein looked at Miss Messenger who had been waiting. He asked with a chortle, how did you know that I'll be replying? One of Rionette Tinker's heads succinctly answered, Inkling. Right on the heels of that, the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another, you seem a little livelier recently. Your expression has also become much richer. As Klein pulled out the box that was connected to his golden pocket watch, he took out a gold coin from it and said with a self-deprecating smile, repeatedly wearing a thick mask isn't good for one's mental health. I realized that after becoming a demigod. Therefore, unless he was in situations where he needed to disguise or hide his feelings, he limited the use of his clown's power to control his emotions. Rionette Tinker didn't say a word as the heads bit on the gold coin and letter before vanishing. Watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein leaned back slightly and inwardly muttered. I wonder if Miss Sharon and Marek will use the Sanguine to deal with the Rose School of Thought members in Backland. Miss Sharon is probably focusing her time and efforts on her advancement. She might not involve herself, but I can't be sure about Marek. Emlyn changed into his Church of Earth Mother priest robes, and then wore a red coat and a silk hat before walking out the Harvest Church. He then got into a rental carriage by the roadside. After saying his destination, he casually cast his gaze out the window. At this moment, Emlyn sensed something as he abruptly moved his body, leaving shadowy afterimages in his wake as he moved to the side. Then, he saw a figure appear out of nowhere. It was a young man whose coat wasn't buttoned, revealing the white shirt and black vest within. His brown hair was a little moist and messy as though he hadn't combed it in a while. His brown eyes were filled with temperance, as though he was restraining certain urges deep within his heart. Upon seeing this pale corpse-like face, Emlyn tipped his chin and said with a smile, showing no signs of nervousness, You have finally come. Aren't you afraid that I'm a member of the Rose School of Thought that's here to finish you off? The young man's figure turned somewhat transparent. Emlyn scoffed and said, Would I not be aware of the Rose School of Thought's history? Or matters about the betrayal of the Temperance faction and their escape? Well, how do I address you? Marek, the young man replied. Is this the information you received from the upper echelons of the Sanguine? Emlyn was taken aback as he T-scared. You are smarter than I thought. He used such a remark to confirm the other party's guess. Marek slowly drew a breath and leaned forward slightly. How did you notice our existence from Ian's side? Emlyn leisurely leaned back into the carriage and said with a smile, humans have the smell of humans. Wraiths have the smell of wraiths. Marek fell silent for a few seconds before asking, you sanguine wish to deal with the Rose School of Thought members in Backland? The important members, Emlyn replied by making an emphasis. If that's the case, we can use ourselves as bait to help you fish out the Rose School of Thought members. However, I need confirmation. Marek rubbed his eyes and said directly, I know you are unable to make the decision. You can first return to seek permission from the Sanguine. After you obtain their assurance, you know where to find us. Having said that, he handed a dossier in his hand. This is from Ian. It's the initial feedback from tracking Ernst Boyar. Many bounty hunters have completed this together. Emlyn received the dossier and nodded in a rare look of solemnity. Okay,